We were born for this. Game time, frame of mind got you on defense. I can't wait, no breaks, never on the fence. Cause every shot you don't take, you are going to miss. Let the games begin. We only came for one reason. We came to win. So if you didn't hear me, let me say it again. We only came for one reason. We came to win. The grit, it's time to hit the grind. I must admit we fit to shine. Anyway, in our way, should get behind. We bring the punishment, whether or not it fits the crime. You about to burn out your energy. We about to turn up intensity. You versus me should be a penalty. So be concerned if you are defending me. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. Never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen.
Good morning and welcome along to the World Championship. 128 players began and now we're down to the last 16. We've had plenty of shocks and surprises throughout the tournament and today is likely to be no different. It's day 5 of the Whirlpool Championship coming to you live from Jeddah. Yeah, welcome to day 5. We started on Monday with 128 players. We're now down to the final 16. It is the business end. We've done a 180 as well on stage just because the tables in front of us, they're done now. It's just 3 main tables because we have 16 of the world's best players left. Let's welcome in Scott Frost, JJ, Jeremy Jones and Carl Boys. Wow, yesterday's evening session was as crazy as we've got. So many players going to Hill. That was proper knockout pool, Carl.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Obviously, we had 6 tables just sort of over there, and you know there was a lot of matches going close, weren't there? And everyone just sort of stands round, and it makes for a fantastic little setting in an arena. And there were some quality finishes in the end and a lot of drama. Yeah, when we went off TV yesterday, Fedor Gorst was still playing. He went Hill. He is now through, and there's a part of me that feels his name's on the trophy because he's gone Hill now twice in this tournament. He lost his first one 9-3. He's still here though somehow, Jeremy, still battling away.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's an amazing guy, and you know, he's missed like the 9-ball once or twice each match. You wonder how he's still surviving, but that's Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, another Hill as well yesterday as we went off air. Anton Raga, who will now play Joshua Filler. He went Hill with Mario He. I mean, this is it now, isn't it? This is what we can expect when the best are playing the best, and they know the kind of prize money that's up for grabs. They know the trophies up for grabs. Everyone's fighting for every single rack.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of top players go down. A lot of people didn't expect it. You see it online, there's a lot of talk. I mean, what about Joshua Filler? He was down 9 games to 4 yesterday, come through and wins that match, then beats Oscar Dominguez 11-1. I think he's the guy that we really need to watch today.
Yeah, and me and Scott stood on here last night when we were talking about Raga and Mario He. What a shot Raga played on the 5-ball, Scott, at the end.
Yeah, Raga played an amazing shot. We both thought he was going to play a defensive shot, and the next thing you know, he's cutting it right in the pocket and runs out from there. Really fascinating shot. He seems up to win this event as well.
Yeah, so many big names went out, so many big names still in the tournament though. Here's Phil Yates with a recap of yesterday's.
A year on from his to the final, Mohamed Sufi continues to entertain and secure match victories at the crown jewel of the World 9-Ball Tour. The Syrian produced his usual array of crowd-pleasing shots in securing a last 16 spot at the expense of Kuwait's Badr Al-Awadi. And Sufi was joined in the winner's circle by Joshua Filler. After his storming comeback against Fatim Haradinaj in the previous round, Filler was outstanding. The Oscar seat warming went to Dominguez as Filler raced to an 11-1 success, keeping hopes of a second World 9-Ball title very much alive.
Here we go. Now we can see how the last 16 are shaping up. This is the top half of the draw. And Carl, you look at that now. The players know exactly who they have to beat to go through. Very quickly, Carl, when you look at that, I mean, I know you're doing your deletion in your head already. Who gets through to the semi-final? Oh,
that's a tough question. It really is. I think I'm going to go with Efren Reyes. I know Jeremy was a big fan, still is a big fan, of course. And before he had his accident, he won the UK Open, and he was on course to be the best player in the world, the most consistent. Good to see him back. He didn't play too well in the Whirlpool Masters and the recent UK Open, but he's here again in the last 16, and he's always kind of there, so I think he's going to get the job done.
I like it, Efren Reyes. Let's have a look at the bottom half of the draw. And JJ, I mean, this is absolutely stacked. Look at some of the names there, SVBs there, Joshua Filler, Fedor Gorst. I mean, good luck picking a semi-finalist in that one.
Well, there's all kinds of stories, and that's the great thing about this sport. I mean, you got to watch out for Grillo a little bit. I think he's running like 4 or 5 racks every match. He's a very dangerous player. But I'm going to go with Fedor Gorst. I think that's the biggest story of the week. I think it's going to be him and SVB to battle out for that semifinal. SVB's getting stronger. I think he really dealt with some jet lag and escaped a few matches here in the later rounds. So, but I do like Gorst.
Yeah, and then Jeremy's talking about breaking runs, right? Now there's a $2,000 bonus for whoever breaks and runs the most racks, so that'll be fun to watch. And another player that they're not talking about in that first bracket that we saw is Mickey Krause. You and I sat there and watched him beat FSR. Didn't look like he was going to make any bad moves. No waver in his body or mindset. Playing really good, breaking good. He might slip through.
Yeah, so many players. I mean, look, let's be honest, all 16 could win. You eagle-eyed viewers would have noticed that 3 Filipinos are left in the draw, more than any other nationality. And talking of Filipinos, arguably the greatest player to ever pick up a Q is in the building as well. Efren Reyes, 1999 World Pool Champion. So many more trophies as well. He's here for the final 2 days of this tournament. I mean, Efren's here. Efren's in the building. Royalty. I mean, I've got royalty with me now. But just maybe just a bit of a touch higher.
A bit higher, yeah. Bow down, bow down.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Scott on the VT at first when you said we've got the best QS in the building. No, obviously Efren's, you know, he's done it all, he's seen it all. You know, he still plays great now at the age he's at, you know, and he just plays a different style of game. I know obviously he plays a lot of one pocket. Scott's famous for one pocket. I've probably not seen the best of Efren because I come along a little bit later, but he's got so many highlight reels on YouTube.
Yeah, so many fantastic things. And if you've been living under a rock, obviously we've got so many tournaments coming up, and we have the big one, Reyes Cup, coming soon.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner. And that's all part of the bigger plan.
That's amazing, isn't it? It makes me want to pick up a pool cue and have a go and see if I can make the Europe team. Efren Reyes is with us by the magic of TV. Efren, that must excite you as well, seeing a tournament named after you.
Yeah, I got lucky not to win of this Reyes Cup.
Are you going to play in the Reyes Cup?
I don't know. It depends for my sponsor, Puyat Sport and Emily. They want me to play.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I know I'm only a captain.
I'm sure Emily will make sure that you play in the Reyes Cup. JJ, I mean, you must have some magnificent stories about Efren. You've played him so many times as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he beat me on the Pro Tour about the first 8 or 9 times. I finally squeaked one in.
No, I beat you only one time, not me.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but when I finally did squeak one in, he didn't, he walk on by you, act like he didn't see you a little bit. He was that competitor, but he's a simple man that's like a pool god. I'm kind of blushing right now to be next to him, and I know he's blushing with that Reyes Cup to have that title.
Yeah, Carl, you played him in the World Champs as well. You've got an interesting story about the time you played Efren.
Well, what I sort of remember about Efren is because obviously I'm a little bit younger, so I missed like Efren's like unbelievable days. I wasn't really playing, but I remember when I got to the 2007 World Nineball Championships, people were saying, "Oh, Efren Reyes is famous in Philippines. Anybody you speak to knows him." And I was like, I've been around like English 8-ball growing up. Pool players are not famous. I didn't believe it. So everywhere I go in the Philippines, I asked the taxi driver, I asked the lady behind the bar, the cleaner, everybody knew Efren Reyes.
Yeah, everyone knows you, Efren. Efren, still 3 Filipino players left in this tournament. Obviously, there's a chance one of them could win it.
Well, I come here to watch for all my Filipino 3 players. I think I got lucky for them for when I come here. You know, I want to see how they win for this tournament because a lot of good players here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. What's it like being here in Saudi Arabia? I mean, this arena is fantastic, isn't it?
It's very nice arena. I don't see anything about like this. I see here very good and in Hanoi.
Yeah?
It's very good.
Wow, it's a statement. I know you're going to go and practice a bit later. Can I come and practice with you?
Of
Maybe
course.
give me a few lessons?
Yeah.
Just a few dollars, Eddie. Just a few dollars.
Yeah. Maybe we play only little only. Because I'm going to watch this game.
Indeed. Efren, honestly, it's fantastic to have you here. Thank you so much for coming to Saudi Arabia to watch this tournament. All right, let's remind you of the games that we've got coming up for you this evening. All right, have a look at this afternoon session. It really is good. Last year's finalist, Mohamed Sufi, is going to kick things off for us on the main table. He will play a Filipino, Johan Chua. Fantastic game. Joshua Filler against Anton Raga as well. You heard the guys there talk about Eklund Kachi. He takes on Mark Bisterbosch from the Netherlands. So many big games. Look at that one. Fedor Gorst versus Chris Melling. It's big games all the way now until the final on Saturday. So many big ones. But I want to talk about Sufi. Arguably the fastest player on tour. I mean, his story, please try and find out about it, is incredible. I mean, it's testament that he's actually here playing pool. But on the pool table, he could win this thing, the whole thing.
Yeah, without doubt. You know, he got to the final last year, come from sort of nowhere, you know, and he was the story of the event last year, wasn't it? I know he didn't win it, and obviously FSR did, but what he does on a pool table is so different to anybody else on tour. He just plays instinct. He's got this unique cue action where it's not out of the textbook, a little bit like JJ's cue action, actually. And obviously he just plays so quick, he just sees it. He makes a lot of mistakes regarding the cue ball and maybe misses some balls, but to the neutral viewer, you know, if you sat on the fence, he'd be the one you're supporting.
Yeah, he's so special, isn't he? I mean, again, just the way he plays. If you are a casual pool fan tuning in, he's almost a player you want casual fans to watch because he's exciting, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he brings a lot to the sport. He's always smiling. I think he's improved in some areas as well that are going to help him this week. But like I said yesterday, he does it his way, and he's not letting that vary with all this online.
Yeah,
on the
Carl
line.
caught up with Sufi yesterday.
Mohamed, come down to the King Fahad fountain, the biggest fountain in the world. You're playing in the biggest tournament in the world. First of all, what's it like?
I'm very happy to be here in Saudi Arabia, in amazing venue. I'm very excited to win this tournament near my people, you know, Arabic people. Everyone wants to support me to win this tournament. I'm very excited.
Take me back. Where did you start playing?
Yeah, I'm start to play in Syria in club, my father club. And I start 8 years to play pool.
Wow.
And he supports me, and he tell me you will be professional player.
Did he tell you to play really quick? Because you're the fastest pool player I've ever seen.
No. I cannot play slowly, you know. I'm thinking to play slowly, but it's not work.
Well, last year you got to the final.
Yeah.
Fantastic run, so I wouldn't change a thing. What do you remember from last year's World Championships?
I remember the best time for me ever for pool last year was tough match against Francis. Like he played amazing. I missed like some ball, yeah, that cost the match, you know. And from last year till this year, I remember everything. I prepared myself to this year's. In this event, I play very more comfortable about ball, you know. Is different, you know. My father is sick, and I have two options, you know. I'm thinking about my father. I cannot play pool, or another side, like I play for him, you know. I decide to play for him to make him happy, you know, in the tournament.
Yeah, sorry to hear about your father. Mohamed, last question.
Yeah.
Can you go one further and win the World Championships?
Of course.
Listen, pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hope you go one further.
Thank you.
I love that, of course. No hesitation, no stuttering. Of course I can win. And look, he is a big favourite to win amongst many, many others, including his opponent, Johan Chua. I was lucky to watch Johan Chua yesterday. He went heel as well. And his last 4 frames, he's walking around the table and he's talking to himself. And I asked one of his friends, what's he saying? And he told us that he was saying, this isn't pressure. I've come from poverty. Potting a few balls isn't pressure. And I was like, wow. I mean, that's a winner right there. So Sufi versus Chua is going to be incredible.
Yeah, that's a strong, like, little sentence there, isn't it? It really makes you think. And obviously, you said about Sufi's backstory. You know, he's been through a lot in his life. So coming out here, putting a few balls at 100 mile an hour, it's going to be a walk in the park for Sufi.
All right, coming in predictions. What are you going for? Sufi, the finalist last year, or Chua, the Filipino sensation? JJ.
I kind of like Chu in that match, to be honest. I just think he's getting better. He's been battle-tested as well in a few matches. I think it's going to be a close match, and I don't pick him very often, so you never know.
You never know.
Yeah, it's a tough pick, really, when you asked the question there to Jeremy. I was thinking, who do I like? But I'm going to go with Sufi. I think, you know, playing in this arena, playing in front of his sort of home crowd, I think he's really up for it. I know he's desperate to get Reyes Cup team, so I think he'll get the job done.
I like it. Their split shows you how good this game is going to be. Is it going to be Chua? Is it going to be Sufi? Let's do this.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jumu'ah Mubarak. Welcome, Nineball fans all around the world, as Matchroom Pool and the Ministry of Sport presents to you the 2024 World Pool Championships. Now, last night we had 4 hill affairs that went on to the early hours of the morning. It's no secret, pressure makes time, and the sport has meant to. Let's Nineball. Up for one, please welcome Ignacio. And on table number 2, please welcome Mark Bistabosh and the Albanian Eagle, Eklund Kachi. And 2 players on the TV table with a chance to shock the rankings. Up first, from the Philippines, please welcome Bad Koy Johan Chua. Is the Syrian sensation Mohammed Sufi.
لما بتبقى جبل عالي ما بتهزوني علمك بالسما بيلاني والنجوم تزيد كلمة كرامة وإخلاص شعب تاريخك وبحاس سوري الأصل والأساس واللي صوتك سيد.
As always, table 1 and 2 you can now watch live on the Matchroom Pool YouTube page and Matchroom Multisport. But our main focus is our main table. Last year's finalist Mohammed Sufi takes on Johan Chua for a place in the quarterfinal.
Good afternoon, everybody, from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and the World Pool Championship is really hotting up. We're down to the last 16, just 3 tables left in the arena, and on this one we're going to be watching Mickey Krause. What a day he had yesterday against Dang Jinhu. Mickey Krause, of course, beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and also Billy Thorpe to put himself into the penultimate day representing Denmark. It's an eclectic lineup, actually, of the 16 players left. 12 nations are represented. So it is wide open. There's some big hitters, some former winners still going. But after yesterday, he must fancy his chances. He's a bit of a, well, maybe no longer a dark horse, Mickey Krause. And just having the practice rack before we all begin. Scott Frost alongside me. Yeah, it's noticeable coming in today, Scott. A lot of the tables taken out, fewer people here. So if you're left as one of the players, you must think, hang on, it could be me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to think that Mickey's got a chance. I've been following him pretty closely throughout the event. I was with him a couple weeks ago in Louisiana. He played really well there, Dave. Obviously, Dang, well-known, world-class player. Mickey's up against it, but this would be, in my opinion, the biggest match of his career.
Yeah, as I say, the whole arena is looking different now. Just the 3 main tables left. So The prize money's gone up, the intensity's gone up. He's still raced to 11, and looking forward to seeing who survives into the quarterfinals tonight. On the main table, of course, Mohamed Sufi against Johan Chua. And Klakachi and Mark Beisterbosch are on table 2 for you. As is standard practice, they wait for the television table to begin, which is about to happen. So settle back, as I say, we're now down to the penultimate day.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, this match right here is worth $13,000 for the individual that goes forward. Guaranteed $15,000. Both of the guys on your screen right now are guaranteed $15,000. The winner, whoever advances, is guaranteed $27,000. And still in the running for $250,000, David.
Exactly, yeah, and that's got to be in the thoughts somewhere. Anyway, here we go. The lag, of course. Yeah, I think obviously it was a great win over FSR, but impressive that just an hour or so later he came back and followed it up with that win over Billy Thorpe. It didn't sort of all go to his head, just very businesslike.
Yeah, and to your point, Dave, he was trailing 4 games to 0 in that match with Billy Thorpe.
Here we go then. It is Mickey Krause to get us underway.
This is going to tell us a lot here, Dave. And right away, this is something I've noticed all week with him. He's breaking as good as anybody. You'll see here he's got the 1 down, the cue ball, pretty much ideally back and forth above the 9. He's got a great look at the 2. The only concern is that he's pretty straight. I'm not sure if he can catch any type of gap. You'll see the red 3 down here below the 9. That's the next ball he's got to make. But first, he's got to get down this blue 2. He's going to elevate. Well, that's a good sign if you're a Krause fan. And everything here opened right up now. Can roll the 3 in. Wants to carry an angle on this pink. Now he can just come 1 rail up. I don't believe he's straight. I think he can punch over below the 6. It's somewhere just below the left middle, out towards the center. And like so. The only thing I would say, Dave, at times, Mickey, he's young, very young, but he tends to sometimes just get a little quick with the backswing. Yeah, he held it very well. Now he can just come 1 rail, depending on how he's feeling. I think following the ball is probably safer, but it all has to do with how he feels. 1 rail up towards the 8.
Well, he's looking cool so far. Yeah, he's young, only 24. As you say, probably the biggest match he's ever played, but looking good to make the perfect start here. And just say to Dango, what, you thought I was nervous? Well, this is how I'm going to start the match. Well, this tournament getting really serious, and that's a seriously good start to proceedings from Mickey Krause. First rack down already from the break. And that's just a real settler for him. It's a terrific break. And he just went about his business very nicely. Still a race to 11. The winner will play the winner of the match that's currently on the television table, Mohamed Sufi or Johan Chua. And to remind you, on table 2, Efren Reyes and Mark Beisterbosch as well for you. And we'll have, of course, more matches to come. We've got David Alcaide and Jeffrey Ignacio after this one on table 1.
this is repetitive. Cue ball's a little high. I don't know if the 7's going to get him or not. Yeah, well, there's our answer, Dave. The 7 completely covered the white. Yeah, I don't think it's time to take the chance on the jump, so he's probably weighing out where he wants to be on a push out. I'll explain that real quick. A push out is where the opponent or the player that's at the table has the opportunity to call a push out. The oncoming player has the option on whether he wants to take the shot from where it lies or give it back. And he's decided to give it back to Mickey Krause. Mickey gonna go airborne. The good news, if you're a Krause fan, if he makes this 2, it'll come with position, the red 3, up to the top right. Well, Dave, I thought a lot of good things could actually happen there. He's gotten quite fortunate, but I thought the push out was actually pretty clever. He could have made the 2 off the 9. He could have maybe lucked the 9 in somewhere. So not the worst decision.
Dan here won the Spanish Open last year. 37 years of age, from China.
Liked another rotation out of that ball. I think Mickey might have a shot to the right middle. If he does, this is a huge opportunity. See how he gets a little quick unless he's just measuring this up. And that's his style. But sometimes he's quicker than others, and that's kind of what I mean by that. There's a little inconsistency in his pace at times. There's nothing wrong with that if you make the ball every time you shoot it.
Yeah, I mean, he must have gone to bed last night feeling really good, not just to be in the last 16 of the World Championship, how he got there, who he beat, but that's all gone. He's got to look forward to today and hopefully tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so I believe, Dave, he's going to play the short side here for the 6. I don't think you want to risk coming up towards the 9. Just take the 6 up to the top left. You want to carry an angle. Still got work to do. Yeah, very aware of the angle he needed. Yeah, I'm a big believer in less cue ball movement playing 9-ball. The better off you'll be. A lot less risk at hand. Big shot here for Krause. Oh, he is looking up for the challenge. Just wants to avoid the side pocket. Oh, he's done nicely, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, he's not put a foot wrong yet in this match. Looking very focused as well. Superb start for Denmark's Mickey Krause. 2 to the good already in this race to 11 here in the last 16 of the World Championship in Jeddah. I'm sure they've all noted that Efren is here as well and maybe watching them. Just adds to the prestige.
Yeah, he's here. Just got in about 45 minutes or an hour ago. Did a few interviews. He was full of smiles. That man, not so much, but it's very early. Still, race to 11, long ways to go.
Yeah, we saw some Terrific comebacks, recoveries from all sorts of positions yesterday. Various players.
Yeah, Filler was down 9-4, comes back and wins. Federer Gorst down 7-0, comes back and wins. Those two players clearly feel like they've got a chance. Almost no pressure on them anymore coming from that point. Well, 100% from the break off so far. The 7, here it comes again. Doesn't have him covered, but it does have him hampered with the cue ball. Good news for Krause is the pink is near the 3. Really, all he's got to do is get this ball down. Cue ball most likely going to track over towards the green 6, so you've got to be a little careful. Dave, we're playing all ball fouls. Does not want to touch the 7. Yeah, he's overcut it by a little bit, and he was concerned about the 7. That's always in your mind. Is he going to try and use the 6 here, or is he going to come down and use the other side? Watch out here. There is a pocket.
Oh, disaster.
Yeah, that was a bit haphazard, right? It seemed like he got down on the ball awfully quick. He had a lot of room. I thought he might go the other way, actually, because it looked to be more straightforward using the green 6 to get behind. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay here. Looks like he might end up finishing with an 8-9 combination. If not, he can play short side of the 8 to the lower right. But first, he's got to get the next few down. Perfect line. He doesn't want to get straight here. And not only is he semi-straight, but he's kind of got the bad angle where he's drawing towards the left middle. Let's see what he gets out of this. And that's what you see there, right? So instead of going forward, and I thought he could follow it out 2 rails, come out way more towards the center. Now he's faced with a tester. The problem here is the cue ball could get lost a little bit up table even if he gets it down. Well, big moment for Mickey. Really got to trust the backswing here. Oh, he's held it nicely, David.
Couldn't have played it much better, could he? So the combination for a 3 racks to 0 lead. Oh, what a superb start. He just he missed the 3, didn't he, when he was hampered on the 7, but the scratch from Dang looked like it might be fatal, and that's how it proved. So Mickey Krause, an electrifying start for him. Much like the pyrotechnics we saw as they walked on. He leads by 3 racks to 0. Just going to leave the arena briefly, I think. Or maybe just having a word with the referee. Yeah, he is leaving the arena. Just to say, I mean, it's a terrific eclectic lineup here. 12 nations in the last 16. So it really shows you the global appeal, the global spread of Nineball pool. And still wide open in terms of who's going to walk away with this trophy tomorrow and the £250,000 first prize. It's 1-1 on the main table. Mohamed Sufi and Johan Chua, and 2 racks to 0 for Eklund Kachi against Beister Bosch on table 2. We're waiting for the players and we will resume. It's Marcel Eckhart, who's a very experienced Q Sports official in snooker and pool, and one of the local Saudi officials as well. Marcel and Ben and Julian, the three referees here, have been just mentoring the local refs. Because of course this is a 10-year deal in Jeddah, so we're going to be coming back here for the next decade. I can see Mickey Krause returning to the arena. But his opponent has also left, so we're still going to have a moment or two before we restart. There's the trophy that will be presented here tomorrow evening. You can see Emily Fraser in the background, the person in charge of this event from Matchroom Multisport, running the World Nineball Tour. And I think we are ready to restart. So it's been 3 balls made off the break there. That one again in the middle. And he's looking like he might be able to see the potting angle of the two, but that's 4 racks where that one ball has flown into that middle pocket.
Yeah, Dave, and this is... I've been speaking on this quietly all week, where I think Mickey's been overlooked by a lot of people. I know he's got the ability, right? And that's the key. You've got to have the ability, obviously, or you can't carry yourself forward. But the most important thing is that he's breaking as good as anybody.
Yeah, it puts him on the front foot in every rack. Of course it means Dang is having to rely on a mistake. There was a miss in the last frame. It was a tough one where he was hampered, but ultimately it made no difference. So Mickey Krause with a chance for 4-0.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at something that'll slow him down this rack, and I'm not seeing it. Maybe the 8. He does have to carry a line on the 6. It depends on which side he wants to get on here. That's all personal preference. He just doesn't want to get straight. That's the worst place you can be. He's got all the table in the world to work with. You don't want to end up straight here. Now, I believe he's got room to force over. It's just not something you wanted to have to do on these 4-inch pockets. Now you introduce a risk of a miscue. Well, really couldn't have hit this ball any better from where he was, David.
Yeah, I mean, so far his timing has been superb, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not picking on him. I was just touching on the fact that, you know, that position on the 6 was a bit lazy, and it's typically because he gets just a little quick. When he tightens that up, man.
Well, it's a dream start. I said he would have gone to bed last night feeling good. Maybe this is what he dreamt of anyway. He's 4 to the good already. Thoroughly dominating. His break has been excellent. And Dang has only had a couple of shots. That's it. And one of them he scratched on. So For him, it's the opposite. It's a nightmare start. You've got to be patient and focused for when the chance comes, assuming it does.
Yeah, and that's something else we touched on throughout the week. When he beat FSR, I believe he was down 2-0. He handled himself well, right? He's been working on his mental game. He handled himself well. The next thing you know, he goes up 3-2 versus FSR. Then he goes up 6-3. FSR ties it up at 6 games apiece. I kept my eye closely on Mickey. I wanted to see how he handled it. He never wavered. Never showed any negativity, never showed any emotion at all, just stayed rock solid. He went ahead to beat FSR. I mean, that's got to do a lot for your confidence.
Yeah, main table beating the defending champ. So, rack 5, 4 up already.
Well, and there you see the 1 again, and the good news for Krause is the 2 is looming always around the cue ball. A lot of times, David, you can break these balls, as you know, and make 2 or 3 balls and come up and out any type of shot. He's getting a good look typically every time. There was one time where he had to roll out, but other than that, it's been a decent look every time. Going into the 6 here, maybe. Oh, he caught a piece of the 3. Well, this will test your blood pressure. Yeah. Not easy, David. Not easy by any means, but this is going to open the door for Dang.
Yeah, this is what he's been sat, as I say, in that seat, hoping for a chance, but now he's got to take it, get involved, get the break back, and start to mete out the same sort of punishment to Mickey Krause, if he can. It's his second time in this stage of the World Championship. The first was 2016.
Very fun player to watch. Real fluid, goes through the cue ball so nicely. Typically doesn't take much time. Will this be a turning point in the match? Will that be something we look back at towards the end? The long 3 ball Mickey Krause had.
Dang needed something to happen, and it did. And then the question was he up to coming in and doing the rest? And that's what's happened. So he's on the scoreboard, and crucially, of course, keeps the break now. Eklenkachi, by the way, 3-0 up against Beister Bosch on table 2, and Johan Chua 2-1 over Mohamed Sufi on the main table. Of course, there's 5 more matches to come. Alcaide against Ignacio on this table after this match.
Alcaide squeaked by last night. If you didn't see it, you can check it out on Matchroom Pool's YouTube page against his former teammate Jason Shaw. It was a bit of a scratchy match, David. Big win for Alcaide.
Yeah, it looked quite a tense affair, and it was one of those, of course, where as it went on, more and more people sort of gathered around, just adding to the tension on the players.
Yeah, the venue is fabulous here. Something that's interesting, you'll see the seats in the background, obviously, but more people tend to gather around the outsides than they do up in the seats. And last night, there were a lot of people. Well, that's a good sign for Dang. He almost made the 9 in the right middle. He's using a lot more speed off the break. The only problem with using that type of speed off the break is that you're more apt to come away with no shot. Going for the rollout. He's going to go up table here. Notice the 2 does not pass the 3 in the lower right. It's a big opportunity for Mickey. He's got to think it through, and look at what he did, David. He tried to use the 5 to cover the 4 up in the top left. And Mickey seems like he knows what he wants to do. Is he going at the bank here? He's aggressive. Yeah, it's just a lot to ask in that situation. Well, he's gotten away with it again.
That last little nudge. And of course that is the unknown, isn't it? The little bit of running here and there that can help at vital moments.
Yeah, I was a little surprised he took that on. Fortune favors the brave. Well, it does for a while anyway. But looky here, what a hit. That's called a kick and stick. He has glued him to the 3. I don't even know that he can swerve to get behind this. Acting like he can. That's not going to have the pace. Are the wheels falling off, Dave?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? One shot when he left himself that difficult long 3, like you said, could be a turning point. They're not always, are they? Sometimes they make no difference, those shots, but from what we've seen, it certainly opened the door, and the early confidence maybe just gone away a little from Mickey Krause.
And clearly the 4 passes. So on the push out, Dang tried to cover that up with the 5. He didn't get there. And that's probably why Mickey took the bank on. He knew if he got the bank down, he's going to get out. But just such a long, tough bank that he's not used to shooting here all week. You don't want to let this guy get loose.
No, of course we saw him victorious at the Spanish Open last year. Come through rather quietly. He's not been sort of on the main table, but doesn't matter as long as you're still here. One thing we know about China, they take their cue sports very, very seriously. A lot of investment has gone into building up the next generation across various disciplines, and here in Nineball pool, Dang has just stepped up, hasn't he? The chance came in that previous rack, he took it, and Mickey Krause handed him ball in hand in this one, and he's taken it again. So 4-2. Not taking very long, are they, as well? That's the other thing. 6 racks down already. Very fluent stuff, really.
Yeah, both quickly paced players, and this is kind of a pattern we've seen here this week, especially yesterday. Players will take a lead, and I don't know whether it's the pressure or they get too comfortable, but something seems to happen in the middle of those matches. Well, I've said it. Federer was trailing 7 games to 0. Filler was trailing 9 games to 4. Chris Melling was trailing all night long. Who was Chris Melling playing last night, Dave?
Elliot Sanderson.
Elliot Sanderson. Elliot would get up 2 games. He'd get up 3 games, get up 2 games, get up 3 games right at the end. you know, you've got to give Chris Melling the credit. Boy, he came on very strong. But something seems to be happening in the middle of these matches. The guys who are taking these leads aren't finishing it off. Watch the cue ball. It's tracked right behind the one. So another opportunity for Krause. The purple 5, Dave, is ended up in a little bit of a funny situation. He can get there off the 4. Work left to do here. And I mentioned it, and you know, I think if there's any, I do know Mickey's game quite well. If there's any downside to his game, he gets a little quick at times. I think if he was a little more calculated because of the ability that he has, it would just eliminate some of those errors that he makes. Don't worry, he's played great all week. Best pool I've ever seen him play. But here's a problem. He needed an angle, whether it was the low or high angle. Now he's going to have to drop back and play the 5-7 combination. It's not laying bad. Just make sure you get up enough here. Saw Tyler Steyer miss a 9-ball combination that was almost exactly like this early in the week. He took a ton of time on it. Talked himself out of it. This should be natural.
Yeah, that scratch from the break gave Krause here the opportunity to seize back the initiative. I think that's the thing, you know, with these comebacks. The point is they're also good, you know. Can just take one shot sometimes to turn things. They're more than capable of stepping in and taking advantage if something goes wrong.
Yeah, this is his style. He likes to power the ball. He's a straight shooter. It's definitely his strong suit, his ball pocketing. He's come up a little shy here. Yeah. Good news for him. It's the 9. Should be pretty natural if he gets this down. Oh, has he overcut this ball? He's overcut this ball. Huge problem for Mickey Krause. Dang. With a opportunity to go up another game, Dave.
Yeah, that really is a big moment, you feel.
Is the pressure getting to him?
Well, Dang will be delighted in the end. He just had to come and pot 2 balls. Yeah, Mickey Krause looking, well, impassive, but you could see behind the eyes the disappointment there because it was in his hands and didn't take it out, overcut the 8. Just as it looked like maybe, you know, obviously wins the rack, gets the break back. We know how good his break's been. He could have ended up there off the back of that. You know, 6 or 7 racks in front maybe, but as it is, there's only 1 in it now.
Yeah, and that's a huge swing, right? Big swing going against Krause there.
I can tell you, Eklen Kachi is 5-0 up now against Bosch to Bosch, so fantastic start for him. And he will play the winner of our, well, he hasn't won yet, but whoever wins that will play the winner of our next match, Alcaide or Ignacio. Here we go then. What a interesting match it's been, full of incident.
Well, the 1 hasn't gone yet. Is the 6 going to go in the left middle? Another opportunity for Krause. He's got to forget about the errors he's made. It happens. You're on the biggest stage. It's the biggest moment in your career. Forget about it. Move on. You're playing great pool. don't know. He's got a big pocket here with the blue 2. He's got to hit this clean. Oh, not even close, Mickey Krause. Something's definitely affected him. He had a chance to go up 5 games to 0, and since then, it's all fallen apart.
Yeah, and it seems to have been a rapid decline. He's sort of gone from a 10 to like a 3, hasn't he, in terms of his sort of overall standard, which is a great concern, because how do you then get back up again if your confidence has taken a big knock and you're dwelling maybe on a couple of errors?
Yeah, David, I agree, and that's something that I thought was great about what he did against FSR. He was up 6 games to 3. FSR gets it back to 6-all, and Mickey really shined. Stayed solid all the way through. It's obviously not too late, but he's got to figure something out, and I think he needs to slow down a tick. Yeah, well, he's got that awkward angle here where if he draws back, he might catch a piece of the side pocket. Purple 5 in between the 7 and 9. He's coming all the way back. What's going to happen? Oh, he's come off the 9. He doesn't have a pocket to the left middle. I think he's looking to keep the cue ball behind the brown. The purple needs a settle. Mickey might. Oh, and he does have at least a piece of this, David. Bringing it all the way down. Can't fault him for it. The only problem with that is there's other balls to hide behind. Almost the same thing again, David. 5 is leaked out. Can Mickey Krause regroup?
Yeah, I mean, it might just come down to just one good pot, you know, getting him back into the flow again. It can work the other way. I think we've seen that already. Is this going to be it?
I like the time he's taking. Kind of landed in no man's land here. He's looking at the carom. Is there a two-way play where you can get the 7 up table and go into the 9? I think he's actually got to manufacture an angler, put some type of English on the cue ball to make this ball. Well, there you have it. He had to draw off the 7. Not easy by any means. Good news for Krause is that Dang is elevated, David. There's a good look. He is directly over the 9. He's rushing this a little bit. Heart rate's got to be up. Too thick. So the time he took on the purple 5 versus the time he took on that were not the same.
Well, Mickey Krause made all the running early on, but when he's had a slightly non-regulation shot to go for, he's struggled. We're going to be all square, but Dang looking the cooler, you got to say, right now. It's still relatively early in the match, but 4-4, he's done well to dig in. He's been handed a few openings. Mickey Krause leaving the arena, and it might not be the worst thing to do, actually. Just showing the security guard his pass. There was a clue, the fact he was on the table, but anyway, they're only doing their job.
Yeah, the security guards are like 10 feet from the table, and they're still wanting to see Mickey's pass, but they're doing their job. Yeah, so David, what do you think? I mean, what do you think is going through Mickey's head? It seems like I think what's going through his head is, I've had so many chances to be way ahead in this match, and that's probably what he needs to get out of his mind, right?
Well, this is the problem, you know, once you've missed a couple, the next one you get that is a little more difficult than regulation. You're thinking, cannot afford to miss this one, and of course that is putting extra pressure on. You're not feeling as composed as you normally would be. So the danger is it just sort of magnifies each chance you get. It becomes harder. But as I say, you know, he's still level. He's not like he's miles behind. He's 4-4. It's almost like leave the arena, come back, we're starting again. And it's almost like a race to 7 as opposed to a race to 11. I guess you could look at it that way. Whatever works for you. But there's been no tells from Dang at all. A couple of errors here and there, but overall he's looked pretty solid, I think.
Yeah, and I think the difference is the break, right? And to your point, if Mickey comes back and looks like they're all square and they're just playing a race to 7 from here, easier said than done, Mickey's breaking better than Dang. I mean, Mickey's actually getting shots off the break. And that's going to be the difference in this match if he can regroup.
Well, he wasn't out for long, so here we go. Rack 9, 4-4.
Well, as soon as I mention the break, look at this break. One rifles in, the 2 gets kissed in, the 6 follows right behind the 2. He's got a 6-ball clearance. Little tricky. He's flat or straight on the 3. Can't really do too much with the cue ball here unless he wants to come back a couple feet. Problem is he's going to go into the 8 on his next shot, I believe. He might be able to elevate, miss the 8. Yeah, and that's what he's looking at, but does the 9 hamper the 5 to the lower right? Oh, well, he was quick in the backswing, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's worth reiterating, this is the most lucrative event they'll have played in. So as we go through each round, you know, the pressure goes up, the money goes up, everything goes up, and including the heart rate at times, I think, in this match, and a couple of mistakes creeping in from both sides. That'll give Krause a little bit of hope now. He's seen Dang maybe to start to feel it as well.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. It's worth reiterating, right? That the money is huge. Up top, $250,000. Runner-up is $100,000. Quarterfinalists are getting $27,000, and the semifinalists $50 each. Well, that's big money. So both of these players feeling the heat early.
Yeah, it feels more like a 9-9, doesn't it, than 4-4 actually. So, Dang delighted to see this 4 over the pocket. Where's the white though? Oh dear.
Yeah, and this is typically not what you'll see from the man at the table, Dang. He's not known to make too many errors. Mickey has to snap out of it, take advantage, because these opportunities are going to come few far in between here rather soon, I have a feeling. Yeah, pretty well controlled there, Dave. He played the distance. Mickey's got to take his time here and really figure out what he wants to do. Made a couple funny decisions in my opinion, especially when he took on that long cross corner bank. Ended up losing that game. Yeah, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. We're playing for $250,000 and he's staying super aggressive. There was a couple of different defensive options there.
Yeah, and I guess at what point do you say to yourself it's not working, this strategy? Or do you not want to kind of show weakness by changing it? Either way, it looks like it's going to cost him in this rack.
Yeah, you almost have to feel for Mickey right now. I mean, he's had chances literally, I think, every single game. He knows that. That's probably part of the problem.
So this for Dang to take the lead for the first time. He's made the odd error himself, but fewer in the last few racks than his opponent. Mickey Krause made a wonderful start. If you've been watching from the start, you'll know that. But the wheels have come off, and the question is, how do they get back on?
Yeah, David, we highlighted that moment. I believe he was up 4-0 when he shot the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we highlighted that moment, said this is a tough shot, right? If he doesn't get it down, how will he rebound? I don't know if that's what's affected him going forward, but the wheels have definitely come off. He's got to regroup. After all of this, like you said, he's only 1 game down now.
It's just how they've got there. If he'd have been, 3 down himself and it was only 5-4, he'd be delighted. But that's not been the story. Anyway, here we go. Dang in front.
And his break is looking better. He got a poor kiss from the purple 5. And kiss off the 7 as well. Long shot here. Does he play it? I mean, I don't know if the defensive play is even any better. He could just bunt the 2 up behind the 3. They're going to stay aggressive. I can't tell how steep this is, but I don't know that he can take a cut at this. It's not going to happen. Is he going to come up behind the 6-8? And he's found the gap. Has Mickey played defense yet in this match?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, and I think that's, I do know that he plays defense. He's not all offense. I think the heart rate has a lot to do with the offensive side that we've seen so far. He's got to settle himself. He's got to play the right shots. You can't win tournaments playing low percentage shots. And this is what I was talking about before the match ever started. His pace at times is a lot different. He's taking the time here. really thinking it out. And typically when he does that, he executes. It's when he rushes things. He's not a fast player. He's not a slow player. He's got to find that happy medium. For the make there, and if he didn't make it, he knew the cue ball was tracking towards the back of the 6. Here's a big opportunity, Dave, for him to go back in behind the 6. Yeah, I thought he could level out with a lot of outside English and get back there. He stroked it. Got away with it due to the brown 7.
Oh, hello. Well, a bit of fortune. Okay, it's part of the game, yeah, but what a moment to get it. Held his hand up.
Well, are the pool gods at play here? And I mean, I don't want to punish Mickey, but it could have resulted in how he played that defensive shot. I thought he could just level out with a lot of outside spin and come back softly towards the 6. He didn't get the snooker behind the 6. He got it behind the 7. That allowed Dang to kick behind the ball, fluked it in off the purple 5. Now he's off and running.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's always the feeling in any cue sport that if you're struggling and making mistakes, suddenly the luck doesn't go for you. Whether that's a scientific thing or not, that's what players think.
Man,
it
seems that way,
yeah.
right? It always seems that way.
But he has contributed as well to what's happening here. And Dan just staying cool with a chance here for 6 racks in a row. Yeah, didn't panic when he was trailing, and now he's looking the favourite for sure. It can change again, but Mickey Krause, after that electrifying start, he's struggling, and a little bit of fortune helped Dang as well there. Take that rack out. Race to 11, so he's over halfway there. Just on the other matches on the main table, Mohamed Sufi, great talent, great entertainer, 4-4 with Jan Chua. And Eklund Kachi 7, Mark Beisterbosch 1 on table 2.
Yeah, and this is just an interesting dynamic when we're talking about Mickey Krause. I think most of the matches that I've watched him play this week, he was initially trailing, David. So now, is there some type of a mental block in there, right, where he started out with a huge lead and then something happened?
Yeah, well, maybe it's all a mental challenge, isn't it, however you look at it, but at the moment, Dang standing up to it.
Yeah, well, he's come up dry this time. Mickey Krause going to have an opportunity at the 1.
Be interesting now, I think, this visit, to see what happens, because it might tell us a lot about his state of mind.
I feel like he is feeling a bunch of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was a dream start. Maybe that was the problem. He's kind of almost going along too well. And
yeah, exactly.
The only way was kind of down in a way.
Absolutely. I fully agree. I think That's a big part of it, as you see here. And look, he's completely lost the cue ball. You've got a feel for him, but it could be a rough go the next half of this match for Mickey Krause.
Yeah, I was saying earlier in the week, you know, in snooker we have a 15-minute interval after a certain amount of frames, so the player who's trailing gets a chance just to spend good time away from the arena, maybe practice, speak to their friend, whatever it is. That doesn't happen in pool. You've got to stick out there, and there's no sort of lifelines being thrown to you.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, right? You're really out there all by yourself, and you know, sometimes you can be at the mercy of your own destiny, and whether good or bad. Right now, you've got to feel a little bit for Mickey. He's had opportunities to win so many games. His timing seems to be a bit off. It only takes one real good shot to get you back in a match, right? But maybe it's going to take a few for Mickey Krause. And he's got Dang cut off from everything except the long rail just below the right middle. I feel like he's got to bend this with a little low English, so he might have to elevate. Yeah, and that's what he did, and he avoided the corner as well. How is this going to finish? Wow. So things really starting to go against Krause. He's opened the door. Dang. Well, he's walking right through it. Oh, is it going to find the gap? It was a rotation from being perfect for Dang. Real good effort there. Tried to two-rail it into his pocket.
Oh.
Dang thought he could make that.
Wow, caught the 8. So, another twist now. Mickey Krause, kind of deep breaths needed here. The thing is, he's not been completely outplayed. Dang's made mistakes as well. That's what he's going to hold on to. It's not like he's been sat in that seat, not had a shot. He's had plenty, actually.
Yeah, very well said. That is what he's got to hold on to. He's playing somebody that's human. Maybe that's what he needed, David. Almost feel like he's come up a bit short here as well. He's going to be okay. Or should be okay. Looking to play the 7-8 combination. You notice he had ball in hand on the blue 2 early. Could have tucked in behind the 8 and 9. Interesting play there, so he, I assume, going to the right middle with this ball. Setting up on the 6 for the 7-8 combination. Is he too low on the 6 here? He's setting up for the bank. Dave, I just don't know. This is pretty haphazard. He's going to go into the 8 with a lot of speed. And just short. I don't understand that game plan. clearly not all there right now, Mickey Krause.
No, it's like he's sort of playing in a fog, isn't he? You can't quite see things as clearly as if he was sat here maybe watching it.
Yeah, of course, it's always easier for us, right? We never make a mistake back here, and we feel the pain of Mickey. But like you said, in a fog of some type.
Yeah, I mean, he was so impressive yesterday, wasn't he, on the main table against the defending champ. But just struggling here, and it's hard to see exactly how it's going to turn around for him. Dang presses on to a 7-4 lead. Mickey Krause has no, as I say, no lifelines thrown his way. He's got to try and work it out himself, and obviously hope that Dang, maybe as he gets nearer the winning line, starts to make mistakes, starts to feel the pressure. They're all under it here for sure. And I think some of the upsets as well, some of the big names that have gone out, that just adds to the pressure, because you're thinking, hang on, he's not here, maybe it's my turn to come through the pack. Of course, we've got plenty of big names, Shane Van Boning up later. But yeah, it's turned around so dramatically from the start, where he did pretty much nothing wrong, to now where he's struggling, to be honest, to do much right. And it's just a question of whether it can turn back the other way.
Yeah, well said, Dave.
So Dang, 3 in front.
Yeah, short with the 1 again. Doesn't look like anything's tracking. You know, we did an interview on Mickey yesterday, and something I said right to his face is, I feel like you've really been working on your mental game. Well, he's not showing any emotion or any negativity, but I think internally that mental game is struggling right now. Because this was, you know, his big downfall. He's still young, 24 years old. Big shot here, can't fault him for jumping. Wow, what a hit. If anything else, you can take a little bit from that shot.
Yeah, he's certainly keeping his head up. He's staying aggressive.
Not bad, not bad. I like how he leaves it out in the middle, meaning the 2. Anytime you leave an object ball out there like that, Dave, as you know, much tougher to play a certain shot from it. Felt like he had some opportunities earlier to do the same thing. It paid off.
Yeah. Yeah. So he set the trap now. This is a big visit, I think, in this match. This is a chance to just get that equilibrium back. It's in his hands.
Once again, I feel like he got down pretty quick. I think his nerves are just really high. He's hiding them well, but I think they're way up there, the heart rate. Well, it's very high. Sometimes you think, when you're making mistakes, maybe I just need to play a little quicker, right? I think that that's what's caused him some of the big mistakes, because when he's flowing correctly, taking a little bit of time, those mistakes are much less. Here's an example. He did not mean to go this far.
Yeah, the problem with nerves, that it's not like a tap you can turn on and off, is it? You know, they're either there or they're not, and at the moment they are there. There's a lot of adrenaline out there.
It's starting to get worse. I'm not saying think about his safety, but he's not considering anything else. And he's going to be snookered on the brown.
Yeah, again, it just unravelled, didn't it? A chance that he'd earned with a good defensive shot.
You know, Mickey learned something from this, and I know he will going forward if he doesn't get the win. I think his decisions due to the pressure, and you've got to admit there's pressure out here. I don't care who you are. I think the decisions kind of failed him. At least so far. I'd like to get this in rail first. Yeah, real quick again in the back delivery. Some pretty straightforward gifts for Dang the last few games.
Yeah, and Mickey there just sort of giving himself a little talking to. He could have been a long way in front himself in this match. In fact, he's had enough chances really to almost be there over the line, but now it's a real battle. It's a battle within himself as much as it is against his opponent, and he's losing both at the moment, I'm afraid. So Dang has stepped in and cleaned up, and it's 8-4, and credit to him, he stayed cool and taken what has been there when it's come along. 8-4, 3 away from the quarterfinals of the World Championship. Eklund Kachi also 3 away, 8-2 in his match against Bosch, and Mohamed Sufi 6-4 against Johan Chua on the main table, and the winner of that match plays the winner of this match that we're watching here on table 1.
You've got to wonder how much Mickey slept last night. Well, you got to wonder the same with Dang or any of these guys. Are there dreams of $250,000 and a berth into many other events? And the one goes down, Dave.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that actually, about, you know, how did he sleep? Of course, what's different to, you know, 20 years ago there was no WhatsApp. No one could sort of, all your friends and family couldn't get hold of you and congratulations, what time you on tomorrow, almost sort of, and it's great, obviously all that, all the support, but it's almost adding to the expectation on you. You know that it means so much to all these other people as well.
No, and that's a real factor that you point out, I think. You really can't escape from thinking about it, right? And I think that's vital. We talked about that early in the week when the guys went to that football game. You know, as an athlete, the last thing I want to do is think or breathe pool if I'm in the chance of a $250,000 tournament, or in the semifinals, quarterfinals, last 16. The last thing I want to do once I get to my room is think about that. Well, nowadays you can't get away from it. And I think that's a great point. Does that add to the suspense, the expectations, the pressure?
Yeah, because even if he's chilling out in the hotel, not thinking about it, suddenly all the messages coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's probably enjoying that, right? You're probably relishing that, but at the same time, you're not getting a break from it.
Well, Dang may have to turn his phone on later because he could be setting up a big match to come tonight. He's looking the heavy favourite now, you've got to say.
Yeah, and he is. He's looking solid. I feel like he's looked real solid all the way through. I really like watching him play. His transition through the object ball is so clean. Pretty much the same thing every single time. And no real work here to do. 2 rails out. You could say Mickey Krause has loosened him up a little bit.
So in goes the 9 for 9-4. Yeah, his positional play's been good, hasn't it? He's kept things as straightforward as possible and piles on the misery here, albeit Mickey Krause didn't get any shots in that rack. So 9-4, 2 needed. Place in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. It's been such a busy week, of course. We had 128 players starting out. Lots of tables, lots of action. We're now down to 16 players, 3 tables. It's a much sort of emptier venue in general backstage. So the guys that are left all feel that it could be maybe their time. But for Mickey Krause, things are going to have to change very soon if he is going to be in contention for this title. And of course, he can't affect things from where he's sat.
Yeah, and a little erratic there. Caught him real thin, as you notice the cue ball. Yeah, caught him real thin. Cue ball coming down quickly. And it's hard to even imagine. Krause was up 4-0. And now he's 0 for 9. With an opportunity at least 8 of those games. Maybe I should say at least 7 of those games. You've got a feel for him. Let's hope he gets a rack down. Starts catching a gear. Watch the right middle. And you want to go up into the 9 here. Didn't get down quite as far as he should have, or as far as he wanted to. I think he wants to catch a piece of the 9. 6 would even be okay, I think. That's okay. Yeah, evaluating where he needs to be. I think that that's a must for Mickey Krause. Wants to shoot the gap between the 6 and 9. Well, very well. And this is going to be great too. So maybe he just needs to get down by some margin to really snap out of it. One rail over, 6 in the same pocket.
Yeah, what's been encouraging here is he's been in tighter control of the cue ball than in some of the earlier chances he got.
Nothing wrong with going all the way up here if it's that steep. I don't know about staying on this side. I think you're better off above the 7 than below it, due to where the 8 is. He's going to stay below it. Oof. Now he's looking to go above it. I think it's a safer play. You do not want to run into the 8 if you don't have to. Yeah, this is a much better play. Well, David, it's been 10 games now. But he's going to win one.
Yeah, and we know from this tournament that it's not done yet, this match. It's almost like things were going too well earlier, then they couldn't have been going any worse. And Mickey Krause, every credit, terrific visit that, and he's still in this match. And of course he gets the break back. He was breaking great earlier on, so you just never know. Maybe he's had his bad patch in this match.
Yeah, I agree. I think he has had his bad patch. I think he's gotten through all of those jitters or whatever was going on in his mind. The question remains, is it too little, too late? He has to stay in control.
Yeah, and Dang as well knows that he's not just going to be given this match. Still a match to be won. So the break for Krause.
Yeah, and that hasn't left him. And notice the 2 again. He's close to it. I don't know if he's come up with a straightforward shot yet. The 6 might be causing him some problems. But he's close enough to where he doesn't have to do anything besides find something good defensively. It must pass. Does it pass, Dave?
We're not right behind it, but it seems it does.
If it passes, when you draw back here. Oh, he's got an angle to punch. Very nice. You can almost feel the energy that he's a different player all of a sudden. Drop over 1 rail to the 2nd row below the left middle. Stay through this. He did. Very well done. Easy to let up on that shot. Looks like he's going forward between the 9 and 6. Carry the angle on the green. And this will be fine. He can come backwards. Oh, he had an angle to punch forward even better. And that's a good sign for Mickey Krause. Deceleration there, David. He wanted to come up. I thought he might go forward there. Oh, now he's elevating.
Well, it seems the fog has cleared. I mean, that was definitely a pressure ball, but he knocked it in, so he's worked his way out of the maelstrom here. And Mickey Krause is right back in this. Things have turned. He's still trailing, but the way it was going, it didn't look, frankly, like he would win another rack. But he's won the last 2, 9-6. And this time it's Dang who leaves the arena. Maybe just to get his thoughts together. Mickey Krause is back in business. As I say, Dang has left the arena, so we will pick up when he returns. Eklund Takashi 9-2 over Mark Beisterbosch. And 6 each, Mohamed Sufi and Johan Chua. Of course, there's still 5 matches to be played in this round. We've got 2 more on this table, 2 more on table 2, 1 more on the main television table. Well, he's been made to wait, but he'll be more than happy with the last 2 racks, particularly that last one where he took it out off the break. Just passing a little personal test, I think. So here we go. Mickey Krause has won the last two. Again, that one into the middle has been so reliable breaking. The two's in as well. It's a question of how much he can see of this three.
This is the first time he really hasn't had a good look at something, whether it was makeable or not. He's got to calculate what's right here. You don't want to make it too easy for Dang, but you don't want to make it too difficult on yourself. And this is going to be tricky if he leaves it down here. Well, there. Dang will probably take this. If it was down closer to the rail, Dave, I think that Dang would consider passing it up. But here, he's got a lot of room to work with. He's going to take the bank on. Yeah. Yeah, if he's going to play that push out, I think you've got to get him down here further to the 6. Left him too much room to cue the cue ball. It's a little shorter where he wanted to be. Might have to zigzag above the 7 and 9. Come below the 9, 2 rails. Can't tell how steep he is here, though. That's what he's done. You got to give credit to Dang. He made a great bank.
Yeah, it was a good break from Krause, but obviously couldn't see the red 3 depart, and then that seemingly innocuous looking push out set up this chance ultimately. Is he going to be our first man into the quarterfinals or beyond the hill if he pots this? Dang 10-6, and he has the break with a chance in the next rack to put himself in the last 8 of this terrific event here in Jeddah.
Yeah, I just can't stop thinking about the rollout right there. At this level, you just don't want to leave an open cue ball like that where you can get to it however you'd like. Thought Mickey'd try and get it down a little closer towards the 6. Dang, coming with a nice bank on the 3. In a lot of ways, it was kind of free because he knew he was going to leave distance. The cue ball was going to stay up there on that top rail. So it takes the pressure off of you when executing.
Here we go then. Is this going to be the winning rack? Is in the hands of Dang Junhyu.
You know, he's got an opener. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get this down. Good news for Dang is that the 3 is down here on the lower right end of the table. The 5 does play in the top left, I believe. Do you want to roll this and take your chances at holding for the 3, or just come all the way down? How are you feeling? Well, that tells us he wasn't comfortable with rolling it, Dave. You almost feel a transfer of energy again. Mickey, at this moment, a lot of times when you're trailing your opponents on the hill, you can kind of play like you've got nothing to lose, but with everything that's at stake, everything that's on the line, it's not quite the case anymore. So he's looking to come to the left of the pink instead of just roll this ball. Guess he's too steep. And well handled, very well handled. Now this is where the work comes in. If he's pointing to the center of the table, that means that he's got a lot of freedom to make the 5. You can utilize the 8 to direct the cue ball towards the 6. This is another one. You have to stay through. Don't let up. Well, he did let up a little bit. Notice the cue ball didn't track anywhere towards the 8, or excuse me, towards the 6. So this could be the end of Mickey Krause's World Championship run, David.
I think he feels it is. He sits down very disappointed. 5 balls for Dang to put himself into the quarterfinals, in fact to become our first quarterfinalist.
And in a sense, it's almost been just a matter of Dang picking up the pieces.
I think that's the thing. If Krause had played bad from the first rack to the last, that's one thing, but he was looking really good earlier on. He's now sat, not even looking, head bowed.
Well, here's the thing. If you're in Mickey Krause's camp, he cannot be disappointed with his event. He's played great. He's got to keep his head up. This is a very positive result for him in the future. Well, you can't expect him to have played this on the short side, but maybe he did. Mickey Krause, great tournament. And it might not be over yet.
He's making it interesting.
Wow. You never know what could happen in 9-ball pool. This is the beauty of the WNT.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think this could have finished much more difficult. Cueing out of the pocket. You've got to contend with the rubber that's in the backing of the pocket there. You've got to be as level as you can possibly be. Is it possible, Dave? And that's going to sting. Mickey Krause, keep your head up. You've had a great event. Dang. It's time to celebrate.
So the cue came down rather quick from Krause, didn't it? Yeah, he started so well. Then he started to struggle, and Dang, you can understand, he's delighted. He's the first man into the quarterfinals of the World Pool Championship. 4 racks down, didn't panic, and took advantage of some errors from his opponent. So Dang Jinghu has won 11-6, and he will play the winner of the match on table 1, which is currently 7-6 to Chua over Sufi. We will take a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with David Alcaide and Jeffrey Ignacio.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing perspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
The shot.
This is the scene here in Jeddah. We've already had our first result, of course. We've just seen Dang book his place in the quarterfinals. 7 each, Mohamed Sufi and Yohan Chua. He'll play the winner of that match. And in the last few moments, Alcaide has also gone through. But this match should be a really interesting one. It's David Alcaide from Spain and Jeffrey Ignacio from the Philippines. Just having their practice racks before the match begins. Once again, a race to 11. And the winner will play Alcaide in the quarterfinals. A lot of people gathered around the main table, where Sufi and Chua cannot be split 7 each. Alcaide came through last night with an 11-8 win over Jason Shaw, and Ignacio 11-7 over Patrick Gonzalez. So Alcaide, of course, he's got the won various events. He's been twice at Championship, the Whirlpool Masters 2019, Europe last year, currently world number 8. So he's certainly going to be favourite. But we know from the week here, ain't going to mean anything. It's about who's to do earlier, but just ran out of steam as the match went on, and Dang stayed cool to the end. Alcaide, very experienced, 45 years of age. Won the World Cup at pool with Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 2 years ago, 2022. European champion back in 2013. So he's got the pedigree. But as I say, it's about producing it once again. Can't see his opponent's just coming. Actually, Ignacio on his way. He had a hill victory. In fact, in his first match yesterday against Jonas Suto, which was I was watching that. It was on table 2, just in front of our commentary position on the main table. It was pretty dramatic, to say the least, and his opponent was very, very disappointed to lose. Good to see better crowd in today, most of them watching the main table. But they can see this one as well. And hopefully tomorrow it will be full for the final day, so players can experience good atmosphere. And we find out finally, of course we started with 128 players, we'll find out finally who is going to emerge as the world champion in 2024. It'll be a massive moment for whoever it is, even if it is a former winner, with the £250,000 prize, first prize. It's going to be a very memorable moment for whoever prevails. Alcaide just finishing his practice rack. Ignacio will do the same, and then we will get the match underway for you. And on table 2, as I say, Alcaide has won, so he will play the winner of this match. Yeah, he won 11-3. So next on table 2, SVB takes to the table again. It's table allocations, of course, are down to Matchroom, but we've seen a good spread, I think. No one sort of hogged the main table. Everyone's kind of had a go, and the 2 streaming tables as well. And of course now we're only down to 3 anyway. Ignacio then is going to have his practice rack here. Efren Reyes, of course, is in the building. Johan Chur's just gone 8-7 over Mohamed Sufi, so there's a real sense of drama around that table. A lot of people watching there. And there is also here, we haven't kind of seen it obviously, but there's a fan zone outside which is fascinating actually. Quite full last night. Food and drink stalls, as you can have a go yourself. I'm not sure in the afternoon with the heat it's a great idea, but tonight when it maybe cools a little bit, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people out there. It's it feels like a big event this when you walk in. Great venue, the Green Halls here in Jeddah. Terrific setup, as I say, outside and here inside the arena as well. And the stage set for the conclusion of this event in the next couple of days. So when Ignacio's finished these off, we're going to get the lag underway and then we'll get the match underway. Ignacio here reached the last 16 in 2017 of this World Championship. Alcaide is a twice semi-finalist, 2009, 2015.
Only the balls. Thank you very much.
Part of that fan zone, there's a little history section actually. It's quite interesting. Just the heritage of cue sports. There's been so many over the years, and some of them are sort of fused together. Used to play it originally with a mace rather than a cue. Anyway, we've come a long way since all of that. Marcel Eckhart just explaining about the shot clock. There is a 30-second shot clock. That has been clarified. So he's just telling the two players that he's operating it. But they don't have any beeps, so he's having to sort of let them know when they're coming close to going over it.
Yeah, and the beeps are on the main TV table. I don't know if it would be good anyway, Dave, if they had beeps on all three tables. That might really start to get a little hectic, so...
Yeah. It's like being in a casino.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Marcel is just explaining it all, so once that's done, we can get underway. All seems well. So ready for the lag, ready for our second last 16 match here on table 1. David Alcaide, Jeffrey Ignacio.
Yeah, David, if there's anything I've seen on this table, and we've covered it all week, is that they just don't quite get it to the top rail during the lag. Pretty interesting dynamic here. I think Ignacio, a lot different than Alcaide as far as style. He's loose, pretty quick, got a lot of power. Alcaide more tactical. He's got a pretty good starter to open this match up. A lot hanging in the balance. The winner of this guaranteed $27,000. As of right now, they both have $15,000 locked up. Can he come over just below the 7, somewhere on that line? Oh, he's really gotten into this ball. And he's going to get away with it, and this is going to end up perfect because he's got the line to go back up towards the pink to the top left. Notice the purple nearest the 6 and lower right. So out of the gate, not seeing much trouble. It's all in Ignacio's hands.
10.
To settle, I think he's going to be fine, and he is. He's a quick player, David. Gets over the ball and really pulls the trigger. It doesn't waste any time. Natural stroke. He loves to juice the cue ball up. I put him as a slight favorite in this match, especially since he's made it this far in the event.
Yeah, yet another talent out of the Philippines, just 31 years of age, 87 in the world rankings, but that doesn't mean anything. He's here in the last 16 of the World Championship. Knows he's got to play well at this stage, particularly against a proven winner in the shape of David Alcaide. And this is a bright start, assuming he knocks this in. Yeah, great stuff from Jeffrey Ignacio to, in no time at all, account for the opening rack. Well, of course, his compatriot lost yesterday, FSR, David Alcaide, but got all the experience in the world, as you say. A couple of sort of quite scrappy matches he came through yesterday, particularly against Jason Shaw, but he came through it. That's the key thing.
Yeah, Dave, he got a little fortunate at times, but it was a scrappy match. It was just one of those matches where it could have been really anybody's game. Neither player seemed comfortable throughout that match. David, well, he was the better player, defeating Jason Shaw. A little thick, I think. Yeah, he got him a little thick. That's the why the one tracked high of the right middle. And this is a big opportunity for Alcaide. Everything open. Maybe down the road a little trouble with the 7, but I don't know. It looks like it might even pass the 8. The 9 looming over the lower right corner. Doesn't want to deal with that. This is a good starter for David. Say if there's anything he suffers from, it's probably the long distance plays. He's pretty good with the cue ball, likes to stay nice and tight, wants to be where he's always playing it. He doesn't like to get out of line. Obviously, nobody does, but he's pretty big on staying in line. As my colleague mentioned, there is a 30-second shot clock with 1 extension per game. yesterday touched on that with David Alcaide. He thinks, and I agree, he thinks that the 30-second shot clock helps Alcaide because Alcaide can, at times, tend to talk himself out of certain situations.
Yeah, it focuses the mind, doesn't it? You know, it takes away that doubt.
Yeah, a little light there. It's manageable. That shot coming back and forth, easy to let up on. Because in the back of your mind, you're always feeling like you can overhit it. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here, Dave. Just back and forth. 6 plays in the lower right. A very clean strike. A good sign for Alcaide. Now, does the 7 play in the top left? If he needed to, he could come all the way over. He's got the line. Now this has got to slow down. Could end up perfect. Oh, and just really quick and overcooked it there. Wow.
Maybe that's an example of with the shot clock. Actually, he could have done with a little bit longer. Anyway, he surely handed this rack to Ignacio. His compatriot from the Philippines, Johan Chua, is on the hill against Mohamed Sufi. 10-7, just had a golden break actually to win that 17th rack. That's on the main table right now. So that one slip up from Alcaide cost him, and Ignacio leads 2 racks to 0. Yeah, kind of bit of a body blow for the Spaniard this early on when he's just looking to get on that scoreboard. Nothing I'm sure he hasn't seen before though over the years.
Ignacio always has the same look, and like most Filipinos, just doesn't have too many expressions. I'd say out of all the Filipinos, Alex Pagulayan, and he's really, you know, from Toronto, Canada. I still call him a Filipino. He's probably got by far the most emotion. Oh, and this is another clean hit. Does he have a good look on the 2? Okay, he can play the 2 in the left middle if needed. He can also play it in the upper left. Looks like he's going to go to the left middle and come up and take the cut on the 3. If he gets past the 3, everything opens up. Needs us to travel a little. See how quick he is, Dave?
Mm.
Gets over the ball and just lets it go.
Yeah, he's got a certain presence for sure at the table. did one of his matches the other day and felt that then.
He needs an angle here. The 6 up top. Yeah, pretty well done if it gets off the rail. It's a little flatter than he wished, though. This is something he likes to do. I don't know if he's going to play it, but really gets into the cue ball. Wrapping that cue ball 2 rails around above the 7, but the top right corner is in play, so that might be a concern of his. Doesn't want to scratch. Cue ball could really release off that 2nd rail if he goes that route. Can he go forward? Yeah, look at the bend. He's bent that or overstroked it so much. Well, it released there. Thought he's going to end up on top of it, Dave.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like he looks like he's covered this.
Yeah, Alcaide, not impressed by that result. I think that's the only flaw, or a big flaw, of Ignacio. Once over the ball, he's so quick at times, capable of making a careless error. This is where the shot clock could also hurt David, because he's so good tactically. When he has time to figure it out, he can really damage you. Is he swerving this? Okay, he's going into the back. It's probably going to end up bad. Oh. I don't know, Dave. Could have been worse, maybe? Does the 6 have a pocket? He's going to glue him to the 9.
Looks like Mohamed Sufi is going to pull one back on the main table. 10-8 it will be to Jan Stewart. So a bit of a thriller there.
Yeah, and here at this table, this is a very tough hit. That cue ball stretched out off the top rail. These tables in great condition. Fresh cloth. Yes, they've been played on all week, but still fairly fresh cloth, and it's going to lengthen out anytime you're using a high ball like that. I know he knew that. Made the adjustment, just not enough.
So, looking like 3-0. Of course, we saw Mickey Krause in the last match lead 4-0, so these are still early days, but so far Alcaide not able to make much impact. Yeah, so in it goes, 3-0, and he's good value, I think, for that lead so far. To say, Alcaide just yet to really get going. Race to 11, as it will be in the quarters and semis. The final race to 15 on Saturday evening. There's going to be some atmosphere in the room for that match.
This is almost reminiscent the last match we just watched. Mickey Krause took a early lead. Watch the cue ball up here. The cue ball is going to get kissed by the blue tube. Not sure how they've finished. He's got some type of shot on it, I believe. Well, completely covered by the 3.
Push, push, push.
If you're just joining us, the player at the table has to call a rollout or a push here. He can push the cue ball anywhere he'd like, legally. The oncoming player, which is Alcaide, will have the option to take the shot or give it back. He's returning it here. And a little bit surprised by that. I think that, yeah, I think banking the 2 up to the right of the green and trying to track behind the purple is on. Oh, he's double kissed it. So the wise decision by Alcaide. Challenges here. Typically these guys are not big on rolling the ball. And that's where this problem comes into play. Felt like he could roll that and just take a longer play on the 3. I don't know, maybe it was too steep. He's got a pretty straightforward defensive shot if he wants to take it. He can really butter him up behind the pink. Decision to make. Trailing 3 games to 0. Do you get aggressive or stay defensive?
He's taking his time extension. The player's allowed 1 per rack.
Like the decision. This is what David Alcaide does. He's typically playing the right shot, and that's why he's had the career he's had. It takes a lot of maturity to be down 3-0, and I'm not picking on our last player, Mickey Krause, but Mickey Krause, well, he probably would have banked at it. He's very aggressive. And a nice hit there, and it's, I think, going to pan out for him, Dave.
Yeah, he sort of half apologised. Only half, mind.
Yeah, I still don't know what to think about the apologies, because there's so much involved in the game. Kind of make your own luck. He made a great hit. He's trying to swerve around the green. Just a fraction thin. He's going to sell the 3 out.
Yeah, no one's really sorry. You know, if he was sorry, he wouldn't clear the balls there. It's just something that you see. It's almost more of an acknowledgement than an apology, I guess. Anyway, this is the time to be ruthless because he's very much on top in this match with a chance to get to 4.
Yeah, ruthless, a great word. That's what you have to be, stone cold killer in these situations. Can't fault Alcaide for the defensive play he made. I think percentage-wise, it's the right shot. You're going to come up with a shot more often than not. Credit to Ignacio for making a good hit, and here we are. He's fallen a fraction short of the mark, so he might have to send the cue ball to the left long rail and back out.
Chua on the main table has a chance to put himself into the quarterfinals. He's on the 6-10-8 up. And the 8 is down, so it's 2 balls to go for Chua, another talent from the Philippines.
Yeah, fan favorite was Sufi.
Well, this for a 4-0 lead and good value for it. Had a little bit of fortune maybe in that one, but even so, he then had to step in and make the winning run, and that's what he's done. And he might just want to look up at the big screen here, because his friend and compatriot has the 9 to beat Sufi. Johan Chua, you'll hear the cheer. There it is. He clenched his fist in absolute delight. Mohamed Sufi, runner-up last year, but departs in the last 16 this year, and it is Johan Chua who goes forward, and of course he will play the man we saw come through earlier, Dang Jinhu, on this table. Quarterfinals all played this evening, and also the junior final will be played as well. They've had a busy week, the youngsters. It's been very competitive. I don't think that was all a bit of fun either. We've seen a lot of heartache and a lot of joy in that event, and we'll see the final later. Well, Alcaide has just, I think, left the room. So, a little bit similar to the first match, as we were saying. That was 4-0. That turned around. It can happen, but it's going to have to kind of be soon.
Yeah, in these formats, it's real tough to make that up, especially under the gun.
Just on that junior final, that'll be at 7 o'clock tonight local time. Ivan Rudenko from Ukraine against Felix Vogel from Germany. So that'll be the match. And well, good luck to them. That'll be streamed on Table 2, so you can watch that later on. Next match on the main table, Joshua Filler, Anton Raga.
Yeah, that'll be a great match. Do you know what time that starts, Dave?
Should be, I guess, about 10 minutes from now, once they've done the interviews and got everything ready. So yeah, about 10 minutes from now, and we'll continue here when Alcaide returns. Well, Alcaide just went out the arena, maybe just to gee himself up a little. 4-0, long way to go, race to 11, but he's going to have to get involved soon.
Yeah, here we see it again. Maybe he caught the one a bit thick again. Yeah, I don't know. It looked like a pretty good hit there. Nothing down. Pretty awkward. That's why you see the shake of the head from Alcaide. Reason being is the cue ball is tracking towards the right long rail. The 2, you know, pretty covered up by the green 6. That is the 2 on the lower left-hand side of the screen. So, he's going to have to put something into this. Oh, yeah, that's a nice shot. He didn't get the underspin that he really looked for there. Now he's falling pretty awkward. He hit the ball clean. That was a good sign for Alcaide. Split the pocket. But now, how do you get out of this area where the 2 is at? Does he split the gap between the 6 and 9? Come just above the right-hand side pocket? Oh, now it looks like he's going forward. He's measuring it out. As David mentioned just a little bit ago, we have a 30-second shot clock. He has 1 extension. Oh, this is well handled. Very well handled from there. Basically punched that ball forward 2 rails. Needs it to carry. Yeah, needs it to carry. What happens on this newer cloth is that cue ball bends very easily, but off the second rail, it's not going to bite as much. It kind of just dies. So if you're going to shoot that shot like that, you've got to hit it with more speed. We've seen it over and over and over. He should be okay. He can dig here. He's close to the ball. Oh, he's miscued. He's miscued, David.
Incredible. Yeah, unexpected, and just as he was starting to look good and starting to threaten to get on the scoreboard, it's always a bit embarrassing like that for the players, and he's going to do a little bit of work on the tip in the seat.
Yeah, it's pretty clever right there. Use the purple 5. Gained coverage from the 6, the 9, and the 7. Going to the long rail. 1 rail from the top end here. Needs to make contact. Is he going to get any love? Going to use the 7 and 9 again. And this pretty good. 6 getting him off from the right long rail below the side pocket. Going to get to the right long rail above the side pocket. He's going to bend this with a low cue ball to shorten it up. Watch the cue ball here. He's going to go right into the drink.
Wow, what a nightmare this is turning into for David Alcaide. Everything going wrong that can.
Not necessary. Really not necessary. To Ignacio's games, he gets so quick at times once down on the ball. He's going to probably leave a piece of this, if not all, of the 5. So a big reprieve for Alcaide. Very rarely, David, do we see an elite player with ball in hand with an open table get 1 ball.
Attention.
I think you can see enough of the 5 to bank it if he'd like. Looking to play it off the back of the 8. Is that as high a percentage as the bank? Well, I guess it is. Now what? Chipping off the 6, coming up behind the 7.
Pretty cagey rack this, but still an important one. Obviously Alcaide just desperate to get something going, get the break going into the next rack.
And David said, the heck with this. I'm just gonna let it fly, see what happens. I believe the bank is on here. He could possibly stun down. It looks like he's going to go up behind the 8. Or at least try and use the 7 and 9. Failed on both ends of that. This is a nice hit. Well, is it just not David's day? Can you see a piece of it? Wow.
That filler raga match has just started on the main table.
Got away from him a little bit. I think he felt like he could play a 2-way there, playing the 6 to the top left, staying close to the 7. This is the type of shot that Ignacio gets up for. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the hit. Still didn't get it there, Dave. But what a play.
Yeah. And no thoughts of certainly backing away.
Well, he is the type to cut this in without hesitation. Yeah, that's a bit weak. Alcaide probably looking to chip the top of the 7. Try and bring it down here behind the 9 and use the 8 as well. Or he could bank at it. Yeah, chipping away. Valiant effort. Still not straightforward. This ending up on the rail.
Well, it just got there. It's been a rather scratchy rack, this, but Alcaide just wants to be on that scoreboard and build from there with the break in the next frame. Sorry, the next rack, I should say. First time set frame all week. Could have left it easier. Yeah, but he still fancied him for it, so David Alcaide then won quite a lengthy rack there, and well, as we saw in the first match of the day, you know, it can turn around quite dramatically once the player's on the scoreboard, and he is. He trails 4-1. Of course, there's still a chance for the 3 Filipinos left to all win today. We've had 1 through already. The great Efren Reyes is here to monitor it all and no doubt inspire them. So let's see if that's the start of something or not. We'll see how his break is looking here.
Something we saw probably over a dozen times yesterday. The players asking to have the cue ball re-cleaned. Obviously, this is prior to the break. Intense focus by Alcaide. Needs something good here. Well, you can't ask for much more than this. The 1 is down. He's got a good look at the 2. And really, not a lot of trouble if he gets this 2 down. The 4 leads to the 5, the 2 leads to the 3, the 6 up by the 7. Just a matter of connecting the dots. Yeah, a little weak. Want to get another 2 or 3 rotations out of that. He should be fine going up and back. Very nice. I feel like he wants to come to the right side of the table here. That way he's always going back towards the 6. You don't have to contest with the 9. Yeah, this will be all right. A little awkward. Kind of like half straight in. He can draw back, I believe. I don't think it's steep enough angled where he has to punch down. Yeah, he can just draw straight back.
Feels like he's been battling to find something in the match, but you've got to battle, and in an event like this it's worth doing so. David Alcaide, very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, and I think that experience could really show up in this match. He's overdrawn it just a fraction. He's on the right side of the ball though, so that is good news. He'll be fine.
So this for his second rack on the spin. Alcaide has arrived in this match. He seems to have just struggled a little bit with the table, although of course he did play on it last night, so he has played a match on it pretty recently. But anyway, he's won the racket trials 4-2.
Are we looking at a similar pattern that we just saw in the last match? Mickey Krause was leading 4-0. Well, Ignacio was just leading 4-0.
Yeah, they both made a really confident start. It wasn't just the scoreline, was it? It was how good they were looking, the shots they were making, but that one turned around. There was, 9 racks in a row, actually. He lost after that, Mickey Krause, and lost the match ultimately.
How's this going to finish? Looks pretty good. I think he can manage the 2 in the lower left. Yeah, this isn't the end of the world here. Matter of fact, if he can contact the bottom piece of that 9, I think it helps him carry a line back over for the 3 to the top right. Can he get enough into the 9 to draw it? No, yeah, I think he's going to go forward, just catch a piece of the 9. Watch the middle pocket. Yeah, and that's not something he thought about. I didn't expect that he could go through it that cleanly either. So a little bit unlucky to come off the 9 like that and just go straight into the middle. Neither here nor there. Big opportunity for Jeffrey. Bit of a stroke shot coming up here. He's got to make his mind up. Can he play it to the short side, or does he want to really power it? Try and suck over to the right side of the 5. Yeah, so he caught more of a full ball playing it to the short side, and he's dipped below the 5 here. Is this so thin that he's worried about contacting the 9 up table? He can definitely cut it into the lower right. Might have to elevate. Yeah, and he is. Yeah, pretty good there by Ignacio.
So the scratch from Alcaide looking costly, as he was hoping to do what we saw in the first match, and once he'd won a rack, really get on a run. That stopped him in his tracks. Ignacio for 5-2. Yeah, it's shaping up so far to be a good day for the Philippines, isn't it? We've seen Yan Chu already through, of course Anton Raga on the main table, 1 each actually with Joshua Filler. Felt like a bit of a gift that. It was an unexpected moment. Alcaide not quite at the races yet, you've got to say, overall.
Yeah, I think that's a massive turning point, the scratch. It's going to be within 1 most likely. Now, down 3.
Just news from table 2, Shevchuk. He's 4-2 up on Shane Van Boening.
Oh boy. Spoke to Shane in the practice room today. He said he finally got some decent sleep. He was sleeping a couple hours a day for the first 4 or 5 days, and that's the tough part about this big time change and flight. He's got work to do over there. Good luck to SVB. Look at this, Dave. He's come away somehow with a shot on the 2. Alcaide motioning for a ref. Wow, very hard to go through that ball forward without double hitting it, but he did. That was pretty clean.
Yeah, very much so. Referee was lurking as well to make sure.
Now this looks wide. Wow, camera angle fooled me. Like to be right where he is now. After this 4. Don't know that he's going to risk getting that close to the 9. Nothing wrong with coming all the way up the left side either. Yeah, I don't know, Dave. This looks a little tricky. If it does play, he's coming into the purple at the angle where it could skid a little bit. That's why he's electing to go this route.
Taking his time extension.
Yeah, well, he's got a pocket down here on the lower right. Big moment for Alcaide. Oh, very big moment for Alcaide. What a clean strike that was. Comes away with a good shot on the green 6. That's just what the doctor ordered. If you're in the Spaniards' corner. Needs this to travel. Should be fine. Would have liked a couple more rotations. That might have to come. Felt like the whole time he was flirting with the 9. I was going to say he might have to come towards the 9 or the left side of the table. Wow.
10.
Going to the bank here. Just short. I'm assuming he had that in mind.
It sort of sums up the start he's made, really. I mean, the only impediment, obviously, to getting on the 8 was that 9, and he found it somehow. You could hear Marcel Eckhart calling out 10 and then 5 on the clock. Ignacio's taken an extension.
10.
This isn't going to end up easy. I wouldn't be shocked if Alcaide decides to bank this back down table and use the 9 as cover, or try to use the 9 as cover. He's taking a look at the cut, Dave.
Yeah, he's had a look at the angle for the pot. Big shot if he's taking this.
Yeah, and in your mind, when you're shooting that shot, you're kind of telling yourself, well, at worst, overcut the ball. 9 times out of 10, when you tell yourself that, well, that's what you do. And in all reality, he's trying to make the ball. Ignacio might take this bank on. And he has, and it looks pretty good.
Well, the key moment was Alcaide's shot from 7 to 8. Just covered himself on the 9, behind the 9, and here we go. This was 6-2. The little errors have got to be ironed out, haven't they, from the Spaniard? Otherwise, it's not going to be his day. It's just a few too many have crept in as the match has progressed. And 6-2, a handsome lead. 5 more needed for Jeffrey Ignacio to reach the World Championship quarterfinals. Van Boning now 5-2 down on table 2. Can watch that, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, table 2. I'm sure that people have got various screens going, trying not to miss any of the action here. Tonight we go down to 2 tables. Well, having said that, of course, the junior final will be on table 2 at 7 local time. And of course, we'll have the 4 quarterfinals on the main 2 tables. Ignacio 6-2.
And the 1 rifling in the right middle, 2 tracking up to the top. I believe the brown 7 is just out in front. The cue ball. Or the cue ball just behind the brown 7. Either way. Now, getting a look. He's open to the 2, Dave.
Yeah. I was with you. I thought it was covered initially. The referee quite rightly had to do his job and get in the way there, but now we can see it, and so can he.
Long bridge. And I teach that in some of my classes, a long bridge, and he was kind of forced to there due to the 8. Much easier to find a mishit on the cue ball. Very few people can get away with those extremely long bridges. Shane Van Boning being one of them, Earl Strickland. But nowadays, a lot of these guys much more compact.
10.
This very tricky. He's going forward. Is he going around first? He is. It's grabbed, new cloth, and it's in the drink again.
Things are not getting any better, are they, to say the least? Shake of the head, a sort of slow walk back to the seat.
Yeah, you've got to know there, Dave, if you're going to go rail first, you've got to catch the thin part of that ball. You catch the thick part of that ball, it's going to kind of bend, meaning the cue ball. It won't straighten out in time. That's how he found the middle pocket. Looking at the one rail angle over for the 6 off the 5. Things starting to slip away.
Yeah, the thing is, in this sport, you only need one thing to go wrong per rack, and that could be it. It is a cutthroat kind of game. And certainly ball in hand is deadly, or at least in theory should be.
So we still have Chua, Ignacio, and Raga in this event.
Yeah, representing the powerhouse that is the Philippines. Still going wrong for Alcaide. Another scratch. Inviting Jeffrey Ignacio to step in and make this winning run, which he has done. 7-2, he's only 4 away. It's very one-sided, this, and it's good value for the lead. He's been given a few helping hands along the way. Alcaide can get nothing going, and his fortunes need to change very, very soon, otherwise his World Championship run will be over for another year. Joshua Filler 2-1 up on the main table. Van Boning still 5-2 down on table 2, with a chance to win the 8th rack there. And of course, there is still a couple of matches to come in this round on tables 1 and 2. The main table has got just 2 matches, but we've got Fedor Gorst and Chris Melling after this one. And Victor Zielinski and Jacques Grillo will be on table 2 after the Van Boning match. Here we go, 7-2.
Yeah, contact. The 9 actually tracking to the left middle. Doesn't have the gas. Did he get a shot on the blue? And I would say no, but he does have something up his sleeve, most likely. Maybe getting up here behind the pink. He's also got the green to get behind, unless he wants to come all the way down with the 2, which isn't bad, somewhere behind the 8, maybe. Yeah. Well, still done well here. He's got a lot of distance. That 8 going to cause problems for Alcaide to get the 2 clear. That's why you see the head shake. Not too many places he can go with this. As a matter of fact, if the cut is available, you know, typically when you hit that cut pretty bad, or halfway decent, I guess, it'll come back over. It might be the best way to get separation and get away with a shot. Oh, and you could just butter it in. Back and forth here. All focus on making the ball. Nicely done. This is natural now. He's got a flick of the hand like he doesn't like it, but Don't make trouble that's not there, Alcaide. Thought he'd put a little check side on that to come more into the straight line. Put bright English on the ball, and it's kind of tracked more towards the left center than the straight line that I thought he'd be on. He should be fine. But now he's got to do a little more work with the cue ball. And that was exactly what he needed.
Well, so far, this is his best rack. He just needs to finish it off. He's won plenty in his career, and they won't all have been from winning positions. He'll have had to fight back in matches. That's the task he's got now. He's won this rack, you would feel. 7-3 then. Still in trouble, but he's got the break back at least. Two Filler and Raga now, and Ramboning's pulled one back, so it's 5-3 down on the far side of the arena. Good crowding actually today, mainly watching the main table in the middle. And I'm sure tomorrow, for the last day, we'll see plenty in. Give the players the atmosphere they deserve for what is going to be one of the biggest days in Nineball pool we've ever seen. With the prize money, the prestige. The circuit really has, of course, grown under Matchroom, and plenty more to come. So certainly for the young guys, it's a great time to be playing the game, travelling the world. As David Alcaide gets rack 11 underway, trails 7-3.
Needs a good break here. And that's a start. Yeah, he's not thrilled with the kiss, but this isn't bad. Get the 2 down. 3 is in a good position. You can play the 2 to the lower left, draw 1 rail out below the right middle. 1 ball at a time, David. Yeah, looked good there. Backswing was very fluid, not quick. Nicely controlled. Gonna go forward here for the pink 4 in the lower right. Oof, got the thin side. Taking a good look at where he wants to be. Yeah, it's now. You don't want to flirt with the 7, so I believe, depending on what line he's got, I believe he's gonna, well, I think he can still put it in the side. Playing it up in the corner position is tricky, so going to the left middle. Oh, very well handled. Most likely power out here. 1 rail below the left side pocket. Or, yes, below the left side pocket.
5.
Yeah, he's kind of did this earlier. Came up on the cue ball a little bit. He's got distance now. Big shot to come for David.
wanted to stay through that ball through the low end. He's kind of come up on it. Now, is he forced to come to the short side of the 8? Really quick in the backswing, David.
Yes, and he sort of kind of looks to the heavens.
And we've talked about it, and it's common knowledge. The long ball can be David's weakness at times. That was all a result of coming up on the cue ball, the shot prior. If he stays low and through the ball, he should have gotten nice and tight on the 7. So a big chance for Ignacio to extend the lead. Oh, wow. Missed the middle.
Ah. Well, he seemed to hit that so well, but just caught the bump. So came back for the 8 and stopped the cue ball in its tracks.
Oh gosh, such a good hit. So tricky to clip that ball that thin.
Yeah, and also to immediately have the composure to play that shot, having gone wrong. Okay, it's gone wrong, let's play a good shot, and he has.
Interesting. Just trying to leave distance here, really focused on getting that cue ball to the top rail. Yeah. Big opportunity for Ignacio here. Not what the doctor ordered for Alcaide.
Again, it was a rack where Alcaide had the chance. Another one is surely going to slip by. He just hasn't played well, let's be honest, by his very high standards, and time's running out now. 8-3. Ignacio steals another one. And he's only 3 away now from the quarterfinals. Van Boning 6-3 down now to Shevchuk on table 2. Filler 3-2 up and Anton Raga on the main table. The arena, just to explain, has been reconfigured. The main tables are still where they are, but the back tables have all gone, the outside tables that we've been using all week. So it's just a more sort of intimate feel, more serious feel. As Ignacio steps out, we will return when he returns. So Jeffrey Ignacio returning in a very, very strong position. 8-3, David Alcaide just sitting, contemplating things as his opponent prepares to break in rack 12. 3 away from the last 8 here.
One is down. Cue ball. Got kissed. He's going to get a look at the 2. And you see there the cue ball getting the flick off the bottom of the 9. Long, tricky shot on the 2. If you hit this too hard, I think you bend the cue ball into the back of the pink. If you can hit it smooth, there's a chance of beating it. Getting back down here for the 3. Hard to tell. Yeah, he didn't like any of it. Was concerned about going into the back of the 4.
Well, that 2 was could have finished anywhere, couldn't it? It was running around.
Oh, and that's actually a good point, right? I mean, it just seems like kind of how it's gone in the last 2 matches here. The one who's leading is getting the good fortune.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of dog let off the leash, wasn't it? It could have just finished up anywhere, but he didn't leave a pot.
Oh, wow. Pretty classy.
Yeah, he's refusing to let Alcaide see anything here, keeping the pressure on, because he knows he's under it.
Might have to hit this with a little pace to get some separation. Well, I don't know whether that kiss helped or hurt Alcaide. See what he had in mind. He's got most of it right. Alcaide can have a good 2-round kick behind this ball with some pretty good control. He's very good at this shot. Cue ball going to stay down here. Can't ask for much more. I don't believe this is makeable, and if it is, he's still got a lot of work to do. You notice the 6 and 8 pretty tight up there. Going to the jump cue. Looking to punch out here. He's going to have to deal with the green sooner or later. Will he do it off the 4? Will he just play through to the 6? Figure something out at that point. don't see really any future, David, in drawing into the 8 or 6 here because of where the 5 is at. I don't think you can get position. So he's looking at this line. Yeah, a little weak. Just a fraction. Not going to be thrilled with it. Might be able to catch the bottom edge of the 6 here, but he's not happy with it.
Just keep going.
So I think most important job right now is just getting this ball down. What's he got in mind from here? Going up behind the 9? Using the 8 at the same time? Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Well, he's left the 6. He's left the 6, David.
Yeah, he was sort of walking back, sort of gesturing to something. He just seems uncomfortable out there. He's uncomfortable with the table. He's uncomfortable with himself and the way he's playing. But
yeah, so he must not have been able to make the 6 in the lower right. So I think he was trying to hold him on the 8 and send the 6 around 4 rails there. Just kind of caught it too thin. Once again, with that extreme high ball on this new cloth, it's easy to flatten it out. Hard to get it all the way back down.
it was mighty thin and it stayed up. He was always going to, of course, if he missed it. Stay over that pocket. Ignacio may be surprised by the extent to which Alcaide is struggling. Frankly, it's not his problem. He's here to try and win the match. And he's getting closer and closer to doing exactly that. This is a bit of a nightmare for Alcaide. Ignacio once again picks up the pieces. So 9-3, and he's only 2 away now from the quarterfinals. We know that he'll play Efren Reyes if he does come through. And of course, Johan Chua awaiting the winner of the match on the main table between Joshua Filler and Anton Raga, which is currently 3-3. Raga looks like he's about to go 4-3. So the Filipinos having a great day so far.
Mentioned something, you know, and it probably does weigh pretty true. Efren Reyes in the building. I was fortunate enough to get to greet him as he pulled up outside, but that's got to motivate these guys, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it does. You want to impress him, don't you? It's as simple as that, really.
Absolutely.
A bit like having your mum and dad in the front row, isn't it? You know, you want to impress them. So here we go, 9-3.
Wow. Just short with the 1. Does he come between the 7 and 9 here? Oh, he's got room to just roll. Really, David, no excuse here. To not get out, he has to. Time is not on his side.
Exactly, it's now or never, really, isn't it? If he doesn't start here, it's not going to start at all. The comeback, it's still a massive ask, but it has to start here.
This will be alright. He can drop down just below the 9. This is good.
Well, all these players have a tremendous sense of professional pride. Even if they're struggling, cannot afford to let your head drop. Got to try and make something happen, fight tooth and nail, and just hope that your opponent might start to feel it. Alcaide, he's going to get the break back. Because he's won this rack, so 9-4. It was a very promising position when he came to the table, but he had to control things because he has been struggling this afternoon, but the afternoon's not done yet. I can tell you Shevchuk is now 7-4 up on Van Boning on table 2. Raga 4-3 over Filler on the main table.
Yeah, the last American hope. On this side, anyway. Needs to come alive. Better Gorst. Up later.
Yeah, he's going to play Chris Melling on this table, so we'll have that for you. Michael and Carl will be here for that, but will be streamed here after this match.
Oh no. The white chasing the 1 down into the left middle. Flick off the green 6. Par for the course for Alcaide. Steady hands, Mr. Referee. A little trouble with the 6 and 9. looking to flick off of the 9 now. Tricked me there. Going forward, boy, really accelerated. Can he draw back below the purple? Friendly rub. This is pretty steep. Looking to come 2 rails below the 6 and 9 here. From what it looks. No need to crash into either of those balls. If you get anywhere beneath the 6, it's trouble for Alcaide. Well, I said anywhere. Except there. There's a chance. Being elevated over the 7, something could go wrong.
Yeah, it's gone about as awkward as it could actually in terms of the queuing here.
Yeah, and that's wide. Is it going to drop?
I wasn't sure, but it's in, so that could be Alcaide's last chance to get back into this now, because it's surely going to be 10-4. Anton Raga 5-3. Of course, Chua's already won. What a session for the Filipino trio. Alcaide scratched from the break. And Jeffrey Ignacio's on the hill at 10-4. Well, anything can happen, of course, in sport, but if David Alcaide wins this match, I think we'll be talking about it for a while, because it's just no sign of it, really.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It just seems kind of stagnant on his side. And it was kind of that way last night against Shaw. That's, you know, that's just how scratchy that match was. Very intense match, very good match for the fans. But, you know, it was hit and miss.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Of course, no one wants to lose, but, you know, you can lose a match where you play really well and you go away feeling you've done nothing wrong. I think Alcaide would agree that it's not been the case this afternoon. Here we go then, 10-4. Ignacio needing 1 for victory.
Well, the 1 is down. Like usual, the 2 dressing up to the bottom right, I believe. Yes, and it has. The 3 passes the 8, David. Could it be curtains for Alcaide?
I think he would certainly fear so as he looks at the table. Not that he's doing that, he's actually looking away, but when he glances back, he knows it's a good chance for Ignacio. What a terrific display from him overall. He's done very little wrong in this match.
Well, look at this play. I really like the play. Rail first to wrap around instead of playing the 3 all the way to the top right. Pretty clever.
So all about holding steady to reach his first World Championship quarter-final.
He's the type of player that really doesn't allow enough time for anything negative to get in his head. It seems to me that every match he's played this week, and I've kept a pretty good eye on him, speaking of Ignacio, he's gotten stronger. Is Jeffrey ready to take this event down? He's 4 balls away from locking up $27,000 and a chance at a grand prize of $250,000. And to me, David, he's looked really good this match for the most part.
Yeah, there's been very few sort of unforced errors. You always get the odd mistake, of course, but in the key moments he's been very solid, actually. Not more so really than this. This is to win it. 2 more balls to go. David Alcaide will be very disappointed not to have produced better play, but hats off to his opponent here. Jeffrey Ignacio is into the quarterfinals of the World Pool Championship for the first time. Every credit to him. He held himself together superbly. When the chance came in the last rack, he took it out, and he is absolutely delighted. So a second Filipino is through to the last day, and coming up shortly, we've got Federal Gorst against Chris Melling for you.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration. It all would have been there for him. He's got
shot in the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
And welcome back to a very busy penultimate day of the 2024 World Championship. We're moving towards the conclusion of the last 16 ahead of the quarterfinals tonight. 4 players already through. We know that Deng Junhui of China, the only Chinese player in the field, will take on Johan Chua of the Philippines. And it could be an all-Philippines semi-final because Jeffrey Ignacio is through to play Eklan Kachi of Albania. So now it's all about the other half of the draw, and Shane Van Boening, the champion of 2 years ago, has got a real battle on his hands against Wojciech Szewczyk. The Polish player is leading 7-6. The winner of that will take on the winner of Victor Zielinski of Poland versus Portugal's João Grillo. That one is yet to start. We'll do so shortly after the Van Boening-Szewczyk match is over. And Anton Raga is currently leading the 2018 champion Joshua Filler by 6 racks to 3. Whoever wins that will take on the winner of this match between Efren Gorst and Chris Melling. And there is Yorkshireman Melling at the table. It's been a very eventful week for him. Earlier on, I saw him in the hotel at breakfast one morning and he could barely move. He had gout in his foot. He was on his way to the hospital, which was conveniently located next door to the hotel. And they gave him something there, and he was really hobbling around the table later in the day. But a few days on, he's moving a lot more freely, and he's still here. The only British player left in the tournament.
I was in the Players' Lounge 30 minutes ago chatting with Chris before, obviously, this match. He was telling me he's got a flight to China at 8 PM.
What, tonight?
Yeah, tonight. I said I don't think you'll be on that plane, son.
And what's he going to China for?
I can only think it's some sort of Chinese 8-ball or exhibitions or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, fair to say someone in China might be getting a call if Chris Melling was to pull this off. What are his chances then in this one, Carl?
Listen, he's always got a chance. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's second favourite, just the way both players play the game. You know, it's not Chris's full-time game. He dabbles in the old English 8-ball. He's been playing a lot of Chinese 8-ball. That's where Fedor Gorst is all in with the 9-ball. But listen, pool's a funny game. It's not like any other sport. You know, other sports, if you are the best, usually you win, don't you? That's not the case in pool. I mean, listen, I'm not saying Chris Melling is, you know, miles off Fedor Gorst. Of course he isn't. But just little things here and there.
So Fedor Gorst coming to the table for his practice rack, and what an adventure it's been for him so far in Saudi Arabia. Sort of adventure he could probably have done without. He lost his opening match to Mustafa Alnar, which was such a surprise. And then it's really been a battle all the way to get here. Got past Longduk Tien 9-7, Kyle Amoroto 9-8. Amir Ali, well, that was the most remarkable one of all. 7-0 down there and beat the Iraqi by 11 racks to 9. And it was a different story at last, really, in the last 32. Yesterday against Zhang Yulong, this time he did start well and built a bit of a lead and still ended up having to go a long way before getting across the line. Only by 11 racks to 10, so he's played 86 racks of pool so far. But have you seen much of Gorst this week, Carl? What's been going on in those matches? Has he been struggling to assert himself, or is it just a case that other people have played very well against him?
Yeah, I think people have played well, but I think he's just started off slow. He can't afford to start off slow here because Melling's not scared of winning. If Melling gets off to a good start, he's a phenomenal front runner.
Yeah, Fedor Gorst turned 24 on Friday of last week. It's already been some time, though, since he won this World Championship. He was a teenager when he took the title in 2019. Held it for quite a long time, of course, because the 2020 event never happened, like so many sporting events that year because of COVID. So we're heading towards the summer of 2021, the time he had to defend it. Has already won one tournament with the word world in the title this year. World Masters champion in Hildesheim in Germany. And about 6 or 7 weeks ago. So Shane Van Boning has levelled now with Wojciech Szewczyk at 7-all. Joshua Filler has won the 10th rack, and he really needed to. Couldn't afford to fall any further behind against Anton Raga. He is still behind, but it's now 6-4 in that. There was a point yesterday where it looked entirely possible that there might be no past winners of the championship still in it by this stage. Indeed, it was quite plausible there would be none in the last 32. So many of the big names have had one or more struggles along the way to this stage. As the last 9 disappears on the practice racks, it's time to get started for real.
Yeah, we've got huge screens in the arena, and just while we wait for this match to start, just glancing up, Filler's at the table, awkward long shot on a red 3, he's down 6-4. Michael, I don't know if you've been watching any of that match, but Filler's missed a couple of real easy balls.
Yeah, so a former champion in difficulty there, and likewise in that other match, because Wojciech Szewczyk has won the 15th rack, so 8-7 now against Shane Van Boning. So lots of big stories potentially developing here on this Friday afternoon in Jeddah, the second biggest city of Saudi Arabia. It's the start of a new era for this World Championship. Saudi Arabia have signed up to stage it for the next 10 years. years. We'll be in our 50s by the time that ends, Carl.
It's always good to start a match off on a positive note, Michael.
I think we'll thrive in our 50s, Carl. Maybe we'll have a few golden breaks in our golden years. Okay, so Chris Melling, the Yorkshireman, the only British player left in this year's World Championship, will start us off. Big task from him against the former champion Efren Gorst. Here we go.
Going to get a look at the two here. This will work out very handy. He actually breaks the balls very good, Chris. He pots the one very consistently. This is just the start you want in any match. The 5, the purple 5 to the green 6 is the key shot. Well, he's playing the combo. Little surprised, but maybe he just thought, yeah, the 5 to the 6 is a little funny. So it's the combo for a quick rack.
Yeah, very quick. So Chris Melling with the 3-9 already leads 1-0.
Yeah, has this been the story of Fedor's event so far? Things like this happening early on in matches.
Chris Melling, not quite the oldest player to make it to the last 16, but he's pretty close to it. 45 years of age. As you alluded to, Carl, he's very much a Q Sports all-rounder, but he does have big pedigree in Nineball. He won his first big title at the China Open back in 2011. Big money for that and a lot of prestige as well. He's won the famous Derby City Classic Nineball in his time as well and played in 2 Moscone Cups.
Yeah, I believe if Melling would have, focused on the one Q Sport, you feel he should have played in more than 2 Moscone Cups.
Well, a couple more wins here. He could be playing in another one in Florida come the end of the year. So it took Chris Melling 3 swipes of the cue to win the opener, and that's why he starts us off again in number 2.
The 2 ball again. Look, dresses up. Even in the corner pocket. This is just the start Chris would have wanted. Does he have angle? He's got down quick. That usually tells you. Yeah, the player does. Nice shot, bit of spin to get the cue ball down closer to his work. He's only got that little gap there though, so he's going to come back out past that green 6. That looks short of pace to me, Michael, because I think the previous angle it felt like you had to get past the 6. I thought he'd have actually come above the 6 then, just to leave a longer ping 4. Can he bend the ball in using the spin? That's what he's having a go. He's overdone it.
Yeah, and you feel once he'd got the early initiative, he had to hold on to it as long as he could, put some early pressure on Gorst, and that was unnecessary, running out of ideal position. Beat Chang Yong Lin to win this championship 4.5 years ago now, Efren Gorst.
Very good bank pool player is Gorst. It's a game you play on a pool table. First person to pot 5 balls, that's banking 5 balls, wins the rack. That's one of the games they play at that Derby City Classic, and He should have a go at the bank here. Yeah, well done. I know Fedor's been quite critical of these tables this week. He's not the biggest fan of them. Obviously, pool players, unlike the snooker world where they all play on the star snooker table, pool players from event to event play on different brands, and maybe that's got something to do with his early exit in the, you know, to get over to the losers side, if you like, and then obviously a few close matches. I think he's just been struggling a little bit with the tables. But he's a very nice cueist, isn't he, Gorst? He almost looks like he's come from the snooker world, the way he stands and he cues the ball. It's very unhook-like.
He's near an all-in 9-ball player. As you were saying earlier on, Chris Melling is not. Is that something that you feel Gorst can play to? Can he do certain things that accentuate that advantage that he has?
I think yes, but the split of the balls is where that would come into play. It all depends on what happens after the break shots. Listen, if Chris is getting chances and opportunities, that's what Chris is going to need. But you've already seen in the second rack, Chris had a good chance. He played the loose cue ball, and that's what Melling does, because he tries to mix all these cue sports up, and you're never going to be, you know, you're going to be a jack of all trades, aren't you? Not really a master of one, and that's pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, Melling needlessly ran out of position on the 4, ended up giving up a chance. Efren Gorst has swiftly levelled at 1-1 in the early stages of this last 16 match. So it's 7-4 now for Anton Raga against Joshua Filler, although Filler is at the table in rack 12, looking to make 8 and 9, which he should do. And he's travelled all the way up the table and half the way back again to give himself a routine 9. So Filler set to get back to 7-5 down. Shane Van Boning still trailing Wojciech Szewczyk by a single rack. That one is 8-7. Filler has indeed won rack 12.
Yeah, SVB was down quite a bit in that match. I think a 7-3 at one point. So he is back in the match.
I know it was certainly 5-2. Trying to keep an eye on so many matches here. Yeah, like Gorst, Melling took an early defeat. He did win his first match against Daniel Guttenberger, but then lost to Aloysius Yap in winners' qualification. Had to go to the losers' side, played an all-British match on the main table against Imran Majid. Had 7 dry breaks, but still won comfortably, 9-4. Also through easily enough against Tolian Han of Singapore, 11-4, and then he'll finish in the all-British clash again with Elliot Sanderson last night. 1-1.
Yeah, Elliot Sanderson was 10-8 up against Melling. He broke off dry. He never got back to the table, Michael. Elliot was distraught.
I think he scratched, didn't he, at 10-8 on the break?
Was it a scratch break? I thought it was a dry break anyway, whatever it was. From then on in, 10-9, Melling did back-to-back break and runs, and rightfully so, Elliot was distraught. You feel like you're so close and you just don't feel like you've been given your opportunity, but that is 9-ball in a nutshell.
Well, there's always a different context, I feel, with Elliot Sanderson, because he had a very good job outside of pool, working in the civil service. Gave that up to go full-time as a player, moved north of the border to Glasgow as part of all that, and of course when you've done all those things and taken those big risks, imagine the difference it would have made to him in terms of justifying that and making it all pay off to be here for the penultimate day of the World Championship, even in terms of the money and the ranking points. Sanderson at times has been a player who has really looked like he feels the pressure out there. You see all the heavy breathing, and he's famous for the big shouts at the end of matches, but against Chris Melling last night, in what was arguably the biggest match of his life so far. He looked very comfortable and played very well. I'll tell you who's also playing very well is Wojciech Szczewczyk, because he's won the 16th rack and is 2 away from knocking out the former champion Shane Van Boening and getting to his 2nd world quarter-final 9 years after his first.
Well, the round before the Sanderson and Melling match, Sanderson beat Roland Garcia, and after he potted the final 9, I don't know if you've seen the video doing the rounds, but he sort of looked at the camera, you know, the camera had gone over to the table, and he sort of shouted out, or kind of sung it to a degree. He went, "How good am I?" like that. That's what he shouted. I thought, I was laughing when I said the video.
Yeah, you see, some people don't like that. They think it's arrogant or cocky. I love all that stuff.
It's class. He just went, "How good am I?" like this, dead loud. Brilliant.
Well, the answer turned out to be pretty good because he played well, and Sanderson still has plenty of time to go on and have bigger weeks even than this in the future. But he lost to his fellow Yorkshireman, Chris Melling, last night. Melling, who had a chance to lead 2-0, could be about to go 2-1 down. Switched nationalities, and about 8 months ago now, Efren Reyes became the first player to have appeared for both sides at the Mosconi Cup, and he's a fully fledged American player now. Has been a Mosconi Cup winner in the past with Europe. In the COVID Mosconi in Coventry in 2020. He's also a winner of this rack with a break and run. Gorst leads for the first time in the match at 2-1. So, Efren Reyes hoping to be an American winner of the World Championship. Carl, how many have there been in the past?
Ooh, how many American winners? I don't think I'll get this right just because of the early era, but I'm going to have a go. Give me a rack.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
Balls anyway.
Yeah, as I said, Efren Reyes turned 24 this day last week. He was World Junior Champion back in 2017, and the following year won a big event in Italy. So his potential was known about, but it was still a huge leap forward to suddenly be World Champion the following year. Close one in the final, as I was saying earlier, against Chang Young Lin. What a time to be suddenly coming into your prime. Everything shut down for the best part of a year, and he then had his own issues with travel and all the rest of it, but back now as a full-time participant in the game's biggest events. He won one of them just a few weeks ago, the World Masters, and he's leading 2-1 here.
Break. I'm going to say 7.
7? 7 American winners of the World Championship? Nah. 4.
Well, I was thinking like Nick Varner.
Yeah.
Archer.
Yeah, Johnny Archer.
Strickland.
3 times, more than anyone.
Fedor.
Yeah, that's a grey area, isn't it? Well, he wasn't representing the US at the time. So that was the point I was making. He's looking to win it as an American.
Strickland.
I think you said him.
Have I said him?
Yeah. I know he won it 3 times, but you only have to say it once.
Say your list.
Well, Shane Van Boening's the other one.
Yeah, Van Boening. And then I was thinking Nick Varner. Did he not win it?
You said him already as well.
Mike Siegel. Surely he won it. He never won it, Mike Siegel.
4 American winners.
Johnny Archer. Have I said it?
Listen, you've done the list once. You don't have to do them all again.
I'm trying to get up to 7. I can't use the same player twice, is it?
No, sorry. No matter how many times they won it. And Archer did win it twice. Strickland 3 times.
I thought Mike Siegel did win it. That shocked me. And the reason why I said 7, I was going out on a limb thinking, did Buddy Hall or someone of that generation win it? Little thin one here for Gorst. It's one of them little nasty ones where you've just got to trust where you're aiming, and hopefully it kind of goes in. Wojciech Szewczak is 9-7 up over SVB, and he's at the table. It's Wojciech.
Yeah, not only is he at the table, but he's got 7, 8 and 9 at his mercy. You've got me doubting myself now, but I've checked it again. It is definitely 4. Anyway, back to this match we're watching here. Yeah, he was on the winning side, and both of his Mosconis in Las Vegas in 2011 and then in London the following year when he actually won the MVP. Unusual to go from being MVP to then not even playing the next year. In fact, he's not been back in the team since. Had a great record in singles. He played 5 matches across those 2 Mosconis and won them all.
Yeah, so the Gorst mistake.
Szewczak has taken the 7 and the 8. 8 was a little bit of a tester from distance, and he's finished absolutely perfectly on the 9. And so, Wojciech Szewczak is on the hill against Shane Van Boening. So you think back to the Friday of the 2022 World Championship. It was a slightly earlier stage of the tournament because we finished on a Sunday that year. Van Boening had the legendary comeback against Mika Immonen to win 8 in a row, and did it. Has to do half that today. Needs all of the last 4, or he's out. Anton Raga's added another one, 8-5 now against Joshua Filler. And Chris Melling taking his chance well there, and levelling against Fedor Gorst at 2-all. Of course, if Van Boening was to lose that match, then we could say that at the most there would be 1 player in the semi-finals who's won this before, because the other 2 former champions left in it, Filler and Gorst, if they were to win, they'd play each other in the quarters tonight. Big opportunities for so many people over the next few days to change their lives dramatically. Okay, so not your best effort, Carl, in terms of the number of American winners. Chris Melling is, of course, from your own country. So how many British players have won this?
2.
Very good. Going to tell us who they are?
Peach Appleton.
Yeah, Darryl Peach, 2007. Darren Appleton, 2012. Sounds like a sort of flavoured drink, doesn't it? Peach Appleton. Did you ever hear from Darryl Peach? I know he's not playing anymore. He's roughly your part of the world.
No, he's not involved in the pool world at all. Can't remember how long ago he's actually been since he unscrewed the cue. Time seems to just go so quick, doesn't it? It's probably getting on 10 years, I would imagine. No, maybe not quite that long, actually. 7 or 8 years of it. It's changed so much when you look at what's going on, hasn't it, as well?
You get these stages throughout these big field multi-table events where there's so much going on at one time. We're in the early stages here, but around us, two of the greatest of modern times, two of the greatest of all time, who've both won this championship in the past, are both trying to overturn 3 rack deficits towards the end of their respective last 16 matches.
Yeah, Joshua Filler's in a hole here against Anton Raga. Raga's an unbelievable player, very clever pool player.
Yeah, and if Raga wins that, it's 3 out of 3 for the Philippines players today. And they'll have nearly half the quarter-finalists tonight. So we talked about those 2 Mosconi Cups Chris Melling has played in. He's also been a regular participant in the World Cup of Pool. Famously in Brentwood a couple of years ago. Because Britain were the host nation, they could nominate 2 teams. Obviously Jason Shaw was going to be on the A team. And Elliot Sanderson, who we were talking about a few minutes ago, was picked to play alongside him. It was a bit controversial. Some people felt Chris Melling himself might have been on the A team. Well, instead he was on the B side with Imran Majid. He found a way to make his point because the B team actually won. So the Britain A team were the only side in that tournament to go out without winning a single rack. And after that, Melling and Majid went on to beat South Africa, but were knocked out by the eventual winner Spain in the quarter-finals. In fact, Melling's been in the World Cup quarter-finals 5 times, but lost there every time.
Yeah, that's a good pot from Chris. Cue ball on the rail to take care of that one.
Raga's let Filler back in with a decent chance here, a shot at the 3. Oh no, he hasn't. My apologies. Just it's a slightly obscured view. I'm having a look at it from another angle now. Raga has made the 3-4 combination. So scrap that. He's got the opportunity for 9-5, and you'd have to make him a strong favourite from there. Things like the opponent, the occasion, the circumstances don't really seem to make any difference to him. Nice work again then from Chris Melling. He'll be happy enough with the start he's made. 2 in a row for him, and the British player leads Fedor Gorst by 3 racks to 2.
All seems to have gone a bit quiet on the other table, table 2 that is. It seems to have been 10-7 for some time between Shevchuk and Van Boning.
Yeah, Van Boning is at the table in the next rack, but can't really see from our vantage point here exactly what's going on. Yeah, it's not just in team events that Chris Melling's got history in the Matchroom tournaments. In fact, it was not even 2 years ago he was in the quarter-finals of one of the very biggest events, the US Open. Lost there to Max Lechner.
Well, big news on TV table. Raga had a pretty easy table lay after the combo, Michael, and he's missed quite, well, a very easy 7-ball. He's let Filler back to the table. How big a moment is that going to be? We'll keep you posted if you just tune in. Yeah, and the other one. Melling's breaking well. No shot on the red 3 though.
Yeah, the 7 was left hanging for Filler, and there's always a bit of doubt as to what the cue ball is going to do, coming in and out of the jaws like that from distance, but he's played it perfectly to get in the 8, and now he's got a simple 9, so big rack that. Raga looked like going 9-5, instead it's now 8-6. As you say, no shot in the 3, but they've both made the 1 every time so far in the side. I'm just looking at Anton Raga now. He's sitting in his chair, facing hands. And you know he's having that feeling that players of every single level have. What on earth have I done there?
It's a similar ball missed to the 2 that Phil has missed, actually. Balls that you just would never expect these top players to miss. Yeah, I can tell you that the big screen's just flicked on to the SVB Shevchuk game. It's 10-7, Wojciech. He's jumping at the red 3 ball. He's missed a jump shot. And Van Boney's got a chance. So Chris played the push out. Fedor was putting back. I don't know if he's going for the pot or is he going for the bank or spinning it round. He's going for the pot. Yeah, he's overdone it. It was a big shot to take on. I'm not saying it was the wrong shot. He's obviously a phenomenal potter, is Melling. One of the best at potting the ball.
Such a tough route for Gorst to win the World Masters back in April in Germany. Fair to say, though, it's always going to be nowadays in that event. Took care of the 2 Austrians, Mario He and Albin Ocean, in the first 2 rounds. By a total combined score of 19-4. Much closer against Jason Shaw in the quarters, the semis, sorry. But from 7-all, Gorst pulled away with 4 in a row for the match. And then that extraordinary final against Joshua Filler, looking for a big title in his home country. Gorst was 8-6 down, won the next 4 to lead 10-8, then lost the next 4 after that. Filler getting to the hill. Gorst needed to win the last 3, and he did.
Well, big news on table 2. Van Bonen had an easy table layout. I've stood up just to glance at the table. He is not at the table, Michael. Shevchuk is at the table, and something tells me he's about to beat SVB. Under the radar a little bit, Wojciech Shevchuk. Yeah, Wojciech's got 4 balls left. Easy balls and all. Unless he does something pretty remarkable, SVB will be out of this year's World Pool Championship.
Wojciech Shevchuk, a player who always seems to get reasonably far in these big matchroom events these days without going particularly deep all that often. He was a quarter-finalist at the European Open last year, beaten by Anton Raga, in fact. He's been a quarter-finalist in this World Championship in the past. And he's now 1 ball away from getting to the quarter-finals here. What a big story this is. Shane Van Bonen finally winning the World Championship 2 years ago in Milton Keynes, with that win over Albin Ocean. Having been beaten finalist on 2 previous occasions, he came here looking to be only the 6th multiple winner of this title. But that ambition will have to wait for at least 1 more year. Wojciech Shevchuk has defeated Shane Van Bonen by 11 racks to 7. It's one of the very best wins of his life, and he will play either his compatriot Victor Zielinski or Portugal's João Griot for a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I actually think Wojciech Szewczak is the best Polish player. Not saying there's a lot in it, but I do believe he is. I mean, Victor Zielinski will have something to say about that, because he's about to play João Griot on that table, and as Michael's just told us, maybe it'll be an all-Polish quarter-final. This match, however, is brewing up nicely.
Yeah, and Fedor Gorst has made it level for the third time at 3-all. Yeah, so Shane Van Boening, since winning the championship 2 years ago, he's gone out in the last 16. 2 years in a row, it was Duong Kwok Wang who ended his hopes at that stage last year. And you know, you think back to when he won the world title in 22, that meant Van Boening had become only the 11th player to win both the World Championship and the US Open. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz obviously has since become the 12th. But since then, in 4 attempts across the World and the US Open, Van Boening hasn't been in a quarter-final of any of them, because he's gone out in the last 64 of the US Open for both of the last 2 years. Well, that is a very big story, and it does mean that at the most we will have one player in the semi-finals who's won this before. I mentioned that World Masters win that Gorst had. He's actually won another title since then. One thing that I think Poole has no equals in is the names of some of the tournaments. So how about the rally in the Shenandoah Valley? Just last month. It was a world ranking tournament, and Gorst won it, beating Roberto Gomez in the final. Three all then.
Cue ball's close. That was a good hit, wasn't it? And it's the cannon off the 9-ball, as usual scratch that we see. This break.
Yeah, maintaining the record between them of making the one in the side in every break so far, but accompanied by the first scratch. Good chance for Melling.
Great chance for Melling. 3-rail the cue ball like so. Can't really fail to get on the ball then.
Yeah, that US Open quarter-final run a couple of years ago. He's had another deep run in one of these events since then. UK Open last year. Got to the last 16. Well, he's already gone a couple of rounds further in the World Championship than he did in 2023. He was beaten in the last 64 by Aloysius Yap. Also went out at that stage in Hanoi to Alban Ocean. And went on to come so close to winning the title. I also remember last year he played in the Premier League and had a decent enough start in Leicester, but then the Premier League did to him what it does to so many players. He just went on a run where he could not find a win. He lost 6 in a row, 3 successive Hill defeats at one stage, and honestly I've never seen anyone look so fed up with the game as Melling was. He just felt everything was going against him. In the end he went out in the first phase with only 5 wins from his 15 matches.
Because he did not play for that pocket. There's no two ways about it. But this is a bit like Sufi in some regards. Cue ball can be a bit loose from time to time, but he's such a good potter and shot maker. He'll be very good with the rest as well.
Just as you say that, he misses one with the moose head.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's got a good snooker background. He's a very good snooker player, is Christopher. I was a little surprised to see that one stay up. As he got away with it, it's difficult to tell from that camera angle, of course. Kind of doesn't look like he's... It must be tight anyway, because Fedor would have played it by now, wouldn't he? So big moment coming up here. Still early days, obviously. Race to 11. Well, he did leave it. I would put Melling at the top of the list for being the best player with the bridge in the tournament. No one would come even close to Chris Melling using the rest.
Scratch off the break from Gorst, but he ends up winning the rack anyway after a bit of a lapse from Melling. So 2 in a row for the American. He leads 4-3. Now Anton Raga is at the table in rack 16 with a chance to get within a couple of victory. Looks like a decent chance as well. Still plenty to do. He's just potted the 4. He's got the 5 over the side, and well, looking at the layout, that would be really surprising if he didn't go 9-7 there. Joshua Filler had dreams of winning the European Open in his homeland in Fulda last year. Got to the semi-finals and I think was widely expected to beat Raga there, but his run was ended by the young Philippines player. Well, it looks like it's all gone wrong for Raga, because he's almost scratched in the side, just managed to keep the cue ball on the table. I think he's left himself a very tough shot now to follow, so there may be hope for Filler in that 16th rack. We will of course keep you right up to date. Back here, Gorst, 4-3 in front and breaking.
Drama all over the tables, as we would expect. It never changes. There's always drama when playing 9-ball. That's why I believe it's the best game on a pool table. It's the most exciting one to watch. You just never know what's going to happen, do you, Michael? Things just change. Looks like Melling's going to go 4-3 up with the break. A mistake comes from nowhere. Of course, it's easy saying that from the commentary booth. Never missed a ball from here, Michael. Even you've played great from this jet.
You never missed a ball when you were out there, Carl.
I don't know about that. What's Fedor got? It's hard to see, isn't it? It's the red 3 ball, that's the issue. I would say it doesn't go past the 8 ball. So you'd have to, well, how do you get on this 3? Not like that. He's hooked himself. Yeah, we're just watching that rack you were talking about between Filler and Raga. Raga hooked himself, very nearly scratched, got very lucky actually. And when he was hooked, he had to 3-rail kick the ball, he come out of it and he went safe. Filler played a safety shot, left Raga a long 6. Raga slotted it home, he's at the table, 2 balls left to go 9-7 up.
Yeah, 8 hanging over the corner pocket as well, so...
Does that go?
Yeah, Raga has potted that and a simple 9, so that's going to be 9-7 now. Filler running out of time to turn it round. Back here, Melling returns to the table. players who have made it to this stage are guaranteed 15,000 already. Usually in these big matchroom events you need to get to the final for that. Get through this round, you're guaranteed 27, and if you're still in the championship by the end of tonight, the least you can walk away with is $50,000 and a chance to multiply that by 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a very, very good, fascinating prize breakdown. Just means the players who are getting to this stage of the event, at least are winning some decent dollar. Hard to believe coming into today we were only halfway through.
5.
Yeah, in terms of the number of matches needed to end up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and of course, as each match unfolds, things are going to start to get more pressurised, because we're talking serious, life-changing money now, aren't we? And of course, it's the title. I know we keep talking about the money, but it's purely and simply because we've never really seen it like this in pool. But if you ask any player, they want to win the world title. You know, you play a sport, a cue sport, from a young age, and you're just desperate to get your name on that trophy.
I think from the money point of view as well, for any of these guys, $250,000 is a huge amount. But for someone like Gorst, who won about that last year and similar amount the year before, and is closing in on $1 million in total career prize money, and of course, who also knows he's got many years ahead of him to make his millions, it's not quite as life-changing as it is for, say, someone like Jeffrey Ignacio or Wojciech Szczewczyk. So that could be a factor as well if it's one of the very biggest names against someone from the B list, shall we say, with the greatest of respect, when we get down to the finish.
Yeah, Raga's missed the 2 balls, so Phil's back at the table. He's got work to do though.
Gorst has a bit of work to do here, but it looks like all in a day's work for him. Pretty routine from this position. 3 balls to make it 3 racks in a row. And Joshua Filler has just maybe snatched a little bit at a 2 from distance. Well, actually seems to have had a pretty good result there, because he's left Raga hooked behind the 4. Raga leading 9-7 there. Well, this match has never had more than a rack in it either way. Until now, from 3-2 down, Gorst has moved 5-3 up on Chris Melling. Victor Zielinski and João Grillo are now just getting started on table 2, the last of the last 16 matches. So it's not much more than an hour now until the quarterfinals begin, and I think it's safe to say we'll probably have that match still going on, and maybe even this one when the quarters get underway. The matches we do already know: Dang Jinhu, the Spanish Open champion, will take on Johan Chua, part of the Philippines team that won the World Cup last year. Another Philippines player, Jeffrey Ignacio, will take on Eklan Kachi. Of those 4 then, Carl, Dang, Chua, Ignacio and Kachi, one of them is definitely going to be in the final. Which of the 4 would you pick?
Eklan Kachi, he's breaking fantastic. And I always feel like a person who goes full power on the break and really gets all the balls moving has got more chance of potting more than just the 1 ball. I think it's worked. It's been very successful.
Kachi reached the semi-finals of the World Championship when he was a teenager. The man at the table won it in his teens, and he's won the last 3 racks of this match. Does As the 2 pass the 9.
There's a lot of options here for Gorst, just because of these 3 balls, the purple, the pink, the green ball.
Well, the 2 did pass the 9. Now he's on the 3 in the other side, but where does he go from there, Carl?
Again, he could try and slide over to where he's putting his Q-tip. If not, again, he's still got opportunities for the hook, just because there's a couple of balls near the pink 4. As he come far enough over. He's not bad. Can certainly do something with that. I'm so intrigued on the TV table at the minute.
Yeah, Anton Raga potted the 2, but he wasn't on the 3. The 9 was obscuring him just enough to prevent the pot. But now he sent the 3 into the middle of the table, and he's got Filler behind the 7.
Yeah, Filler's under severe pressure in that match. He just can't get back close, can he? Can't get back level.
And if he leaves ball in hand or a chance there, chances are Filler is going to give his opponent a route to the hill. Well, he's made the hit, Filler. He's left something, but could have been a lot worse, Carl.
Yeah, we'll let you know how this rack ends up. Fedor Gorst played a loose positional shot, tried to come off the edge of the 6, didn't quite hit it hard enough. He's trying to get the cue ball locked in behind the 6. It could have been better. Yes, he's got the hook, but Chris can play the jump shot. If the cue ball's on the 6, he can't.
Yeah, I said could have been worse for Filler, because although he'd left the 3 on, wasn't guaranteed Raga was going to pot it and get on the 4, but the Philippines player has played the shot well and now has a wonderful chance to lead 10-7 there. And wouldn't it be amazing if Filler was to lose that, and after all his travails this week, Fedor Gorst ended up being the last former world champion still in the championship.
Yeah, this was the problem with the safety from Gorst. He could have easily got the cue ball right in behind the 6. Because he didn't, he let Chris control the jump shot and he played it beautiful. Beautiful kick shot from the Ghost. Anton Raga is on the 9 ball to be in a similar position to SVB that he was, because SVB was 10-7 down. It didn't work out for SVB as he got beat 11-7.
Yeah, and it's a 9 that Raga is quite simply not going to miss. So is it going to be Fulda revisited? It's Joshua Filler's dreams ended by Anton Raga. Filler has got to win the last 4 there. Back to this one.
Well, just look at where the purple 5 has finished. Chris kicks it, tries to play the shot he played, but of course he didn't want the purple 5 that close. Boy, if he's going for this, this is such a low percentage pot for Gorst.
10. 5.
There's always a big second favourite there.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised he didn't play with loads of right-hand English and get the cue ball on the top rail. That way, if you miss, you don't leave a pot.
Yeah, he's opened the door a bit now from Melling. British player was keeping pace early on. He's fallen off it a little. This is a chance to get back right on Gorst's heels.
Two rails for the 8. He's going to be back to just one behind.
Chris Melling does indeed close to 5-4 down. Anton Raga breaking on the hill at 10-7 against Joshua Filler. He's got 2 balls down, but I don't think he's got a shot at the 2. Chris Melling did have a shot at the 9. He'd done all the hard work by then. That was for the rack, so back to 5-4 behind. It's just one of those scenarios where it feels like, although this is a very big match in itself, obviously, it's all been a bit overshadowed in the arena here in Jeddah at the moment by everything else going on. The big story of Van Boning's elimination from the championship at the last 16 stage for the 2nd year in a row, and the possibility that Joshua Filler could follow SVB through the exit door within the next few minutes. As I said, Gorst has really been back as a full-time fixture in the big events, and throughout 2023 he was always, it seemed, or nearly always, getting near the end of tournaments.
As you can see the bottom edge of the 2, Chris will be playing a push. Yeah, you could see the bottom.
Joshua Filler has attempted to pot the 2 in rack 18 against Anton Raga. He's missed it, he's left it hanging, but he may have had a bit of a result. Oh, I'm looking at it again, he hasn't. He's left this on. This is Raga's chance.
Gorst will be kicking himself with the kick shot there. That was a shocker. Hit it too full. He was trying it at the bottom side and then get the cue ball back on the bottom rail. So he's going through his own little moment here, just as Filler is, because Raga has got a wonderful chance to knock Filler out of the event. I wouldn't say it's a big shock. Obviously Raga got to the final of the Spanish Open. He's a serious contender for this event. He was coming into the event. He's a feared player in the Philippines. Melling's missed a 2 ball. Melling's got lucky on the 2 ball.
Meanwhile, Raga 4 pots away from victory now, and he's on the 5.
Yeah, he's a funny little player, Raga, and he's like very fidgety around the table. He's constantly going back, wiping the cue.
Don't Probably goes through a block of chalk in every match.
Yeah, he likes to chalk the cue. What seems like an eternity.
Really, you don't want to say it's all over till the last 9 has gone down, but it does have that feel about it now. Raga has got 3 very routine pots standing between him and a famous win.
Yep, he's a stone cold killer. He's Anton Raga. He doesn't make a mess of these opportunities.
Well, he knows it's over now. He's got a simple 9 in the corner. Joshua Filler's wife Pia, who played in this championship and was 1 rack away from single elimination. It's her 26th birthday today, but Anton Raga has spoiled the party. He's beaten Joshua Filler 11-7, and the German, who was so strongly fancied to win the championship for a second time, 6 years after his first, is out.
Yeah, back to our table. Fedor. Another poor kick shot, to be said. So, we've lost SVP. And we've lost Joshua Filler.
And so, incredibly, having come so close to going out of the championship on several occasions and having lost his opening match right at the start of the week quite heavily, the only player left in this championship who's won it before is the man currently at the table.
Yeah, Joshua Filler, he needs to go back to the drawing board for me. Oh, what a shot he's played there. A bit fortunate it didn't scratch, but listen, you could see the curve on the cue ball to hit it. As I was saying, Joshua Filler's got to go back to the drawing board. I feel like he needs to change something up in his game. The World Pool Masters final where he lost to Gorst, he had 7 break and runs. He had a lot of chances early on to really get a huge lead in that match. He made errors, silly errors though, not like you know, coming out of kick shots and just being a bit unlucky, or that shot for instance with Chris where it's not an easy pot, is it? You could see how close Chris got. It was a great effort, but just silly little errors, and he's done the same there as Joshua Filler early on in the match. He's missed 2 easy balls.
Well, you think of that great run he had round about this time 2 years ago when he won the UK Open and the World Masters. What's he won of that scale since?
Yeah,
nothing.
And it's same with the UK Open. He had that chance against Capito, didn't he? I just feel like, and I mean it with all the respect in the world, because I'm Filler's biggest fan. I think he's unbelievable, but I feel like he should just be winning.
He should be winning a lot more, yeah. He's had a really good career already. He's still so young. He's not even 27 yet. There'll be many more good days ahead, but it's like we've spent the last 2 or 3 years waiting for Filler to really assert himself as the best in the game. And you think back to what Francisco Sanchez Ruiz did, sort of 2021, 22 into early 23. That's what we were expecting Filler to do. Hasn't happened yet, and it won't be happening here. His quest for a second world title will run into 2025.
Yeah, believe me, Fedor Gorst, he will know Filler's just been beat, so that will maybe just making him sharpen up. I know that sounds a bit mental, but it does. And you could ask the players, and Fedor might say, oh no, I don't think about that, but it's a load of rubbish, that. Absolute rubbish. He will know that he's playing the winner. So Raga awaits the winner of the Gorst Melling match. The match we're watching, Gorst's great opportunity to go back to in front. Another foot on the cue ball. These would have been unmissable. Now he's just got a little thin one to the centre. Got to control the cue ball as well. I presume he was playing for centre pocket, Michael. Maybe we were playing for the top left and he's just slightly overrun it. I don't know. There's a great angle of the Gorst cue action. So Melling also has a good cue action, but Melling has this real long pull back, and as the hand comes back, he's His hand opens up on the back of the cue.
Well, he isn't exactly powering away here, but having been 3-2 down, this is going to be 4 of the last 5 racks for Gorst. And once again, he's too clear. Gorst leads Melling 6-4. So we were talking about how this match was being a bit overshadowed by everything going on with Van Bonin and Filler. Well, now it's very much taken centre stage. There's another match that I'm not sure we've updated you on at all. And that's the one going on table 2 between Victor Zielinski and João Grillo of Portugal, who's arguably the most surprising player to feature in the last 16. Well, Zielinski is off to a good start. He leads by 3 racks to 0. He's been to the last 16 a couple of times, Zielinski, one of them as a teenager. Well, it's wide open now, isn't it? All the people who have a chance to, as we said, change their lives and certainly change their careers over the next few days. And you know, the world ranking system that's been in operation for about 2.5 years now, it's all based on prize money. And because this is so far ahead of the prize money for anything else, when we all wake up on Sunday morning, it's going to be to a very different world ranking list. It's going to have been given such a huge shake-up.
Yeah, we will lose our world number 1, who's had it for 2 seasons, I would say. 2 years? Is it over 2 years? Or
I don't think it's quite a full 2 years, but it's not far off it. 6-4 Gorst.
just losing the cue ball a bit, isn't he? He's potting the 1. Cue ball's kind of like coming off this rail. Yeah, coming down lower. I think he's got a good chance to lay the hook.
The other thing, of course, talking about rankings, not only is Gorst now the only past winner of the title left in it, he's the highest ranked player at number 2. Victor Zielinski is the next highest at 11, so Gorst, the only top 10 player still in this.
Well, we just had a sudden change in the volume of the music then. Seems to have gone up a notch or 2. I don't know what's going on. Melling's waiting.
Well, you know, you watch Q Sports long enough, you'll see matches being delayed and halted for all sorts of reasons. This is a new one on me. I think perhaps the DJ thinks play's over because it's finished on the main table. And Chris Melling seems to find this a lot more amusing than Efren Reyes does. Federer just wants to get on with it. Chris looks like he quite fancies getting up and having a dance to it. Anyway, that all seems to have been dealt with now. Back to business. Another one on the board for Victor Zielinski. 4-0 now over João Grillo, player who's come on a huge amount in the last year. Grillo he was at the Spanish Open. He really made his name, got to the last 16 there.
Well, I went over to speak to our floor manager then, Mike. You should have seen Marcel Ecker. He could belt him around the corner 100 mile an hour. I think he should be a sprinter, not a referee.
Yeah.
2 real kick. Oh, good effort, Christopher.
Marcel doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Not that playing music in the arena is nonsense, but we didn't want it turned up to that level during the match.
Yeah, it's almost like TV game finished and somebody thought
Yeah.
all the matches were done. Anyway, back to the action. Good kick, Chris there. That just gives him, you feel like, another visit to the table. If you miss the two, obviously, ball in hand.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about Melling being such a good snooker player. He was number 79 in the world. Now, for anyone who doesn't follow snooker, that might not sound like much, but you have to get to a massively high level of play, and he beat some very good players during his professional snooker career, including Luca Brissell, last year's world champion, Peter Ebdon, former world champion himself, and other ranking event winners like Matthew Stevens and Nigel Bond. He's from that wonderful Yorkshire Q Sports tradition. Great players in both codes. Darren Appleton, of course, is a Yorkshireman as well, and in the snooker world, Yorkshire's always produced great players. World champion Joe Johnson. The world and UK championships are both played in Yorkshire. It's always been massive for snooker and various forms of pool.
Well, let me tell you, if Chris can't pot the two, Gorst has been lucky there. Oh my. Yeah, I was just thinking the snooker players from Yorkshire. Paul Hunter.
Yeah, from Leeds, who sadly passed away in his 20s. Won the Masters 3 times. Kelly Fisher, of course, who was a world champion at both snooker and pool, which she still is obviously very involved in.
Just overcut it. It was a chance he could pot it. That will frustrate Melling as he goes back to the chair. Darryl Peach was born in Yorkshire. I was actually born in Bradford.
Yeah. You're a bit of a mixed bag, really. Didn't you live in Manchester for a while? Yeah. Now, of course, very much associated with Blackpool.
That's why I've got this weird kind of accent going on.
So we can add you to the list of Yorkshire Q Sports greats.
Well, it's just not about greats, but yeah, Gorst has got to recognise he's been a bit fortunate in this couple of kick shots, and the fact that Melling didn't pop the ball, so this is a good chance for Fedor. Just got to get a nice angle on this purple 5 and then make sure he doesn't do anything silly getting onto the green 6, because he's not got a big window over there.
Sort of feels like a big opportunity for Gorst, doesn't it? If he could get to 7-4, it feels like he's starting to shake off his older opponent. He might just pull away from there, and goodness knows, Gorst might actually win a match comfortably this week. Certainly not been the story of his championship so far. None of his last 4 matches, the 4 that he's won after that opening defeat, have been won by anything more than 2 racks. Well, this could have been friendlier.
Sort of forget about the cue ball though, because of where the 8 is. Oh, and he's hung over the pocket.
What a difference that makes it staying on the table. The 7 drops. It's 7-4, surely. But now, Melling with the opportunity to get back to 1 behind. But we always say it, shooting from distance when the ball's over the pocket. You can never guarantee what the cue ball is going to do.
Yeah, the 8 is near a pocket, so that should make life a little easier. Wow, how do you like that?
Yeah, very nice. Strokes in the 7, sorry, the 8. And that will be a routine 9 in the side. So Chris Melling is not going away here. He's only 1 behind against Federer Gorst. That's 6-5. Now, update on Viktor Zielinski. He's continuing his wonderful start. He now leads João Griot by 5 racks to 0. And may well be heading for an all-Polish quarter-final against Wojciech Szewczyk, who, in case you don't know, knocked out Shane Van Boening a little earlier. A few of the Polish players actually at the moment are in partnership. They're opening a big club with 25 tables, plus snooker and darts as well, in Bytom. Planning to open that very soon. I know Mieszko Fortunski and Konrad Yasusin are involved in that. I think some of the other Polish players might be part of that enterprise as well. It'd certainly boost a new club opening if Poland was to have a world champion. And well, even as I was talking there, it looks increasingly likely that Poland will be guaranteed a semi-finalist, because Zielinski has now added another one and leads João Griot 6-0. Back here though, it's a different story. Melling breaking and looking to get level.
I know we keep talking about these moments, the back and forth moments, but they truly are, because Chris made the mistake in the previous rack that let Gorst in. Gorst did not capitalise. Gorst missed that 7. Chris dished up, and then now Chris has a chance to tie the match up. Didn't want the 2-ball in. Not saying it's like horrendous it's fell in, because he does still have a pot here, but you can see he would have been a lot better on this red 3 if the 2 would have stayed over that pocket. Big pot here for Christopher Melling. No, never looked in, hit the rail. You could just see it hit the rail too quick. This match is just going back and forth, isn't it? Both players feeling it a bit now. They know Filler's gone out. Of course, Raga is a cool operator himself, but Filler's a, I don't know, the name Joshua Filler scares a lot of pool players.
10.
Easy to hit this all wrong when the cue ball starts to fly. Yeah, well controlled.
The thing with Raga is, you might say, well, he's not used to being at the business end of these big events, but you think back to the European Open, everything about that event and the style of it and the venue and everything, it was all new to him, and he didn't really even seem to notice he was 1 rack away from winning it in the end.
Yeah, it was that shot, remember, where he tried to cannon the ball off the ball.
Yeah.
The very last rack. If that had gone in, he'd have been the European champion.
Yeah, and it stopped on the edge, didn't it?
Yeah, that's how close it was. So yeah, he might not have won, but in some ways, does it really matter?
Yeah, he showed his credentials, his ability to deal with everything. He's one of these people who just seems to play pool. He's not really all that bothered, it seems, about who he's playing, what the score in the match is, what the setting is. He just gets on with it. Of course, that's the mindset you want.
The last couple of racks look like they're going to go to the player who kind of should not have won them.
Yeah, and that was one of those moments you feel we might be looking back on at the end of this and saying that was the biggest moment of the match, in a sense, because Melling had an opportunity there to turn around a situation where he looked like he might be about to go 7-4 down, to instead, about 5 minutes later, being level. But thumped the 3 into the rail. That caused him to miss the pot. And for the third time in the match, Efren Reyes leads by a couple of racks. 7-5 now in his favour. João Grillo is not going to be whitewashed in his last 16 match against Victor Zielinski because he's won rack 7. Zielinski's lead is now 6-1. So we're only about 3/4 of an hour away now from the start of the quarterfinals. There certainly won't be much time between the end of this round and the start of that one. In fact, one or both of these matches could still be going on when they start the quarters, so safe to assume, I think, that the other matches will be put on first. In fact, I can tell you, first up on the main table tonight is going to be Efren Reyes against Jeffrey Ignacio, while on the table we're watching here, it'll be Dang Junhui against Johan Chua. And then the other two quarterfinals will follow straight after those two. This is the last day that there's more than one table in operation. The semi-finals will be played back-to-back on the main table in the early stages of Saturday, and then the final tomorrow night. Race to 15, and that's an increase, but actually that ranking event that Gorst won in America last month, that was race to 15 in the final as well. So he'll be used to the distance if he gets there. 7-5.
Again, the cue ball, it's coming off the side rail and it's flirting with his bottom corner. Watch it come off. You see it come there? He's not quite hitting the break how he wants. Fair enough, he's making the one ball. But at some point you feel like he might find a scratch on the break. I wouldn't be surprised to see that come soon. Held his hand up because he feels he got fortunate to have this shot on the blue too.
Yeah, it did have a scratch in rack 7. Other than that, though, they've all turned out well in terms of making something. Okay, so this is a chance for Gorst to finally take a really firm grip on this match. As I said, he's been a couple clear 3 times now. If he wins this rack, it'll be his biggest lead yet, and he might just start to see that target of 11 appearing on the horizon.
Used to hate these shots. Just playing a little cutback. He's lost the cue ball here. Oh, I didn't see the pink 4, Michael. I do apologise.
And we talked about Gorst late last year becoming the first player to have played for both sides in the Mosconi Cup, and although it was a heavy defeat for him and his new American teammates, I think his involvement was one of the positives of the week. You look at the 3 points USA did manage to win. Well, he was involved in 2 of them, and together with Shane Wolford, they almost beat the 2 Spanish guys, FSR and Alcaide, only beaten in a hill-hill finish.
Just got to take care of this 5 ball, which he slams home. Just lost a cue ball like this has been the story of the match. You can sense Gorst feels like he should have a better lead than 7-5, so he's just trying to grind his way to a 3-rack lead here. I'm convinced when they see Joshua Filler exit the event and they know they're going to play the winner.
5.
It's made a little bit of a difference. Oh, he's dropped his shoulder. This is what I mean. You can just feel it. He's got away with one. Could have gone anywhere. But at least Chris is back to the table. He'll be kicking at the green 6.
Gorst will be kicking himself. He passed up the opportunity to build that big lead.
Yeah, just that shot from the 5 ball, he just made himself have one of them little weird ones where you can drop your shoulder. He's talking to himself a lot. Actually, the kick shot sets up nice for Chris. Didn't realise he could get through the gap at first. He'll kick and stick him here. Gorst will be in trouble. Yeah, the kick and stick was there. He's not quite hit the 6 how he wanted, but as long as he's got the cover, wanted to hit it a bit harder. Might be able to see an edge, Gorst. He's bringing the jump cue as well, just in case. Looks to be okay though. The last 3 racks, Michael, players have had an easy finish and just not get out. Ended up losing the rack. Well, how about that for a shot? That was SVB-esque. He's fired it in the pocket. Could he even see it, or did he jump over the 8?
Well, that'll be the only way in which he wants to emulate Van Boning this afternoon, because the American's been knocked out. But yeah, wonderful shot, and that should set him up for an 8-5 lead.
I think you'll see Gorst take a timeout after these 2 balls. Bit of frustration on the 6 ball as well. Look at what he's left himself here on the 9.
Should make it, but you don't want to leave yourself with these questions to ask, absolutely.
No, you're just giving yourself too much to do. Just get the cue ball way up near the centre line of the table.
This to lead by 3. And managed to recover the situation in the end, and now he needs 3 more to advance.
That 9 ball reminded me of the 9 ball Chris potted to beat Sanderson. It was the exact same shot. Chris potted the 8, didn't quite hit the 8 hard enough, but Fedor's waiting clean. I don't know if you've seen the replay of that, but Elliot was showing me after the match. I couldn't believe the 9 fell. Yep, I knew the timeout was going to come there.
You know, you were talking there about players talking to themselves, and we had it arise during the rack. I was recently watching the clip of the World Final where Earl Strickland successfully defended it by beating Nick Varner. Still the only time anyone's ever gone back-to-back. And the players are mic'd up. And you can imagine what that was like with Earl. Every single shot he was saying, oh, I'm out of position. Oh, no, I'm not. Then the next shot he's saying, oh, I can't believe that guy's camera went off just when I was down on it. It was just incredible. Everything. It was like he was doing his own commentary. The other thing I noticed, the players were still wearing waistcoats and bow ties.
Wow. Right, Michael, Scott Frosty's going to come in the booth to finish the match. It's all getting a bit too much for me.
Can't handle a long shift at his age. Carl Boys is out. He's got other matters to attend to. And Scott Frost is going to join me in a moment. João Griot's won another rack. He's back to 6-2 behind now against Victor Zielinski. Is that going to be the start of a big turnaround? You've changed your mind, Carl. You like me after all.
Yeah, that was a quick change. Scott told me that he's just come out of a coaching session with some of the Saudi Arabian juniors and Efren Reyes, and he said he needs to eat. I said, oh, you just carry on, pal. I'll finish the game.
Well, Fender Gorst will be hoping that he can finish it himself. Significant moment now, 8-5 in front. Suddenly he's starting to see victory in his sights. He was so consistent at doing well in these big matchroom events last year. Quarterfinals of the Spanish Open, quarterfinals of the European Open, where he was only beaten Hill by Joshua Filler. Quarterfinals in Hanoi, close one against Jason Shaw. Best of all, though, was the US Open, where he got to the final, and it looked like he might win it when he led Ko Ping Chung 6-3. Didn't win another rack after that. 10 in a row for Ko to win 13-6. Did win a couple of big events in America in 2023. Not the full-scale majors like this, but Derby City Classic, where he beat Shane Van Boening, and the Turning Stone, where he beat Mika Immonen in the final. Both world ranking events, and he won the Perry Open last year. Beat Michael Feliciano in the final. In the semis, he'd beaten Anton Raga, who he may be playing in another race to 11 later this evening. Yeah, the Perry Open was played in Hanoi just before the Hanoi Open itself, and again, it wasn't a major tournament, but you look at the field, it might as well have been. Pretty much all the big names lined up for that before going on to the main event, the Hanoi Open itself. So he really was super consistent throughout 2023. But I guess he would have swapped a lot of that to win one of the biggest titles. He has won one already this year, the World Masters, the game's premier invitational event. Well, there's no way Chris is getting that flight to China tonight, whatever happens. It leaves in an hour and a half. After losing 2 racks in a row, Viktor Zielinski has won the 9th, so he now leads Zhao Griot 7-2. The promised land of the quarter-finals of the World Championship. Now just 4 racks away for Zielinski. A player who we've been talking about so much in recent years. I think we all thought 23 was going to be a huge breakthrough year for Zielinski. Win a big title, maybe make the Mosconi team. Wasn't to be. So, Fedor Gorst back at the table and looking for 3 more racks to go through to the quarters.
Yeah, let's have a look at the cue ball. It's been losing it a little bit on the break. That's better, a lot better. Look at the difference, Michael. Look what you get blessed with off the break when you hit them good. Obviously it's a percentage game, you're not always going to get these splits, but it does seem to work out a little better.
Yeah, and if there's been a better break than that in this match, I certainly can't remember it.
Sliding up the left side of the table. The 6 ball will go as soon as this ball disappears. Alongside the World Pool Championships, we've had the Saudi Junior Championships, Michael. Well, the final will be at 7:30, so in an hour's time roughly. And we'll be showing you that junior final on this very table. It's between Ivan Rudenko and Felix Vogel. Table 2, Michael's just informed me, so you still can watch it on YouTube.
Well, I'm guessing it's on table 2 because there'll be a quarter final on this table.
Right, yeah. I know they're showing it anyway.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking at the date and all sorts. It's all going on here. It's the 7th. Yeah, it's definitely on at 7:30.
You've definitely got the right year, yeah?
Got the right year. I know it's in one of the arenas, put it that way. Yeah, I was getting a bit excited then. I'm thinking semis, it's quarters, isn't it? Anyway, this is just the break Gorst wanted after his little time out. Working with Johan Royschnik, and Johan walked out the arena as well. I'm sure they had a little chin wagon. Johan and said a few words to him. And now this is turning into a healthy lead, isn't it, Michael? It was all very close and a bit back and forth.
It's going to be his second break and run of the match. The other one took him into the lead for the first time in the contest at 2-1. This has given him his biggest lead yet, and Gorst only needs a couple more. You know, we talk about the junior events and it's become a bit of a cliche to say, oh, some of them are frightening how good they are when you consider how young they look. But it's become a cliche because it's absolutely true. I mean, I'm not kidding now. At the Spanish Open last year, there was one kid there who looked 3. He looked about 3 years old. Now, he wasn't 3, obviously he was a bit older than that, but it was just surreal seeing someone who could play the game properly looking so young. And my word, how it will stand to these guys. It's not like when they turn up to play in these big open events for the first time that they won't have seen anything like the setting. They'll all have played in it over and over again, the very best of them, because we have so many of these junior events now. It's all positive. And it's something that you just know in 2 or 3 years from now we'll be talking about players and commentating on them in last 16s and quarterfinals and saying, well, this player first came to our attention when he won or got to the final of one of the big junior events. What age did you start playing?
I was 14 when I started.
Really?
I was quite late, really.
Two more to be the only former champion in the quarters. He's got through them there, but as the 9, giving Melling a bit of help.
Yeah, and plus the 3.
Maybe not.
Yeah, it's a little thin one, regardless, even if you can see it, he's got to play a really clever, safe positional shot, hasn't he? He's got to go side rail, long rail, and then find a window back down the bottom end of the table. The good news is the pink 4 does go in both the bottom corners, so he can choose the route he feels he's more guaranteed, whether that's down the left side of the table or coming down the right.
This match is starting to feel like a lot of the matches he won on the way to the US Open final last year. An opponent he was expected to beat, who did well to stay with him for a considerable period, but then Gorst got it done with a bit of distance in the end. That applies to his matches against Sanyan Pelovanovic, Carlo Biado, Robbie Capito, the semi-final against Alexa Pechelj as well.
Yeah, coming down the right hand side of the table, big bounce helps, that's fine. Got to really dial down here, make sure he clears the table. The difference in 9-6 with your opponent breaking compared to 10-5 with you having the break is, it's almost like 1 foot in the quarterfinals this evening. The cue ball stops or rolls another inch. He's won the rack. Left himself jacked up. Probably can't do much with a cue ball. He's tall, Fedor, so reaching it should be okay. Because of the positional shot, Michael, the rack has turned on its head here. He's got to knock a good ball in now. It's amazing what cue ball control can do. In practice, he'd have knocked that finish in 10 out of 10 with ease. Chris knows he's sat in his chair thinking, well, could have been a lot better on this 7. Got to knock a good ball in here. Come over for the 8 ball. There you go. He's missed the 7 ball. Absolutely incredible what you see on a pool table. It really is, Michael. The finish is just all there. Two rails with a cue ball. Leaves himself jacked up. Yeah. Got to flick off it, play safe. Didn't have a choice there. Didn't get left a pot. Surely he's not left the edge. Surely he's not left the edge. If he's left the edge, Fedor can return the favour. The difference in not leaving the edge means he's got to kick at the ball. Yeah, he's going 2 rails. He's trying to hit the bottom side of this 7. Well, we have a match on our hands again.
Yeah, it feels like Gorst a number of times has somewhat unnecessarily let Melling back into it. You have to think if Gorst had managed to see that out and win the rack, would have been almost certain he'd be in the quarterfinals. But now, Melling is probably going to be breaking at only 9-6 down.
Break and run or a golden break, 9-7. He's still well in this match.
Made those last few balls so quickly, it's almost like he's still feeling he could make that 8 o'clock flight. But of course, doesn't really want to be on it, does he? He wants to be still here in Jeddah for the World Championship, and for now he is. Victor Zielinski is closing in on ending the run of João Grillo of Portugal. It's now 8-2 in favour of Zielinski. Winner of that plays Wojciech Szewczyk. As I'm sure you know by now, knocked out the former champion Shane Van Bonen earlier. Another past winner gone, Joshua Filler, this afternoon, beaten by Anton Raga, who'll now play the winner of this. And just in case you're not up to date on what happened earlier, Mickey Krause, who knocked out the defending champion yesterday, was beaten today by Dang Junhui, who will now play Johan Chua. He ended the hopes of last year's runner-up, Mohamed Sufi. Jeffrey Ignacio with a bit of an eyebrow-raising win over David Alcaide. Ignacio will play Eklund Kaci, who was simply wonderful in his 11-3 win over Mark Bijsterbosch of the Netherlands. That was all earlier. Right now, Melling is still punching.
Yeah, he's got the break. Well, he'd have had no shot on this blue 2 if it wasn't for the point. Watch the 2 ball here. Looks like it's going up table. Didn't get behind the purple, but at least he's got the hook. Such a different complexion, isn't it? Fedor knocks that 7 ball in or gets better position, 10-5 with the break. You almost feel like it's match over now. This is not match over. Melling is very much still in this match.
And showed great finishing qualities against Elliot Sanderson last night when he had to come from behind.
definitely have a go at the bank shot here. It sets up nicely. The 3 ball's close to it. I think he's playing the cut, is it? No, it was the bank. Of course it was the bank. And now he's at the table with a wonderful chance. He'd have been sat in his chair 5 minutes ago thinking, I'm going to have to win the last 6 racks. He would have felt he was going to go 10-5 down.
And I'm guessing for a player, Carl, there's a huge difference between being behind in a match and being behind when your opponent's on the hill, because the other guy's on the hill, you know the next mistake will probably be your last.
Yeah, it's huge, and you know, this turns into almost like, you know, it's believable, you know it's true now. 9-7 with a break, you know you can easily win this match. 10-5 against break, you sat there just kind of asking for a bit of a miracle, to be honest.
Remember, this is a guy who, a couple of days ago, I certainly thought when I saw him, he might have to pull out of the championship because he really couldn't walk properly. He can certainly play properly. And he's reminded Efren Reyes of that fact there. So back to 9-7 now. And it's yet another Efren Reyes cliffhanger in prospect. As we were saying earlier, he lost his opening match and it's been drama all the way. He's had some big deficits to turn around and some close finishes. 9-7 against Long Duc Tien. Somehow got through against Kyle Amoroto, 9-8. Was 7-0 down against Amir Ali from Iraq, one of the big breakout stars of this year's championship. And then won 11 of the next 13 racks to get through. And even when he did get himself into a good position last night against Chang Yu Lung, he only just got the job done in a hill finish there as well. (9-2) for Victor Zielinski over Zhao Griot. Just looking for a couple more to make the quarters. Melling still has a great chance of being in the last 8 himself.
Well, this is setting up. He can pot this ball. It's not an easy one though, is it? It's one of them little cutbacks. I suppose the only good thing is if he pots it, he's on the 4 and well, all the balls are there. He's going up in the other pocket, not that pocket, yeah, that pocket. Oh, it's only just fell. What a chance. Seems to be the story of Gorst's event. This nothing is coming easy. He's not winning matches easy. He's just not killing opponents off.
Dan. Extension. Just keep moving on the shot there.
Yeah, there was some sort of distraction there.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, like I said, he comes from a bit of the snooker world. So
Yeah, I was thinking that.
yeah, if he sees any movement in the crowd, he's up and down.
Then again, there's movement constantly around the arena at these events, so you would have to think whatever it was, it must have been either really directly in his line or a bit out of the ordinary for him to remark upon it. Anyway, managed to put it out of his mind. And a couple of shots later, here he is, closing in and getting back to only one adrift.
Yeah, that's perfect centre of the table, and cue ball will just come over to the left. Yep, off the rail as well. We're about to go 9-8.
Plays pretty quickly, Chris Melling, but even allowing for that, the amount of time it's taken him to get from probably 10-5 down to now trailing only 9-8 and breaking has been very swift indeed. João Griot's got one back. Still a long, long road for the Portuguese player, though, if he's to prolong his involvement in the championship. He trails Victor Zielinski by 9 racks to 3. Well, if Federer Gorst ends up winning the World Championship, he might need to go and lie down for a couple of weeks, because he will have expended so much nervous energy. You got plenty of that, of course, when you're 24 years of age. It's just been one battle after another. Look how eager Chris Melling is to get on with this. And that's entirely understandable. He's not just winning racks, he's building up a bit of rhythm now, ahead of steam. Fascinating stuff, this. Melling has the break in a rack, which if he wins it, take him level.
Yeah, huge break off coming off. He's going to get a shot. The 2 stayed over the pocket. Can you believe what we've seen here? Really? 9-5 to Gorst. 4 balls pretty much over the pocket. Doesn't get out. Melling's got a chance to tie it up at 9-9. Oh, he'd like to rewind the clock 5 seconds. Does have good temperament, Chris, though. How many players would be fuming with themselves there? He just looks like he's played it there, but I'm going to show you, he hasn't. He may play the bank again here. It's almost like a free go at the bank. Yeah, because if you miss it, you find the top rail. Mistake from Melling to tie the match up. Gorst gets back to the table. What has Federer Gorst got here? You're just tuning in. Gorst was 9-5 up in the balls. Easy finish to get on the hill. He didn't convert. It's all been about Melling since.
Yeah, and not only was he 9-5 up, but all the momentum was with him at the time, because it had been close at 6-5, and we were just waiting and waiting for Gorst to take control of things, and it looked like it had finally happened.
Slow. Well, has he left the potting angle? We just don't know, do we? Gorst looks a little bit dejected sat in his chair, so that tells me he has. Melling looks fired up for it. He can pot this ball. He can pot this ball.
And now he's very glad that that 4 didn't drop in the side off the break.
Well, you have to say, it's Chris Melling who looks the player in this match who is more likely to go and knock the balls in.
It's a remarkable thing to say, but there's no arguing with it. Well, talk about looking like you fancy the job. It's like he's not aware of the enormity of what he might be about to do here. He's playing the world number 2. Many people feel the best player in the world. World Masters winner back in April. Former winner of this title. And from 9-5 down, Chris Melling is 2 balls away from being level with him, and only a couple of racks away from knocking Gorst out.
Yeah, spins the cue ball round, 3 rails. It's this 9 to tie it up.
Indeed, it is 9-all. And look how quickly he's playing, Carl. It's like he's not affected by the circumstances at all. He's inspired by it.
Yeah, he's playing his natural game. He always plays off instinct, especially if he's potting the ball. He just kind of gets down and aims. And just look at the 2 chairs. Melling sat upright, fully focused. It's Gorst that's slouched a little bit in the chair.
Championship due to start in about time, and I guess there's still last 16 May. Victor Zielinski certainly by 7 local time. He's now on the hill against João Grillo. 10 racks. Forgotten match today because of everything else that's gone. Won 4, made it to the penultimate day. The last 16, 2 of them have gone. Efren Gorst is in danger of following them through the exit door.
The 2 ball looked like it was going to go near the pocket. Maybe rattle and stay near the pocket. It hasn't. He's come further down the rail. Safety shot. Not good enough. Wanted to slide behind the 6. If he had got behind the 6, Gorst kicking, he'd have been in some trouble, let me tell you. Now, he's definitely spotted something here, Gorst, because he's getting down fairly quick.
10.
Just a little dinky one.
I don't know about you, Carl, but it just feels like the tension has just ratcheted up a little bit more in the last couple of minutes. Like the enormity of this rack is hitting home. Whoever wins it is breaking on the hill.
Yeah, it's a huge rack. It really is. And I feel it's bigger for Gorst than Melling, to be quite honest. He's there to rail after contact.
Oh, he's not going to.
Oh, he has.
Ooh.
That was incredible. I was with you at first. I thought it was going to be a foul. I suppose even if he did foul, it's not like Fedor would have cleared the table, but he could have played a better safety and put Chris in a lot of trouble.
10.
That's all he could do, really. Fedor Gorst, in this year's event, has kept putting himself in these situations. He's answered time and time again, but you're not going to keep getting away with it, Michael. Melling looked dead and buried in this match. He might be buried now, buried behind this pink 4. Still got to play it right. You could see there's a bit of a gap there between the pink 4. In the distance you could see Chris sort of grimace. He feels like he's going to be locked up. Well, Chris Melling is a human highlight reel on a pool table. He has a knack of potting balls out of snookers.
Well, how's this turned out? Has he left us?
Yeah, it may go in the corner, not sure at the moment. It does go in the corner, it might go in right centre pocket as well, actually.
It's gone in the side. Okay, so a long-awaited chance for Gorst to seize back the initiative.
He was intending to roll into the 7. So I mean, he just looks a bit more under it to me than Melling.
Oh, without a doubt. You can see it in the body language. Even as Gorst was coming to the table a few minutes ago, looked a much more anxious figure than the guy who looked pretty comfortable when he led 9-5.
Yeah, and it's not a difficult finish. I know the circumstances make it difficult. I don't mean the situation. I mean, on a pool table, if you was practicing, you'd get these 50 out of 50. This is just a little bit of left English. Pull it over to this left side table, and you're on the 6.
10.
Yeah, they're not going in clean, Michael. He won't care. All he cares about is it's in the bucket. But you could see it took a bit of a rattle. And same again here. Make sure you find the centre-ish of the table. Don't start leaving yourself just off straight angle on the 7. Then you've got to start banging the 7 in. That's when you can miss the ball. Just give yourself this big angle. Back yourself. Yeah, that's ideal. There's no pressure with the cue ball now. You can afford to just make sure you concentrate on the pot.
Should be 10-9 now. The first rack he'll have won in 5. Let's not forget though, Chris Melling was 10-8 down with his opponent breaking on the hill last night and came through. Ooh, the 8 wriggled a bit as well.
Yeah, he's feeling it, believe me. And rightfully so. It's the World Pool Championships. This is for a place in the quarterfinals.
And if he gets this 9, he will be 1 rack away from getting there.
10.
So Efren Gorst, after losing 4 racks in a row, has taken that one, and he will break on the hill. It's 10-9. Viktor Zielinski is through to the quarterfinals of the 2024 World Championship. He's beaten João Griot by 11 racks to 3. The Portuguese player bows out. Zielinski goes forward to an all-Polish clash with Wojciech Szewczyk, the man who ended the title ambitions of Shane van Boening an hour or 2 ago. There was a lot of talk the weekend before last about it being the 25th anniversary of Manchester United completing what was then the only instance of the treble in English football history, and anyone who was around at that time and following it will remember that it just seemed to be drama all the way through for United that season, all the way to that famous Champions League final. Efren Gorst's run in this championship is so similar. It just seems to be relentless drama, nothing coming in a straightforward fashion. But like United back in '99, he keeps finding a way. He's still got to find a way through this match. Needs 1 more rack. He's got 2 cracks at it. This is his last break of this last 16 encounter. And boy, could he do with a good one.
Well, it's a good break. Oh, and it's a good split. At first, Michael, I kept quiet because it just looked like balls were going to tie up just because of where the 2-ball was heading. But actually, this has turned out not too bad. 7-ball. There's work to do there. It's not an easy finish, but he's got a chance.
Can't really see it, but there's a sizable crowd watching this match now, and even the spectators on the main table have turned around to look at it. Well, this is a chance for Gorst to show all his class and his quality and underline what he's all about. In spite of all his struggles, I think he'd still have to go into the quarterfinals as favourite if he gets there. He's the only player in the top 10 of the world rankings, still in the championship.
Still got work to do. This is not a gimme finish. Should be okay to get on the top rail here for the purple 5. But it's going to be all about the 7 combo. It's not dead straight, so the 7-ball's going to move away. Jacked up here as well. Shot. Very good shot. As I said, this rack, this match, this last 16, epic battle between young Efren Gorst and multi-talented Q-Sport superstar Chris Melling is all going to come down to the brown 7. everybody's made their way over to this side of the arena, Michael. People are stood all around, they're in the seats.
Yeah, it doesn't really show in that picture there. Most of them just out of shot.
Got to get past the 9-ball. Okay, he did get past the 9. He's landed low, so if he makes the combination, I think the cue ball will come off the right hand side rail and he should still have a shot on the 7-ball. This match is all on this shot. There you see it's not dead straight, so he has to make the combo. You can't just aim for the pocket. Good shot for Gorst.
And it looks as though he's finally going to get there. It's been drama again. Yet another close finish for the 5th match in a row. It looks as though he's going to come through with little or nothing to spare. Chris Melling responded well, 9-5 down, got back to 9-all.
Well, someone's just put the music on. Not really sure why. Maybe celebratory song because it looks like Gorst has got the job done, but again, he's in a close match. He put himself under unnecessary pressure.
Only 5 players who have won this World Championship have ever come back and won it again. Fedor Gorst somehow is still here with a chance to add his name to that list. The 2019 champion has defeated Chris Melling by 11 racks to 9, and we now have our quarter-final lineup. 3 players from the Philippines, 2 from Poland who will face each other, and 1 apiece from China, Albania and the United States of America. Fedor Gorst is through to play Anton Raga in the quarter-finals. So the action just doesn't stop here on this wonderful Friday in Jeddah. Just about to start on the main table, Jeffrey Ignacio and Eklund Kachi. On this table, it's Dang Jinhu and Johan Chua. And then later this evening, Wojciech Szewczyk plays Viktor Zielinski, and Anton Raga will face Fedor Gorst, who has just about managed to come through against Chris Melling. Stay with us for more action.
we've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
born for this. Game time, frame of mind, got you on defense. Wait, no breaks, never on the fence. Cause every shot you don't take, you are going to miss. Let the games begin. We only came for one reason. We came to win. So if you didn't hear me, let me say it again. We only came for one reason. It's time to hit the grind. I must admit, we fit to shine. Anyway, in our way, should get behind. We bring the punishment, whether or not it fits the time. You about to burn out your energy. We about to turn up intensity. You versus me should be a penalty. So be concerned if you are defending me. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen.
128 hopefuls from across the globe began the week in Jeddah. 16 were left when we started out today. Now we're down to just 8. It's day 5 of the World Pool Championship and it's quarterfinals time. And then there were 8. As you heard at the top there, 128 started on Monday, hoping to become world champion. And realistically, 30 or 40 came here thinking they will become world champion. Only 8 can do it now, represented by 5 nations as well. Welcome to day 5 of the World Pool Championship in Jeddah, alongside my A-team, as always, Jeremy Jones and the man Carl Boys. Gentlemen, here we are. This is it, right? This is the business end. And I mean, the afternoon session, I thought last night's session was crazy. The afternoon session, even crazier.
Yeah, obviously, Joshua Filler, my pick for
pick, yes.
For the title. Obviously, he's gone, didn't play great, missed a few easy balls, but he's been doing that. He did that at the World Masters, he did it at UK Open, and he's done it here. So he needs to go back home, you know, maybe watch some matches or work on a few things. That's what you've got to do, and try and come back stronger. But like you said, everything else, unbelievable afternoon.
Yeah, it really has been a crazy afternoon. You look at the top 10 rankings going into this tournament, only one player from the top 10 remains, and that's Fedor Gorst, who's given everyone heart palpitations because he keeps on going to the hill all the time. It's like he's doing this to tease us, and you never know, right? His name could be on the trophy because he finds a way all the time.
Yeah, his name's been on the trophy before, so he's got a chance to do it again. And you know, probably the most unlikely the way the matches have gone, but we've been losing them like left and right, and you know, we might have a new champion.
Yeah, and he's just literally just beat Chris Melling. I was in the comments for that match. He should have gone 10-5 up. He had such an easy finish. He found a way not to clear up, and as you just said, Addy, all of a sudden he's at 9-9. He's under pressure, but he just keeps finding a way over the line.
Yeah, he certainly does. 3 Filipinos through as well to the quarterfinal stage. They've been boosted by the announcement that Efren Reyes was going to come this morning, and he obviously is in the building. And he's been doing some great stuff as well behind the scenes. He's been coaching so many of the Saudi youngsters as well, showing them how to queue up. I was lucky enough to watch him have a couple of racks. Still got it. Still got it. I wanted to jump on and show that I've got it, but I didn't.
You should have done. I should have let you shown you a few things. Yeah, I think he's 70 years of age this year, right? Which is unbelievable. He looks so well for his age, doesn't he? But you know, he still cues a mean ball. I'm sure he can still beat a lot of the players here in the World Championships as well.
Yeah, he is here. And by the way, you can probably see 2 trophies right now. Obviously, the World Championship trophy, which I'm not going to touch. You can see this one as well, the Saudi Junior Championship, because we've got a bit of bonus action for you as well today. On table 2 will be the final of that championship. And it's good to see them mixing it with the senior pros. I've seen them have a couple of racks as well. These young guys can play. They can really play.
Well, me and Jeremy went to the pool hall, didn't we, and worked with some of the juniors, and we've worked in the players' lounge with them. There's some mean, young players there, talented players, and you can tell that some of the juniors have got favourite players in the men's game because they mimic what they do. And even the other day, one of the little juniors, I think he was 11 or 12, he was screaming the room down, louder than any of the male players in the event after he'd won his match. So it's great to see. And what an opportunity to go out there in one of these arenas and play the final.
Yeah, they're going to do the walk-on as well. They're going to do everything the senior pros do. Is Vogel versus Rudenko. We're going to get to that a bit later. All right, let's give you a recap of what this afternoon session looked like. Here's Phil Yates.
Dreams occasionally come true, but more often reality bites. The latter happened this afternoon when World Cup winner Johan Chur overcame the sentimental favourites. There will be no second straight appearance in the final for Syria's Mohamed Sufi, beaten 11-8. And 6 years on from being crowned Nineball champion of the world, there will be no second triumph for Joshua Filler. Filler missed far more pots than normal and was burnt by the Dragon, Anton Raga, who refused to be slayed. For the pint-sized Filipino, the quarterfinals await.
Yeah, let's run through some of those results. Again, a fantastic afternoon of Paul and Mohamed Sufi, the finalists back here last year, gone. Johan Chua through 11-8. Joshua Filler, champion in 2018, gone. Anton Raga through on that one. Fedor Gorst, you can see it there, 11-9 against Chris Melling. And one of the upsets, the big ones, you have to admit, Shane Van Bonen, champion here 2 years ago, gone, out, 11-7. Fantastic. You look at the lineup as well, what we've got coming up. TV table. A lot of people now are tipping this young man to go all the way. Efren Reyes will take on Jeffrey Ignacio. Fedor Gorst, Anton Raga. Dan Junhu will take on Johan Chua. My pick to lift the trophy. And an all-Polish affair. Viktor Zelensky will take on Wojciech Szczepczyk. Wow. I mean, it's incredible. SVB gone.
Yeah. Do you know what, JJ? I've not really seen much of SVB play this week. It seems to have never been on his match, but I know JJ said he's not quite been at the races. His break's been a bit up and down. What's the story in this match, JJ? I didn't see it.
Yeah, he just made a lot of mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes, a couple little bad rolls, but I mean, Szczepczyk didn't play his best pool either. It was just kind of cleaning up after a lot of mistakes from SVB, and just kind of was that way. I mean, Federer made a lot of mistakes, getting away with it maybe at times. Didn't happen for SVB.
Yeah, you can make mistakes in the early rounds. You can't make them in the quarterfinals so yeah, he's gone. Fedor Gorst, a player that always goes to hill, right? He struggled since he got he won or lost his opening match. Since then, he's just struggled away. He's gone hill. But there must be something about knowing you can go to the hill and always find a way to win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the fact that he's won a lot of hills or close matches like this one against Chris, now where he pots the 9 for an 11-9 win, means if he's tested at the end of these matches, he knows he's good enough to knock him in. I know it sounds a bit crazy because most players are, but doing it, you know, when you're like 10-3 up's pretty easy. Even me and JJ could do that, but when it's 10-9 or 10-10, that's where you've got to test the metal a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, you figure he can make those mistakes against Raga in the next match. I mean, Raga's putting together a lot of momentum.
Yeah, I agree. I think the way Raga beat Mario He last night, I stood here watching it. You know, it was 10-10. He made a beautiful shot on the 5. He's just done filler, and he's done filler on the TV table. So I think Raga's a little, I wouldn't say a dark horse. Obviously, he got to the final of the Spanish Open, but I think Filipinos, you know, the flag of the Philippines with Poole, with Efren here, there's 3 left in the quarters. I think that's the story of the event so far.
It certainly is. Maybe the undercover story of the event is Efren Reyes, who's almost been on the outer tables. We haven't really seen him. And this guy, I mean, he's playing some fantastic pool. Look, he had the accident we know about. He's come back from that now. And I don't want to say he's back to his best, but he's getting there, Jay.
Yeah, his stamina's getting better. I think he's getting more confident, kind of reflecting on some big wins in the past. That UK Open performance seems like he's getting better every match. I think he opened with 5 racks right there and really kind of just shut his opponent out.
Yeah, and what he's doing is he's not breaking at about 60, 70, 8%. He's full throttle, hard stun break. Balls are going everywhere.
Yeah, and fantastic player as well. He really is. Joshua Filler, Anton Raga. What happened to Filler, do you think, there?
Well, just the start of the match, he missed a few silly balls, easy balls and all, just not like Filler, and that gave Raga a bit of momentum, a bit of confidence. And then Filler was chasing. And like JJ said about Raga and Fedor, you know, he's a class act. He's a funny little player around the table. He's kind of like scrunched up on the cue a little bit, and he's forever wiping the cue. He goes through about a block of chalk a match, but he is unbelievable with the cue ball. And Filler just was never going to get back in that match.
Yeah, I think also that you know, kind of like Sufi in a sense, he can put his opponent on edge a little bit the way he bounces around. I mean, he brings a lot of energy, and of course he's even better playing the game. So you know, Filler had a couple of mistakes, but Raga earned it.
Yeah, you mentioned Sufi there. Sufi obviously out the tournament, got beat by Johan Chua, and Carl sat down with the young man.
Johan, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. A big win over last year's runner-up. How's it feel? Where do you feel your game's at in that match?
Kind of struggling a bit, but I managed to escape from that match. So now I'm feeling really good. Beating Sufi, he's a very dangerous player. So, you know, playing with him and beating him in the arena, it's a good feeling. Now I really do believe that I have a big chance to win it.
just want to go back to when you was a child playing, because I heard when you was a teenager, Manny Pacquiao used to help you out and put you in some games.
Yeah, when I was like 13 to 15 years old, we don't came from a very rich family, so it's hard for us to bet money to play with the good guys. You know, we can't play the pro players in the Philippines for free. He sponsored me for like 2 years, and eventually a year after, I beat all of them. So I have a confidence in myself. Then other players look at me as a pro already when I was 15 years old.
Wow, that's amazing.
In our country.
You're in the quarterfinals, you're on $27,000 already. Are you thinking about the money? Because the money's so big here at this year's World Championships.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we all do about the money, but like last night, I'm with my game against Max. I was really motivating myself that not to think about the money, because it gets me more pressure. So when I was potting every balls in the last rack, I was saying, I came from poverty, I don't need money, I'm used to it without money, so why would I be pressured about money?
Listen, Efren Reyes is in the building, he watched you play. Did you speak to him after the match? Has he said anything to you?
Yeah, he said, just stay calm and focused, not to play too tricky shots, be more percentage player. So yeah, I will keep that on mind. When they announced the Reyes Cup, I was really, hoping that I can be there, but now I'm close to it. I'm here, so I have a very big chance to be in the Reyes Cup.
Right, Johan, you better get inside, get on the practice table. You got Dang Junhui coming up. Good luck in that match. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Carl. Thank you so much.
It's a great match as well, isn't it? It's great. And I asked him a question about Efren Reyes as well, and I said, look, are you nervous? Efren's here, he's watching you, he's looking at every single shot you do. He said, no, absolutely not. We practice with him all the time. We've known him for years. So I almost feel like it gives them a boost now that Efren's here watching them.
Yeah, he's probably more nervous you're watching, because you're his biggest fan now.
I'm his biggest fan.
He loves Johancho.
I'll be taking my seat when he plays as well. Yeah.
No, listen, I can see why you like Johancho. He speaks so well, he looks great, he's so good for the game. And if Johancho would go on to win this title, it'd be a bit like FSR, wouldn't it be? Such a good advert for the game.
Yeah, great cueist, very handsome, fun to watch, and got a lot of charisma, and he'd be a great champion.
You almost seem to forget. You go back to Monday, you almost forget now how many days we've been here, but you go back to Monday, got beat by Jason Shaw. Got beat by Jason Shaw.
Well reminded, yeah.
Got beat by Jason Shaw, and has come back ever since then. So it wasn't bad for him, almost to have that extra game in order to get through to the knockout stage.
Yeah, there's been many a world champion with that little L next to the name, obviously double elimination. We treat the double elimination format as like that's round one, not so much the first match as round one. So every player, 128 players, you just want to get your name in the hat to get through to the final 64. Of course, Gorst, he's got an L next to his name as well in this event. So
how much of a challenge is Dang, do you think, to Johancho tonight?
Oh, very much so. I mean, Dang, he's just sticking to his own business. He's been behind in a few matches and really hasn't slowed down since. He was down 4-0, I believe, to Mickey Krause in that match before winning pretty decisively overall. So, he played a great Spanish Open last year. A lot of pressure in that final, so he's been in this spot before, and he's dangerous.
Yeah, he's a bit like Mohamed Sufi, might not be quite as quick. Obviously, that would be hard to beat, but he plays very quick. He sees the shot. He plays a very good, attractive game. So to the non-pool fan, to the person who's just flicking the channels, they'll watch Dang and think, I like this guy.
On the spot, gentlemen, the final on Saturday will be who versus who?
Well, I originally had Eklund against SVB. SVB has exited. I'm going to stick with Eklund, and
it's tough. It's very tough, Addy. It's tough.
Yeah, it's very tough.
That's why you guys are the experts.
I think I kind of like Chua as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go Eklund as well, but I just got a feeling Gorst is going to be there. He's finding a way. Yeah,
finding a way. They're going to have to find a way now because it's quarterfinal time.
Masa Al-Warth, welcome back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here in Jeddah as Matchroom Pool and the Ministry of Sport present the 2024 World Pool Championship. Well, what an incredible last 16 major upsets. Still only one of the top 10 players in the world remain. You simply cannot predict what is going to happen next. It's quarter-final time. Let's play Nineball. Up first is the Saudi Junior Championship on table number 2, $4,000 and the title on the line. So please welcome from Ukraine, Ivan Radenko, and from Germany, Felix Vogel. And on table number 1, it's our first quarterfinal. So please welcome Johan Chua and Deng Junho. And on the TV table, our second quarterfinal of the evening, please welcome first up, the Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio. You turned my life around, the sweetest days I found the years I've never been afraid. Up is in fine form, an eagle, Efren Reyes. Just hit it, bro. Hold on.
Switch to the Broadway. I'm a gangster, but I like to party. Papa, go retarded. I'm a Brooklyn, I'm cold hard. That's why I like it back, yeah. Like Riri. Every time she see me, she wanna leave me. I feel like please believe me.
As always, tables 1 and 2 you can watch now live on the Matchroom YouTube pool channel and Matchroom Multisport, but our focus is the main table, and that's because Alcaide and Jeffrey Ignacio are playing for a place in the World Championship semi-finals. So we can cross over now to your commentary team of Scott Frost and Dave Hendon.
Thank you, Addy. The crowd has grown, the pressure is...
28 players on Monday evening. Now, on Friday night, well, only 8 remain. And what a freaky Friday it's been already. Joshua Filler, Shane Van Boening out in the last 16 this afternoon. Also out, Mohamed Sufi, runner-up last year. And the reason he's not going to be in a second straight final is because of this man, Johan Chua Batkoy from the Philippines, taking advantage of his practice rack as he takes on China's Dang Junho. Dang is China's only representative in the championship, and boy, has he done well. An all-Asian battle to determine a place in the semi-finals tomorrow. If you win this, you're guaranteed to be on $50,000 US. That's a massive prize, of course, but it also has huge ranking implications. The World Nineball Tour rankings will be turned upside down at the conclusion of tomorrow night's play. First prize $250,000 US, runner-up receives $100,000 US, and as I said before, it's $50,000 merely for getting to the semi-finals. So Dang Junho or Johan Chua will play Jeffrey Ignacio or Efren Reyes in the semi-finals. Ignacio and Kachi are currently warming up over on the main TV table. As for the other 2 quarterfinals this evening, one is an all-Polish affair, which we will see here on table 1. It will be available on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Wojciech Szewczyk, conqueror of Shane Van Boening this afternoon, against Victor Zielinski. As for the second match on the main table, it is the newly installed title favourite Fedor Gorst against Anton Raga, who overcame Joshua Filler 11-7 on the main table in our first session today. So only one former champion left in the event, Gorst. All of the other 7 would be a new name on the trophy. And I think this one is a very tough match to call. You can make a case out for either player, actually. One thing they have in common, both have lost a match before. They played an awful lot of pool because of that loss. So far this week, 97 racks played by Dang, 98 played by Chua. But what's coming up now, the most important. $50,000 US guaranteed if you win tonight. Now, when you consider that when Dang Junhui won the Spanish Open last year, it was a major event, cracking event, 256 players involved. He took home $30,000 US, so it would be 20,000 more by getting to the semi-finals here. Jeremy Jones is with me, and you have to say, Jeremy, the stakes are sky high.
Yeah, and then it just exponentially grows from there, what you're going to be playing for. But these players have stayed pretty focused, and I think Dang, as much as any player, maybe Eklund, have really just not quivered at all. I mean, Dang's been behind early in a few matches and really just kind of took over when he got the opportunity, and it's going to be interesting to watch between these two.
World Nineball Tour rankings, Johan Chua 61 at the moment, bound to significantly improve. Dang Junhui 41. If he were to win this match, just this match, he would be bordering the top 10.
Yeah, it's amazing too with Dang. Talk about Chua sometimes not playing as many events, but he's had a bit more in the last year and a half. But Dang didn't play many at all last year, showed up to that one event and snapped it off, and here he is again.
Yeah, the only other entry really, Premier League this year, 16 players over in Connecticut, and he didn't pull up any trees. He finished 14th.
Yeah, he sure did. He just never got settled there, a lot like Alcaide, I guess, and Alban Ocean just never really got it going. They've been getting it going here, though.
Again, it's a race to 11. Best of 21 racks, and our referee is Ben Taylor Fuente. Don't know what the hold-up is. Both of them have played their practice racks. Both, no doubt, chomping at the bit, keen to get going.
Yeah, absolutely, and the lag has really shown us something of quality today. As far as after the lag, it's been a lot of breaking runs to open matches, getting control, so that's going to be important, especially both players breaking the balls really well. And that's the thing I saw about Dang this week. You know, he won that, what was it, Spanish Open, and a little sporadic with the break at times, where this week he's definitely worked on it, and as he should, for all this money, and of course the Whirlpool Championship title, which comes with a lot more prestige, not only at the win, but thereafter. Way late with the cue ball from Chua. Wow.
Doesn't even reach the head string.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't seen the overhead at all, and that's one thing, you know, if you're not certain, you just go ahead and make it bounce off that rail. Make sure you get a little contact. And
so without the benefit of hindsight, I'm saying my personal favourite, my pick for this match, I think Dang will win. What about you?
Yeah, I kind of like Chua just because he's breaking the balls now.
See the first rack.
I think
Dang Junhui to break.
He's facing a very similar character as far as a guy that maybe is a little loose with the cue ball, but doesn't miss very often. And really, Sufi was a 7-ball away. If you remember that 7 he missed, from possibly taking that match down in the last. And this is what I've seen the entire week from Dang. Really breaking the balls nicely. A little unlucky, the 2 drops there. Everything was quite a bit open. 2 spinning some 3 rails after a kiss into the side. The 1 exited early. I just feel like, you know, Chua can lean on very difficult kind of match playing Sufi in the last, and started out pretty well, made a couple mistakes, but then finished strong. And really, you know, these matches are all hard to call. Obviously, this Whirlpool Championships will tell you, and has shown us, this is way overhit here. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but we'll see if he wants to go for a very ticklish kiss shot on the 7. The brown, if you didn't really notice, is hanging in the lower right corner. This is one that's funny. Can be missed, believe it or not. Now, probably on the fortunate side that the pink's near, because he knew he was going to land pretty straight on this 3. But for an opener, that's not as easy as it looked. Catches the 7 somewhat more full. He may follow the cue ball in. Elevating here. Is he just stunning between the 6 and 4? But I also think, you know, especially from the UK Open, our last major event, that these pockets are a little more friendly. So I think matches definitely can get away.
My personal opinion, Jeremy, and it counts for nothing, of course, I think they found the right balance here with these pockets. They are tight enough to be a hazard, but not too tight. At the UK Open, certain pockets were cruel, the middles in particular.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was, in America at least, the spring has been very damp, and I think the same there in England this year, so I think that had a bit to do with it there at the UK Open. They were about as tough as we've had, and the players will tell you so, but interesting, he's looking to play the 8 up long. He's got plenty of angle to pull the ball 2 cushions. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Here, really let the stroke out. Don't end up short. That looked really good. Well, it is going to end up short. Thought it was plenty at first. So definitely a bit of a tester here to open. And again, anytime you get a tough shot, you're going to think about the cue ball, but it can definitely get a little odd on the 9. Also can do wonders for your confidence, though. And you see he's going to have a tester on the 9 ball as well. Overcut the 8 a bit to the pocket. Now, can he play this in the side and have no worry with the upper left corner with the cue ball? This camera angle will fool you.
Yes, and Johan Chua caught the point, overcut the 9 ball, and it's a gift, a first rack gift for Dang Junhui.
Dang Junhui wins the rack.
So off we go. Eventful first rack, and it all came down to a 9 ball miss. Dang 1, Chua 0. So this evening, 2 more matches going on. The Saudi Junior Championship final. Felix Vogel from Germany against Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine. Always interesting to see who comes out on top in the junior event. Here, it's a battle of 2 defeated players this week. Dang started off with a 9-8 loss to Phuang Nam Pham. Johan Chua, the man in your picture there, he lost his second match 9-4 to Jason Shaw. Chua was involved in one of the most extraordinary finishes of the entire week. In his first outing, he was
rack 2.
Almost certain to lose against Hamza Ali of Eritrea, who's living here in Saudi Arabia actually. He was 8-7 down. Ali had the simplest of 3-9 combinations. He knocked it in, but ran in off, forgot about the cue ball. Chua, with ball in hand, won that rack and then won the decider as well. But then he lost to Shaw, and that's why he's had a pretty hard road to get here. Chua followed up that short defeat by beating Albin Auschen 9-3. Then he's had wins over Koping Han, the youngest of the Ko brothers, Max Lechner 11-10, and the win over Sufi 11-8 this afternoon.
Yeah, that's what Dang does so well, is just knocking the ball. Whether it be the long ball, any type of thin cut shot, really does not matter. He's so good at pocketing the ball, and he just doesn't back down from it either. Occasionally the cue ball gets a little astray, but you know, when you have the confidence. Now, is he trying to get on a 4-9 combination? Was he trying to get backside? This is a little odd. He's got to protect the 4. Got to make sure you get a cushion here if you're trying to be delicate. Sometimes crazy things happen. Oh, that's really good with the cue ball.
Dang's one of those efficient players who creeps up on you, isn't he? Dang's one of those efficient players who creeps up on you. He's capable, reliable, level-headed, cool. He's got a lot of positive attributes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he doesn't change his game. You know, he's going to take on. He's going to be very aggressive for the most part. And I think the player that has stuck to their game more often is definitely someone that is a threat in this event. That wasn't as close as we are normally used to seeing from Dang. Maybe shot it a little passively. I thought he would go ahead and shoot at that a little more speed. Now, does he go for the 9 here? I think it's a very playable kiss shot. He's looking to bury the cue ball behind the 9, I think. He's going to draw him behind the 6. No, he's coming
Extension
off. He's
cool.
cutting this a bit, so he's looking to pocket the 9. Is the 8 in the way to really protect the 4? Watch out for giving up a 4-9 bank shot combination if he hangs the 9. Wow, what a hit.
Yeah, creative, just as you would expect from a Filipino. Johan Chua missed the 9 in the opening rack, but he didn't miss that kiss shot. 1-1.
Yeah, you gotta believe there's gonna be a lot of close matches here from here on out. I mean, we've had close matches the entire event. Efren Reyes has been in a close one, it seems like, since he got off the plane.
Yeah, the only close match Gorst didn't have was the one he lost to start off against Mustafa Alner, beaten 9-3, all at sea in that contest. Lots of people saying you can see his name on the trophy already. I'm not so sure about that, but he definitely justified his favourite, given his career record in comparison with the others.
Yeah, and it's just been some odd things. I'm curious to see how he's breaking the balls. I did see a couple matches where it was here and there.
Rack 3.
Just like most of the players, I would
Go ahead,
say.
the break. Scores aside 1 rack each.
I think Eklund and probably Dang I've seen break the balls the best out of the 8 that are remaining. Shevchuk broke the balls really well in the last match, but I wouldn't say he played his best, but SVB just a little below him. Little thin, but still it's going to be okay. I think he's going to get a little piece of the 2 ball, but that's why he wanted a little more out of the cue ball. Cut it to one a hair thin and a little below the rack.
Push out, cool.
1-1 here, the same score on the main table. Jeffrey Ignacio won the first rack against Eklund Kachi. Kachi equalised.
pushing out to an offensive shot, or at least an option for offense. The 3 very covered up. 3-9 combination may be possible later in the rack. Looks like he's chopping this and coming 2 rails underneath the 3-5-9. That's the thing, right? The guy can really knock the ball in.
And it's such valuable currency, it really is.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, is he going for this as well? No. All right, this is leaked out. I believe it has anyways, and that's why Chua kind of pushed out to that offensive shot if he wanted it. Very hard to gain position on the 3. Now Chua, does he go after this? Does he elevate here and pinch him back on the 5? Chua's a very aggressive player as well. We saw that at the World Cup. Maybe, I don't know if I've ever seen a better display at the World Cup. By one player anyways. Well, that was a confident stroke.
The thing that was so impressive at the World Cup, yes, there's lots of pressure, but also the actual format. It's Scotch doubles, which for most people they find a little difficult in terms of interruption of rhythm, and yet he thrived from match 1.
Yeah, well, he took on so many shots that, again, I don't know how many players would take him on. I mean, and they were at big moments. I mean, there was, you know, they got the lead in a lot of matches, but they had some teams come back on them. I think Chinese Taipei was the one I remember the most, but also Germany. And that
Extension
final.
called.
And hats off to James Aranis also. I mean, he played super solid and he came up with some big shots as well, but this guy really was like from another planet during that week.
Yes, he was the prominent player of the team. Of that there is absolutely no doubt.
All misses hurt, right? The ones that these players want to stay away from are the simple ones, or somewhat simple ones. Those are the ones that kind of linger and you seem to get punished for more often. But like Filler always says, which I preach to a lot of players as well, and out there you just got to be thinking of yourself really and get into your process.
Kind of 9-ball you only miss in nightmares.
Johan Chua wins the rack.
Chua lost the opening rack after missing a 9-ball of much greater difficulty than that to a middle pocket. He overcut it, but since then he's gone into the lead at 2-1. Yes, Stephen Hendry, the 7-times world snooker champion, when you're commentating with him, he says this quite often, and I think it's resonated with all the people. Certainly it has with me. He's convinced about this, and I know he's right. Even at the very highest level, he said it's not the spectacular pots you knock in, it's the easy ones you miss. And of course that is true. It costs you racks, but it also costs you confidence. It leads to irritation, frustration, all of those things you're trying to avoid. And sometimes players come out of matches thinking, how did I miss that? Well, the point is, you can miss anything, even at a very high skill level.
Rack 4.
The art is to
Johan
avoid
Chua to break.
missing balls.
Leading 2 racks to 1.
You would never miss in a month of Sundays, but we saw it this afternoon in the filler match. He did miss a couple.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's pretty much the best potter on the planet, at least in 9-ball pool, and you know, it's just a delicate game in sport. And when the pressure's on, it becomes even more delicate, it seems. Everything gets exponentially. Oh, 9-ball. Now a cue ball, look at this 1-ball, wow. And I was wondering about the rack itself, actually. Didn't sound that great either. Had balls moving towards that lower left corner.
Well, let's put it this way, it's a really unconventional configuration of balls.
Yeah, just looks like he's going to kick across and stay aggressive. Could double kiss this in as well. This one here, I don't think you try to really aim to chop it as much as you would think. I would play more of a full one and plan on the double kiss on the side. Could hit it clean as well. Like that. The double kiss is always there. Very hard to scratch with the ball lying like that.
Now look at this, when he made contact you thought it was a certainty, but in the end, even with the double kiss, it only just toppled in. There was a degree of doubt.
Yeah, I thought he'd put a hair more speed on it. I think what he was worried about is if he happens to hit it just right and avoiding the double kiss, he may make the one and follow the cue ball in behind the yellow one. Nice draw stroke here, getting a little thin on the pink, but such a really open center of the table. You can see the 6 a little covered up. It does go. And it looks like he can hold. He doesn't have to use multiple cushions. Oh, he did. He went 3 rails, so this is important, the speed, to make things a bit easier.
Extension, cool.
Well, he's had to work into this position, not the best getting on the 5. It wasn't bad, but anytime you have to travel some 10, 12 feet around the table, it doesn't take much to be off. Now the 9 shouldn't be a problem. He's going to contact it. You know, and of course there's bigger money they're playing for right here. And I really think from all the players, of course the money's great, but these players are out here on the World Nineball Tour knowing it's going to grow and the money's going to grow. And here at the World Pool Championships, it has accelerated things, but I think now that all these players have won a match, we may see something special from 1 or 2 of them here in these quarterfinals.
There's a specific incentive for both of these two, which I'll tell you about after the rack.
Young Chua wins the rack.
His nickname is Bad Koi. So far in this match, he's been Good Koi. He leads 3-1, having won 3 consecutive racks from that man, Dang Junhu. Yes, so both of these players are from Asia, and it means if they were to win the title, I think even if they were to be runner-up with the £100,000 or $100,000 that goes to the beaten finalist, even with that, I think either would secure their place in the Reyes Cup team in October. The Reyes Cup, it's going to be the inaugural event in which Asia faces Europe, 2 extraordinarily gifted continental powerhouse pool teams going head to head in Manila. Of course, Johan Chua would love that. It's home soil.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just recognizing, of course, there's a lot to unfold till then, and it's going to be just like the Moscone, where it's 3 off rankings and 2 wild card picks. But
Rack 5.
I'll tell you, I don't know who's going to do the wild card picks, but it's going to be awfully difficult when it comes to Team Asia. Of course, with Team Europe as well. They're going to be the ones playing them this year. Whoever wins the Moscone goes on to face Team Asia in the Reyes Cup.
But I think if you get to the final here, you're mathematically guaranteed.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you don't, right? I mean, there's players that have to be considered. And the balls are breaking nice so far, for the most part. But like this shot on the 3, World Cup, he was dicing this ball in. We'll see it settle here in a moment. Don't think you're going to see him shoot it here, but it's kind of awkward. Balls are open. Can he play the 3 towards the 4, one rail towards the pink, and come up behind the 6? That looks pretty doable to me, and it's got a lot of cover as well. I like banking the 3 towards the 4, just trying to put him behind the 6, I think. That's going to be a little light. He may leave a bank now. He got him on the rail with the cue ball, so it's not going to be an easy bank, but a lot of players sometimes overlook, you know, another ball that's really containing and helping things out. Is he going for this? Oh, that's overhit as well. So the tactical side of things have been a little off for Dang here early.
On the main table, Eklund Kachi, having lost the opening rack to Jeffrey Ignacio, now leads 2-1.
Yeah, big shot I feel here. Wide open rack. Really connect well. 4 to the 5, the 6s by itself up the table, but the 7-8 very near to the lower left. So Dang, who's trailed in a couple matches early, but didn't trail for long. He's got to keep his composure and maybe just a little better on the safety side of things if it comes up to that, you know. And that's the thing with Dang, and probably why we saw those leads vanish. He just broke and ran a lot of racks.
Yes, this afternoon he was well behind early on against Mickey Krause. Still ran out an 11-6 winner. He didn't panic, and he won't panic if he goes 4-1 behind. And 4-1 Chua now looks increasingly likely.
There is a shot clock, but it seems like the players are not really playing fast because of that. Maybe just to not let too many nerves settle in, really. Now looking to pull the ball at the rail. Why wouldn't he just come with high right, let the cue ball open up a little bit coming across, play the 9 upper left. Interesting play to me. There's tons of angle on this shot. It easily could roll it in. Not saying it's going to be a problem. Sometimes when you're close, I always talk about this, it's a lot of preference, right? How you want to play the ball. But he's definitely got a little bit of an angle.
It is now 4 racks in a row for Johan Chua and a 4-1 lead. You just mentioned the shot clock there, Jeremy. I think I'm preaching to the converted here, but doesn't the shot clock improve the entertainment value? I don't think it makes players play fast. It just prevents them from playing too slowly.
Yeah, for sure, and I think they actually end up playing better, to be honest with you. You start to play more instinct kind of pool. You go with your gut in your first look. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I mean, I wasn't always the fastest player, but I didn't mind playing with the shot clock. I mean, you know, just something I felt like I could handle. Learn to work with it. And I think, yeah, as a fan now, for the most part in the game, and I think it's definitely a must. And I think we'll get to where it's shot clock on all tables before too long. I mean, definitely working on it.
Well, you and I are both massive baseball fans, and the introduction of the shot clock there was a little controversial, but I think it's worked an absolute treat for me. Okay, it reduces the length of the matches by about half an hour, I suppose, but it's not just that, it's the actual way the game is played. It's a lot more intense, less hanging around, if you like. and I think the rhythm of the game has improved.
Yeah, absolutely. I've gone, was it 1 or 2 games with the shot clock now? One in Houston, one at the Rangers Stadium, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, it was something I was paying attention to, seeing how the pitchers were reacting. You know, of course, we're big baseball fans, but yeah, I think it's great. I think really golf could use it at times as well, really.
Well, we had a shot clock Masters on the DP World Tour a few years ago. Mikko Kohonen from Finland won it. It was played in Austria, but of course, logistically, it's very difficult on a golf course to have shot clocks all over the place.
Right. Yeah, I guess it would have to be kind of like the Marshall or somebody, but I think they'll devise a system. And I'll tell you one thing that's great with the players is there's never been any problems, you know, like all ball fouls. You know, you're not always going to call a referee over because you're not worried about an all ball foul situation sometimes. And the players have really been like the golfers where they will call the foul on themselves. So I think there's some opportunity to entertain a shot clock on the outer tables where the players maybe take care of it.
So back to the match, and Chua looking to build on this 4-1 lead.
Yeah, the balls are breaking nice. Now again, he's going to be sitting on the fence, I think, on this 2-ball. I think he shoots at this. I really do. I mean, it's a little awkward. You can't, it's not thin enough to come straight up the table, you know, with a little inside. Made a big 5-ball, was it, against Sufi? They played a little inside English coming up and down the table at a crucial moment. He'd love the 3 to be more open. There is a 3-9 possibility of a combination, but I think he's supposed to shoot here. Now the 7 with outside is maybe a problem. The brown 7 as far as the cue ball path. But I think he's going to go maybe. See how he's cueing it. Yeah, he's going to throw this in. Trying to use a lot of speed control. Big shot. Look at there. The 7's going to get right in the way.
Contact on the 7 was difficult to avoid, but the worst case scenario was full ball contact, and that's what he got. So it's a self-imposed hook.
Watch out for the 9 here. He's got action. Doesn't have to hit it very hard either. Yeah.
Well, what a great call from Jeremy Jones. And what a great shot from Johan Chua. He knew the possibility. He saw the same thing as my co-commentator. And in it goes. Spectacular. Reminiscent of the World Cup we keep talking about. And Chua has now won 5 in succession. 5-1 up.
Yeah, well, the one thing you worried about with Dang is maybe a little tactical slipping at times, and it's cost him here. But I mean, you got to hand it to Chua as well. It's not like it has to cost you like it has so far, but first half of the match goes to Mr. Chua.
And of course, these two are linked by a specific venue, the one in Lugo, Spain, because one week, Dang Junhui won the Spanish Open, major World Nineball Tour ranking event, and then we stayed there in Galicia in northern Spain for the World Cup, and Johan Chua and James Arenas triumphed the following week. So both have got very special memories.
Johan Chua to break. Nearly 5 racks to 1.
I'll tell you one thing about this place, though, where we are at the moment. The air conditioning is very superior to the venue in Spain. I remember the middle Saturday. Oh, was it warm?
Yeah, but it was nicer outside, even though it was warm outside. I thought anyway there. Yeah, we definitely lost a few pounds in Lugo. The break again is on point now. Here, I think this may be a little stretch to see him stay aggressive. So it'll be some type of safety. He's going to look at the cut. Look at here. The thing is, he doesn't have the bottom cushion to slide it in. That's the nice thing about these types of cut shots. Now, if you're feeling good and you're hitting the pace nice, you know, it's kind of a soft ball going to the hole, so you don't have to be exactly perfect. Now, I'm wondering what he's thinking here. He's looking at maybe traveling the cue ball quite a bit. It's hard to hold the 2 on the 5 and really get a ton of cue ball movement. Oh, he's going. He's shooting. He's going 4 rails around the pink. Oh, he's gonna serve up a shot.
You might think, is he taking liberties? Is he pushing out the boat too far? I don't think so. I think he's at his most dangerous, at his most productive when he plays this way with freedom, a very attacking game, and missing the 2 hasn't cost him anyway.
Well, not at the moment anyways. It looks like it's gonna be some type of kick shot, probably with some speed here. May have a sliver of the red, but nothing he can really work with. Watch the 3, the 9. Could get some action cross corner, excuse me, off the 5.
Well, for Dang, not the worst outcome.
And we'll see how Johan's feeling. There's a nice safety if you're comfortable just to shoot kind of maybe like 80% of the 3. He's going to play it a bit differently. Could come 2 rails right on the back of the pink. It lays real natural. He's going to play the other way, kind of rail with the ball and the cue ball. Is that enough? I don't think so. It's a little shy.
How often, whether it be playing position or playing a shot like that, when a player uses a cushion, how often have they come up short this week? It's been time and time and time again. Yes, the odd shot's been overhit, of course, but it's far more than 50-50. Underhitting has been more prevalent than overhitting.
Yeah, it's like, you know, your brain's worried about the overhit and selling out some kind of shot. It's really a shot that most players don't miss in normal circumstances. But look at this shot. Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure thinks it's Lugo.
He's on one, I'll tell you that. And I think he thought also pretty smartly he could maybe fluke it off the 9 a bit. You know, the 9's kind of sticking out there. If he overcuts it, he's got a chance to kind of flick it off the 9. No combo on the next shot. He'll come short side for the 5. And you look back, right? And it looks back to Dang, who didn't get position on a pretty routine shot from the 2 to the 3. So we all know when you play a safety against these top players, it's not always guaranteed. It's really about the run out. I liked how he settled himself there.
You see it so often in these matches when you're on top. You need to stay there, do everything in your power to remain in the ascendancy, in the supremacy in this case.
Essentially a $23,000 match here. And it does nothing but go up from there. Like you said, the Reyes Cup, I mean, there's all kinds of things involved here.
Sure wins the rack.
Half a dozen racks in succession for Johan Chur. He lost the first, having missed the 9-ball, just marginally overcut it to middle. Since then, though, well, he's rekindling that genius form, the shot-making form that was such an integral part of the World Cup win for Philippines last year.
Yeah, he's playing like he's free rolling, really, from the win in the last round.
So this is the biggest World Nineball Championship ever in terms of its lucrative nature. $27,000 the guys are guaranteed this evening. Goes up to $50,000 US, as Jeremy mentioned, if you get to the semi-finals. Make the final, your guarantee is 100,000 US, and of course the overall champion tomorrow night will pocket the tidy sum of 250,000 US dollars, which is a little over 4 times as much as Francisco Sanchez Ruiz won last year.
Incredible stuff. We'll see. Chua break the balls. Here in game number 8, is it? These are going quickly. Yeah, the 2's going to be there. The 3's near. It's thin on the 2, but he's got a good chance. Yeah, and you know, of course, the economy, from what I've been told, has been growing there in the Philippines. But man, you know how the dollar goes there. So what is, you know, a $23,000 match? That's like, I don't know, probably 80K really overall. Okay, you come back and forth playing short side, trying to simplify the 2. Oh, he's overcut it. Oh, I thought he did anyways. Now Chua is one of the few that, like I always talk about, doesn't really settle the tip. It's kind of a constant kind of thing. Settles it more on the break shot than anything, but should stay aggressive here. I'm sure he is.
That's his best way forward for me.
Yeah, this one's kind of awkward though. Don't baby it. Go ahead and knock it in. Yeah, a lot of people try to float that a little bit more and tend to miss the bank. I like that speed. Got a little straight. He's going to have to show us that power. I think he's going to have to go with the draw stroke here, Phil, and get kind of a bounce effect off the 4. Trying to create a little more angle, a little low left spin. A lot of low left spin. Believe it or not, a little missable.
Just terrific.
All right, I would come 2 cushions here. You don't want to go 1 cushion and have something goofy happen. 2 cushions is pretty impossible to get in trouble. So a little high with the hair right. Don't want to float behind the 8. Go on 1 rail or get over the 8. That's light. It's going to get there, but could have had a little more on it.
Yes, and I noticed some shoulder involvement in that shot, which was quite surprising actually, given the scoreline and the way he's playing.
Well, he's pretty amped up at the moment. What happens is, like I said, when you don't pause at the cue ball, sometimes you come back a little quick and you end up letting up on the way down, and that's how the shoulder really gets involved. That's how the elbow drops at times.
It seems as though any hint of crisis has been averted.
Well, the one thing about him, and Efren talks about this, that he wish he had worked more on technique, is you get an overhead of Chua or something in front of you, you'll see how lined up, how straight everything is, and that's just a bonus. Did he get there enough? Can he stun over? It's going to be a little shy, but I think he's all right.
Talk about taking a contest by the scruff of the neck. And because he bounced the cue ball off the side cushion just a little, the point of the middle here, not quite as intrusive as it might have been. 7-1 to Johan Chua. Dang won the first. Since then, he's largely played the role of spectator.
Yeah, I think he's only pocketed 3 balls. I pocketed the 9 in the first game that Chua missed. He pocketed a ball in the second game I know of, and then tried to play a safety. after missing the combination on the 9. And then he pocketed the 2 when he didn't get position. When he ran into the 9 coming out of the pocket, had to kick at the 3-9. So
this radically outpacing the other quarterfinal, in which Eklund Kachi leads Jeffrey Ignacio now 3-2.
Yeah, these are races to 11. The semifinals will be the same, a race to 15 in the final, which I absolutely love. Especially, I mean, if it goes like the World Nineball Tour finals have been going for the most part, not all of them, but where both players are really
Rack 9.
responding.
Johan Chur to break, leading 7 racks to 1.
Getting somewhat of equal opportunity, taking things away from each other at times. Momentum changes, lots of lead changes.
By the way, the final of the Saudi Junior Championship could not be tighter. Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine and Felix Vogel of Germany locked together at 3-3.
And both those kids have won a junior event here on the World Nineball Tour already, and really, really cool customers, very talented. He's got another good shot here. Very good shot up. I believe so anyways. He may have to make a bit of a shot on the 3, but I think he can get over.
You know, when I saw Efren Reyes arrive today, he's held in such huge regard in the Philippines, quite rightly. Well, in pool in general. I just wondered whether it might make the Filipino players a little nervy, a little more nervy. Not with Chua. It seemed to inspire him. He wants to show the great man what he can do.
Yeah, I think he easily answered that during that interview, that he's very used to Efren.
Extension
He's around
cool.
him all the time. And I got up quite early this morning, and around 7:15 or something like that. Really felt all right, so I got out of bed. All right, watch this for getting over the 7. That would worry me here.
Well, he's not quite over it. He's just avoided the worst possible queuing, although the 7 is in close proximity.
Yeah, Ben Fuentes will be on this. You got to be careful. He's hitting center ball, so that should help away from fouling. But what I was getting at is, I went into the breakfast area at the hotel, and I turned the corner and I see a silhouette of someone's face that I recognize very easily, and it was Efren Reyes. And it was nice to get to spend a few minutes with him, give him a hug. I ain't got to see him in a long time. Missed him at the Buffaloes tournament. Then he was in America, of course, doing a lot of exhibitions and hanging out with a lot of fans. And he still loves to play as well.
Yes, 70 years of age now. There was a report in England recently. I'll tell you about it actually at the end of this rack, because it's not relevant to this. It's good inter-rack talk.
And you better make it quick with this guy the way he's playing. Yeah, just wants to stun, maybe stun draw a little bit. He could fall behind it. He may go forward a hair. I guess he could reach it and just draw up the rail. Some players like to stun across. Chua doesn't mind the draw stroke, not one bit. And that means he's feeling pretty good, because a lot of players, when they're nervous or big situation, they don't want to, if they have a choice, they'd rather cue it with a little low outside coming across the ball rather than maybe drawing the ball. Oh, just going to get a little thin here.
Yeah, overscrewed this cue ball, but not to the detriment of being able to pop the 9. It was only a marginal overscrew.
He's really taking some time on all the 9 balls. Really holds the finish on all the 9s as well.
The beatdown continues. Johan Chua leads by 8 racks to 1. Yeah, the story I was going to tell doesn't really appertain to pool, but we were talking about Efren still loving to play the game at the age of 70. In the 1970s, Ray Reardon, Welshman, won the World Snooker Championship on 6 occasions. He won the second ever championship played at the Crucible in 1978. He's 90, Ray, still in good health. Our colleague David Hendon is writing a book at the moment, actually, and he went to interview him recently. And at the age of 90, Ray recently compiled a century break.
Wow. I was going to say he ran his age, but he did a little better. Well, I'll tell you, you know, I talk to people about pool all the time, and I think Addy, our presenter, is a big fan. He said he's going to go home and buy a cue, and I just tell him it's such a great game. It's so immense. There's so much to learn. You can improve pretty quickly.
Leaving 8 racks to 1.
It makes it fun, but you can also play it pretty much your entire life. That's the attractive thing to me. One of them. Dang, you can see over there just trying to buy his time. He knows the break is on. Just got to get out of the chair. All right. I don't know if the cue ball came free or not. I don't think it did. Oh, it did. I think the cue ball did come free. He's got a 6-7 that's a little nasty, but the 5's near, so that'll help.
Is it one of those matches in which everything turns to gold?
Yeah, and well, I mean, when you break them well, I mean, you're going to have those matches where they all come together. I think it happened for FSR for some 14, 15 months. But the thing about the World Nineball Tour that I've loved with the break rule, the matches have been awesome and usually very close, especially towards the end of the tournament, or we see something special as a performance from a player. And that's what we're doing right here. Got to kill the cue ball a little bit, stay away from straight. Looks like he's going to get above it.
You might have heard some beeps there for a shot clock. It wasn't on our table, it was from the other. Coming up the key shot. And the angle on 5 is there. Well, everything there did not turn to gold, but it could have been worse. At least he's in control of the rack.
Extension called.
Well, he was in control of the rack. A rather tentative safety, that. At this level, that really was poor. Oh, and so was that. Dang kept in his chair for lengthy periods. Frozen out, and the arm has gone cold. Ice cold. Didn't do anything ambitious with the cue ball. No need. does this, doesn't he? As Jeremy mentioned, steals himself on the latter balls of racks.
Perfect again. I'll tell you what, I mean, this match is not over, but he goes on to win. He'd like to play that semifinal tonight, I think.
It's looking overwhelmingly likely that Yuan Chua will proceed to the semi-finals. He's 9-1 up on Dang Junhu in a race to 11. You were mentioning, Jeremy, that pool is a game to play throughout your lifetime. It's also played in a wide variety of locations. I'm going to give you two that I've stumbled across in my travels. One was in a place called Bodie in Northern California. It's an old gold mining town.
Yeah, I think I've heard of it, actually.
It was abandoned.
Bodie, I'm saying. Yeah.
Bodie, yeah, it was abandoned basically when the seam ran dry, and it's now run by the National Park Service. And you can go around the old buildings, all these wooden structures. It was actually on the Alistair Cook series America, which was broadcast on BBC many years ago. The great journalist Alistair Cook. And there, still in place, is an old pool table in the saloon. So atmospheric.
Yeah, been lucky to see a few of those kind of places. I was in the New York Athletic Club. You and I talked about that place that opened 1927. Pretty historic place right there in Manhattan. They have tables from, I think, the 1860s or 70s still in place. The two's going to open. You know he's going to shoot at it. What's the 3 doing? I think there's a 3-9 kiss shot there as well. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. If he knocks this in and draws across, I think there is a kiss shot on the 3-9. And if you're new to 9-ball, as long as you hit the lowest number ball first, any ball after that counts. The 9's certainly the winner, so if he knocked the blue 2 in, he could come off the red, go with the cue ball into the 9. He's hitting a high ball here. The speed control is important. Caught a little thick. Is it going to travel enough? This may slow him down. I think it's still there. He's looking at the 3-9-8 now. I think it's possible, but very difficult. And he just caught the 2 a little heavy to the pocket. Usually costs you 6, 8, 10 inches of cue ball movement, maybe a foot. He's going. He's shooting.
Maybe a shot too far.
Yeah, that was a lot. I don't know if I would have shot at that, even with a 9-1 lead. That needs to go a little bit just to make things easy. Don't foresee a miss really, but knows he can't afford any. On top of it a bit. Could get a little thin. These are 4 1/4 inch side pockets, so a little smaller than what you'd normally have with 4-inch pockets. Yeah, nice sweet stroke there from Dang.
having been kept quiet for quite some time. This is a good effort. Johan Chua overextended with his shot selection, which was a little extravagant to say the least. When he didn't pull it off, Dang stepped in. 9-2. Tell you another great pool location I noticed. A place called The Villages, which is in Florida. Halfway between Ocala and Orlando. So many golf courses there, and in their recreation centres, which they build and preserve in a state-of-the-art way. So many really nice pool tables there also.
Oh yeah, just like Sun City and outside of Phoenix. I went there and taught for 4 days, I think it was. Great people. It's a funny story. I think I may have told you before, Phil, but I flew in on a Wednesday, and I had to start work pretty early. I flew in
12.
early, right around 8:30.
Thanks,
Got a little cleaned up.
Selling 9
pool
racks to
room.
2.
Arrived at 9:30 in the morning for a 10:30 lesson. There was a ladies' league going on at 9:30 in the morning, and these ladies were serious, you know, 60, 70 years old, and I don't know. It's close. Like to see him get a shot, really, but I don't know if it did.
1 moment, please.
But they had 4 sections of Sun City now. It's not as big as the Villages. The Villages is really a huge community.
Have you seen?
But they had 4 beautiful pool rooms. One of them 30 table pool rooms, 16 table pool room, 12 table pool room, and all just pure class.
And I believe that the Sun City just outside of Phoenix was the original Sun City.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there's a few of them around the country now. Maybe just one more actually, but like I said, a lot of great people, a lot of pool, of course, a lot of golf. But everything, all facilities seem to be really, really nice. Softball fields, and didn't matter what it was, workshops.
Well, there's Sun City Las Vegas,
Right.
Sun City Center, which is near Tampa, Sun City Mesquite. I was in that
so
part of
there's
the
quite
world
a
last
few,
week.
yeah.
Please start the clock.
Okay, so he does have a look. Can he make it and kill the cue ball? And the way this table is breaking, I'll tell you, you never know. The way these guys are breaking, really, it's more about what it's about.
We've seen some extraordinary comebacks this week.
Doesn't have a whole lot of angle here. I think the 7 does pass the 8, so he can handle angle on the 6 and still work the cue ball, but just don't take your eye off this one. He's just such a pure cueist.
There's nothing extravagant about his cue action whatsoever. It's just purely efficient. Just gets the job done, functional, and that's not a criticism. No bells and whistles, just purity.
No, I tell people all the time, you know, you want to improve in the game, or as you improve in the game especially, you want to simplify things. I think you see that with Chua as well. Tell you, don't think he could put 5-6 racks together pretty quickly. Maybe throw Golden Break in there as well.
Thanks, in who wins the rack?
Yes, Johan Chua at the moment not regretting that 3-ball combo, but in a few racks' time, he could be. It was 9-1, now it's 9-3. So coming up later from the quarterfinals of the World Nineball Championship, here on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Our next offering is an all-Polish affair of Viktor Zielinski. who came through very nicely this afternoon against João Grillo of Portugal, up against Wojciech Szewczyk, who was the conqueror in the last 16 of Shane Van Boening. I have to say, a below par Shane Van Boening, though. I thought by his standards he played a disappointing match.
Well, I think it was just, you know, I think he played a pretty decent match early. I think he just kind of was under par the entire week, to be fair. And, you know, Nineball pool's funny. I think we could say the same thing about Efren Reyes for the most
Rack
part.
13.
Has been under par.
Bangs in who to break. Trailing 9 racks to 3.
The further you go in the event, you know it's not going to get it. This one's going to hurt with Shane for a little bit, but knowing Shane, it's going to motivate him. Lots of big tournaments still coming. Cue ball, watch out. Now the 2's probably going to be covered up. So good thing for him. The 6 is there, so maybe a little more options on the push out.
Push got called.
But remember, it was some tactical things that got him in trouble and really got Johan Chua going in the first place, so he's got to be good here.
Just a quick score update for you from the other table. Eklund Kachi 5-3 over Jeffrey Ignacio. Ignacio has just won rack 8.
I'll tell you, is he going to go uber aggressive here? This kiss shot on the 6 actually lays pretty nice. It's not the worst in the world. I know it looks a little, you know, risky. Not to say it's not. The mouth of the pocket looks pretty okay. Coming off the right side of the 2. It looks like he's going to move the 2 and try and go behind the 7. I like going to look where I want here. Easy to miss your mark, I think. He's going to leave maybe a jump shot. Yeah. Trying to get more out of that 2 ball, and I don't think he had agreed to get a lot out of the 2 if you're trying to go 2 cushions behind the 7. Pretty easy
extension
jump shot
call.
Here. Not even fancy my chances with this one, and dang, of course, jumps the ball nice. Oh my.
As we said earlier in the championship, literally behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got one kick option where he's looking between the pink and the 8. But that's hard. I mean, he should hit it, but to be accurate, it's pretty difficult. Should have some speed on this, trying to create some luck. Yeah, and it's just the type of kick shot. Just because you're turned away from the ball, you don't get as much feeling. You want to put speed on it as well, which can bend the ball a bit. And look, the toughest ball he's playing position on first here, the pink, and everything else fairly laid up.
And remember this to get to the hill.
That's right.
Extension called.
And Johan, of course, he stays uber aggressive, and you know that's what they used to say in the back room about him. You know, he just played all those kind of challenge and money matches where once he got into the match and got going a little bit, really just hardly ever missed the ball. But I wonder if he's faced with another triple combination on the hill at 10-3 if he goes for it. I don't think he does.
Once bitten, twice shy, maybe.
Yeah. I remember that song. You know, the guy from Great White is a big-time pool player as well. They had a famous song called that, Once Bitten, Twice Shy. And our old tournament director who passed away last year, Scott Smith, might have been earlier this year, he actually managed them for quite some time. Over here sweating this match. Many Filipinos up in the stands. A lot of locals as well. I think they all knew that both players very entertaining to watch. And of course, big money sweat here. I watched Max more yesterday a bit, and I was pretty proud the way he played. Lechner, he really started to turn it loose and not press so much.
Yeah, Lechner beaten 11-10 by Chua in the last 32.
And to go on the hill, chip in 9-ball.
Johan Chua wins the rack.
Dang won a couple of racks, but luck deserted him in that one. And now he is 7 down with a possible 8 to play. We will never write off a player, given this format, given the way this game is. But the way Johan Chua is playing, full of confidence, full of energy, seeing shots well, and he doesn't seem intimidated by the size of the prize fund or any of the abilities of any of the opponents he's coming up against. I think he's almost there, 1 foot and several toes in the semi-finals.
Yeah, once they get that adrenaline going like this, definitely not thinking about the prize fund, not thinking about tomorrow. Really just the next ball in front of them.
Who was it who said when you've got dollar signs in the eyes it affects your sighting?
Yeah, that's right. And plenty of dollars here, man. Whew. If only 20 years ago, Phil.
So what was your biggest check, Jeremy?
In tournament, 30K, I guess. Yeah. Made a couple. Of course, I finished second in the Worlds one time, but that didn't pay as much. That was like 15K, I think it was at the time, and then got to a couple quarterfinals when the Worlds paid 60. When Matchroom had taken it over the Whirlpool Championship. I think the year that Earl beat Bustamante in the final.
Rack 14.
To the quarters, Earl beat me. I played
Johan Chua, break.
Match, had a chance.
On the hill, leading 10 racks to 3.
But yeah, I'm just, you know, it's still though, it's nice to get the nerves, even though you're not playing, you know, watching these guys play for this big money, and really happy to see it's going where it should go.
Now this week we've seen so many matches concluded with a golden break. Just saying.
Quite the connection he's had. You could kind of hear it, but a lot of the same results he's been having, and most likely a lot of the same end results we're going to see here in a moment.
Yes, it wasn't golden. You might say it was silver, though.
It'll do. Let's say, yeah. I mean, look at the way these connect again, and that's part of this package. I mean, he's made some great openers, but look at the 2, the 3, stop shot on the 4, 5's there, 6 on the sides. Really, the 2 ball looks to be the toughest. And if you're an aspiring pool player, you can certainly learn something from this guy on the stroke. No letting up there, keeps that hand moving.
Most of his wins in this championship have been hard fought. He's come through a couple of hill battles. This afternoon he beat Mohamed Sufi 11-8. He did beat Albin Aushin very convincingly 9-3. But I think you have to say, in terms of pure quality of performance, this the best we've seen from Johan Chua so far in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really remember many matches I've seen better from any player in the championship. Broke the balls great. Besides the triple combination he went for with the huge lead at 9-1. Do you remember a miss? I'm trying to think. Maybe one.
Well, he missed the 9
ball.
The
9 ball, the first
in the
game.
first
Yeah,
rack to the middle pocket.
That's right.
looks like being sayonara. Goodbye. Adios to the Spanish Open champion.
See you later. As Carl said, he just went on a flyer on him, really. Got a little awkward here. He's got to make a decision. Do I pinch it? Do I stun it to the rail? You don't want, if you stun, just stay away from the left. You don't need a lot of left spin. That one can cause a miss. He's going to stun a little bit. I think he's still going to keep it up the left side rail. Oh no, he's stunned across. He is one happy man, as he should be. And hats off to Dang Jin Yu on a heck of a tournament. I mean, this one didn't go his way, but you could tell he was still fighting. It just wasn't to be.
Johan Chur wins the match.
Johan Chur
11 racks to
dominates,
3.
defeats Dang Junhu by 11 racks to 3. He said earlier that he was born and raised in poverty. Now he's got $50,000 in the skyrocket, and maybe even more will be coming his way. Certainly if he performs like that, he could hit the jackpot. What a performance. Next up, it's Viktor Zielinski against Wojciech Szewczyk on this table, and when they start, Jeremy and I will be back to call the shots. Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
Oh my word!
He's done it!
And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical. So then, one quarter-final result is known. If you're just joining us here on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, the reason for the inactivity is because Yuan Chua has made light work of his quarter-final against Dang Jinhu. He won by 11 racks to 3 to be the first player into the last 4 of the World Nineball Championship. Welcome to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is the penultimate evening of the biggest event in Nineball, and running alongside it is also the Saudi Junior Championship. It features 16 players, and we're down to the final. Felix Vogel of Germany up against Ivan Rudenko of Ukraine. This tournament has been running throughout the week. Vogel leads by 8 racks to 4. So he's on the hill as he breaks off here in rack 13. This having completed a 7-0 whitewash of Faris Salah Almadan in the semi-finals. Ivan Rudenko beat Walter Lekra of Sweden 7-2. And maybe that's why he's so far in front. What a cute shot that was. In the quarterfinals, Vogel overcame Liao Hongyan of Chinese Taipei 7-3. The winner of this event receives $4,000 US, the runner-up $2,000. Rudenko is in a lot of trouble here. Contact on the 3 ball seems imperative. Of course, if he doesn't make contact, it's ball in hand, and look at the balls. All out in the open, all begging to be potted for the decisive thrust. Oh, well done. Well done. But he's left the red 3 ball. What a chance now to wrap things up for Vogel. Just walking back to his chair to apply the extension to the butt of the cue to give him extra reach. One down, 6 to go. nicely done. And the angle on the 5 to go up for the 6. Could have placed the cue ball with his hand much better. Rudenko must be fearing the worst. No need to do anything out of the ordinary. Just make sure off this shot he's not obscured on the black with the 9-ball. Never any doubt about that one. Seems very self-assured. What a good player. That wasn't his best. It wobbled, jingled and jangled, and because he didn't hit that ball as he wanted to, caught it too thick, the cue ball is not out into the table as much as he wanted. So this 9-ball, and bear in mind the pressure on it, this 9-ball is most certainly missable. Vogel does not miss the 9, and with that he gets to 9. A winning number. Felix Vogel defeats Ivan Rudenko by 9 racks to 4, and with that he is crowned the Saudi Junior Championship winner. They've come from many countries to be here and to take part in this event, but the German Vogel comes out on top. A very good performance. We didn't see an awful lot of that match, but what we did see, well, Vogel was flawless. He laid the hook, and from the resultant chance, he looked completely in control of his emotions, even though clearly for him it was a very big occasion. So on our streaming service tonight on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, just one more match to come. It's over on table 1 on the opposite side of the arena to where we've just been. It is an all-Polish affair. Viktor Zielinski against Wojciech Szewczyk. You might be wondering what's happening in the other quarter-final in the World 9-Ball Championship. Well, it was slower going than Dang against Chua. And in fact, it could not be any tighter. Jeffrey Ignacio has fought back, and it's 5-all against Eklund Kachi. That's the ultimate, the World 9-Ball Championship trophy. And with it this year goes the small matter of $250,000 US. That equates to the same number of points on the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. But someone like Johan Chur, he's now into the semi-finals. If he can win one more match, I think his place in the Reyes Cup, which is Asia against Europe, the inaugural staging of that event, it takes place in Manila in October. He's from that neck of the woods, so what a thrill it would be for him to take part in that. That's the thing. The prize money here is so large that these World 9-Ball Tour rankings are going to be significantly shaken up, especially given the fact that we've arrived at a point here where only one of the top 10, Fedor Gorst, remains in the championship. From the very first evening, we've had a succession of shock results, and now only Gorst has won this event before. If he were to lose, well, it would mean we are guaranteed a new name on the trophy. Gorst will play next. He's on the main table at the end of the Ignacio Kachi match. He plays Anton Raga, and that's no simple assignment given the way that Raga has played here in general, and also given the way he played in particular against Joshua Filler this afternoon. I can tell you, by the way, Ekelin Kachi 6-5 up on Jeffrey Ignacio now, so Kachi has regained the lead. I can see in the background there Johan Chua being interviewed by our colleague Carl Boys. He's delighted, smiling from ear to ear. We saw that smile when he teamed up with James Arenas to win the World Cup of Pool in Spain in June last year. Now he's performing brilliantly as an individual. Jeremy Jones and I will pick up the commentary on Zielinski and Shevchik as soon as that match gets underway. As I said, we're going to go into a break now, but rest assured, when Viktor Zielinski and Wojciech Szewczyk start potting balls, we will be back. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's done it!
And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
The shot that sealed the deal for Efren Reyes, semi-finalist back in 2017, is once again in the last four with a gritty battling win over Ignacio. Up next for him tomorrow is Johan Chua for a place in his first world final. All right, let's have a look at what that means. Johan Chua through against Dang Zhuyi. Obviously, he'll take on Efren Reyes. We know the semi-finalist for tomorrow, but we also are waiting to see what happens with this one. Viktor Zielinski versus Wojciech Szewczak. They will come on now on table one, and Fedor Gorst will take on Anton Raga in our main TV table. It's always hard to see if Efren is happy or not with his performance. I'm just going to ask you, happy with what you've done there tonight?
I mean, I won, but yeah, I missed like 2-3 shots, I think, so I wasn't supposed to miss them, but I made some shots that I was supposed to miss maybe, so it is what it is.
You've been playing on a lot of the outer tables and not so much the main TV table. Is it playing a bit differently? A lot of players have maybe spoken about the cloth, the pockets feel a bit tighter as well?
Yeah, the break didn't go as I expected. It wasn't breaking as the previous match. I think I was hitting good, just the balls didn't run so well. And yeah, the lighting is a little bit different, a little bit more warmer. I can't complain about the cold now. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy to get the win.
Yeah, obviously 2017 World Semi-Finalists, you're hoping to go one better. How's your game then and your game now? What are the differences?
Before the accident? Yeah. I mean, before the accident, I was playing almost dead perfect. I was winning like a couple of tournaments in a row, runner-up in the Whirlpool Masters. I mean, I think I'm getting there, but it's not like...
Not 100% yet.
Not 100% where I'm supposed to.
That's quite scary. If this is you at 75%, I'm scared to see what 100% looks like.
I mean, we always work on playing better and better, so I think nobody gets happy with the performance.
Yeah, and at last, there's a few fans in to watch. You like playing in front of the crowd, don't you?
I mean, I like the pressure. I like playing in the big crowds. That's why we play the game, you know? It's the pressure what makes it beautiful.
Johan Chua, a comfortable win for him against Dang. Obviously, he's up next for you. What do you think that game will be like? Both of you very fast players, both of you very good Q in action. How will that game play out?
He's a pretty good player. I guess it's going to be a tough match for both of us. We need some luck. The break works well, then it becomes a little bit easier. But if the break doesn't really break so well, then you have to play safeties here and there, and you never know how it's going to go. What
next for you tonight? Do you stay and watch the other semi-finals or quarterfinals, or do you go back to the hotel and chill out?
Not really. I'm out of here tonight.
And deservedly so. Congratulations into your second semi-final. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, here we go, ready for more matches in the quarter-finals. Johan Chua and Efren Reyes have secured their place in tomorrow's semi-final. Who will be joining them in the biggest ever World Pool Championship? It's time to find out. Up first on table number one, an all-Polish clash. Please welcome into the arena Wojciech Szewczak and Viktor Zielinski. And here on the TV table, blockbuster viewing. Please welcome into the arena the Dragon, Anton Raga, and his opponent, the world number 2, Fedor the Ghost Gorst.
As always, you can watch the action from Table 1 on the Matchroom YouTube page, but our focus will be on the main table. It is Fedor Gorst versus...
Welcome back, everyone. It's taken a while for the action to recommence, but here we go with our second quarter-final of the evening on table 1. It is Poland against Poland. Wojciech Szewczyk up against Viktor Zielinski. I would make Zielinski favourite, but how can you possibly write off Szewczyk? He's had a really good career. He's as solid as a rock, and he's coming off that win over Shane van Boening this afternoon. This is just their practice rack, of course, just to get attuned to the table. So let's get you right up to date with what's occurred. Johan Chua, you might have seen earlier on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, defeating Dang Jinhu 11-3. It was really comprehensive. Lots of distinct shot-making efforts, as you might expect from Chua. And he now plays Eklund Kachi, who in a slower-paced contest came through 11-7 against Jeffrey Ignacio. So the top half of the draw, we know the semi-finalists. It will be the Philippines against Albania. As for the bottom half of the draw, that will be determined over the next hour or so, maybe even 2 hours or so. Again, the quarterfinals are a race to 11. And for Viktor Zielinski, well, he's number 11 in the World Nineball Tour rankings. So getting through this would see him zoom into the top 10. As for Szewczyk, well, he's a 3-time Polish 9-ball champion. Distinctive, very wide stance. He's the older of the two, he's 29 years of age. Zielinski, for all of his success, is still only 23.
Delivering under big pressure, I think that's what it comes down to.
Szewczyk has been in this stage of the World Nineball Championship before, in 2015. For Zielinski, well, it's new territory. I think it's fair to say Szewczyk is the more deliberate of the two. Zielinski likes to play at a quick pace. He's got a very fluid, you might say loose cue action. Terrific potter. He hails from the city of Poznan.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
This practice rack just gets the cue arm going, gets the players accustomed to conditions.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
These two have knocked in 1 million balls, but a few more won't hurt. So joining me in commentary for this one is Jeremy Jones. Jeremy, I'm keen to know who you think will win.
Well, I mean, Wojciech didn't really play that great overall against SVB. Zielinski's always pretty solid, and his break has improved dramatically, so I got to go with the money favorite here, Zielinski.
Well, we disagreed on the first quarter-final on this table this evening, and you were proved conclusively correct. I'm also of the mind that Zielinski will win. Tell you what, though, with him, he does have a tendency at times, if he's not playing well, to drop the head a little. Now, in this particular match, which is so important, surely he won't do that. I'm just saying it is a possibility.
Well, it's something he's consciously worked on, and he can go on tilt a bit. You know, if things not going his way, or if he makes a big mistake or two. You know, he's been waiting a while. Both guys have had to think about it. I think Shevchik, it probably is going to do him pretty good overall after the last match. Shevchik, though, breaks the balls really well. I give him a little bit the favorite there on breaking the balls. Zelensky can sometimes get a little thin on the rack, but just feel like Zelensky's been in these bigger situations a bit more on the World Nineball Tour of late.
Yes, and he's still only 23 years of age. He won the Treviso Open in Italy when he was 16.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing too, because at that time, you know, the Euro Tour field has lightened up a bit. Of late, still difficult, but at that time, it was about as tough a tournament as you could play in, really, day in, day out, right?
In the final, he demolished Mario He 9-1, a 16-year-old. That's how good he is. That's the potential he has. The referee for this one is Ben Taylor Fuente.
Yeah, very interesting. Second quarterfinal. It's actually our third and fourth of the evening, but our second one on the other table, the TV table, between Anton Raga and Fedor Gorst.
Have a great match, Wojciech.
So this really isn't second fiddle to anything, this match here, but you got to believe that one's going to be a lot of fireworks as well. Now, these lags aren't going to be short. Well, at least I thought so.
Wojciech Szewczyk wins the lag.
Shevchik did bounce it off the rail, so I think that's a good thing considering the lags we've seen this week.
I'll tell you what, Wojciech Szewczyk has come an awfully long way since he lost his opening match. He was beaten 9-6 by Yanasuta Camino of Spain.
Wojciech Szewczyk to break.
Since then, though,
yes,
on recovery. Just asking there, is this a full table referee job? And of course it is, as you might expect for the quarterfinals of such an immense event.
Yeah, most of the spectators have really moved to the main arena, but that's to be figured, right? I mean, really breaks them simply, right? The long, tall man. They're both tall. I mean, you never know, of course, two players that are undoubtedly close friends, but have battled through the years in many kinds of Polish championships and whatnot. You never know who kind of holds over one player versus the other. May have a little go at the 9 here. Now the good thing about it is if he hits and splits the 5-9, he could get the 3-7 open, because he'll certainly try to pocket the 2 as well. Now if he just goes at the 9, he could get himself in a bit of a dilemma on the 3 if the 9 happens to not fall. I like kind of a stunnish high ball here. I really think he can break those balls open.
But as you say, 3 ball is a thorn. It's a line now.
I don't think we'll see the ace that was in our last quarterfinal here on table number 1. I think he will attack. Speed that would happen, and you could evaluate from there. But a nice opening shot, right? I mean, you've been sitting a while. I know they've been practicing and probably getting a little bite, a little rest, waiting on this match, but we did the same besides practicing, right?
Well, yeah, the thorn in the side has now been switched. It's in Shevchik's. Did they think, because of past precedent, they would have thought correctly, did they think that after the swift Chua victory, they would be going straight onto this table? Maybe they did, you know.
Yeah, I think they probably did. I think it was somewhat of a last-second decision. Really, the voices to be and the people in charge Really wanted to give him the entry for all quarterfinals, bring him in on the grandest stage as possible.
Please start the clock.
And that's the thing, just like SVB, I saw a lot of different types of mistakes in that last match from Shevchik. And a little light there trying to tie the 3-9 up. And really, if you think about it, no reason to be light, because you can put the 3 on the back of the 9. You don't have to tie the 7 up on the 3, right? You could bump the 3 into a bad position. So ball in hand, like we always say, a nice way to start.
Yes, and at this level, when you see a deliberate foul shot played like that, you rarely see such a blunder. It was just a gift.
Yeah, and really, anytime you're playing that type of shot, you got to look at where your room for error is, just like any other shot. And if you saw it, really all kinds of clatter could have happened with enough speed. You never know. The 7 might have tied up on the 9. The 3 may have opened, you know, just who knows. But ending up short was really the mistake, and he ended up a little short here as well.
Extension call.
Asking the referee for his extension. Shot clock in operation, 30 seconds per player. 1 extension per rack.
And I've always thought the taller players have the advantage as far as the swing itself. It's just really easy. Always saw the tall players have what look like the smoothest motions. Kachi's a little different. He's a little, I don't want to say rigid, that's not the right way, just a little more decisive with it, but it's just a math thing, really. If you're taller, you just don't have to swing quite as hard to get as much power. You certainly see it with Zelensky, and he's got a great touch as well.
Yeah, really good field player, gets on with it. Attractive to watch, and now in a 1-0 lead.
Okay. Thank you.
So Zelensky has arrived here with an unbeaten run. Started out beating Hussein Maroum of Bahrain 9-5, then Jan van Lierop of Holland 9-3. Aydin Pikniak 11-4 was beaten in the last 64. Then the 6 times World Masters champion, former World Nineball champion Ralph Suke. Zelensky beat him 11-6 before overcoming Zhao 11-3 this afternoon. I watched a lot of that match because it was up by our other commentary position. And Zelensky looked very much at home. In contrast, as we said, Wojciech Szewczyk lost his opening match. But he won the next 2, beating Shane Walford to qualify for single elimination.
But does Zelensky
and
to break?
since then, victories over Moritz Neuhausen, Piers Labutis and SVB have followed.
Foul stroke. Ball in hand.
Not the hit on the break he wanted to start. Now Shevchik with ball in hand to return. Hit those way thick. I really haven't seen him break a whole lot here. I watched him in the States in a couple ranking events, and again at the UK Open, it looked like it had improved. Interesting player though. He kind of gets down with the cue stick moving. Obviously something he's done since a young boy when he started, but most players don't have that kind of deal going on. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just kind of unique.
Yeah, I've always thought the same with him. I've always thought that he's more coordination than convention.
Yeah, for sure. But he plays the game pretty nicely, you know. He's pretty percentage pool, I think, on a lot of position plays. His safeties, again, like any player, are getting better and better. Kicking at the ball, he's improved a ton. Jumps the ball nicely like all the young players these days. So I wouldn't say anything weak other than, you know, if it starts to get a little mental. And again, I mean, you know, with everything at stake, you can see it.
Extension call.
Mental. All right, he's worried about something. I really don't see the problem. Is he going to stun this ball over? Okay. Could fall kind of straight here. It did land on the rail, but shouldn't be a problem. Original plan to go forward off the 2, but I thought that was still available. See a pretty nasty 7-ball over on the side rail. Now the 8's out in the middle, so that helps. Chef check. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
Sorry, Jeremy. Anton Raga has drawn first blood against Fedor Gorst on the main table.
Well, just about everyone has this week. He's had a couple leads, but not many. Would you list this as the comeback of the tournament, down 7-0?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In terms of international exposure, maybe Amir Ali wasn't the best known, but to be 7-0 down against anyone, you need to do well to get back into it.
Yeah, and Ali had won matches, so it wasn't like his first match, and so he's definitely had some success. At the same time, Filler had come back from a 9-4 deficit. Now he got a little straight. He does have a little bit of an angle, not a lot. So this is where when you have to stun, that's where your speed control, whatnot, can get away. He's got a little more angle, so he can add some right spin here to open up the cue ball. This is the problem, though. Is he going to fall straight? He got just underneath it, which I'm not sure how much that's going to help unless he really wants to risk going forward to the top rail. So I like what he's doing here. You really like to pick out where you like to shoot from on the rail. You do have some options. A lot of players will pull it back a little bit to get a little more angle to create easy movement on the cue ball. And a little better cueing over the side pocket. Confident stroke there, probably the best of the match so far. I know it's early, but I like to get that feeling on such a tough shot.
Doubt surrounds this one, though. This is missable.
Absolutely, and he needs to put a lot of what he did on the 8-ball, about the same, really. Same pace would be nice.
Okay.
I tell you that you can hear the shot
Well,
clock
check,
guy
check,
seems
wins the
a
rack.
little quick, right? I mean, the last one on the 22nd and the 5 seconds seemed a little hasty.
Well, he also seemed to call out 5 after the shot had been played.
Right.
So Wojciech Szewczyk against the clock and against Viktor Zielinski is back onto level terms. Last year in this championship he overcame David Alcaide in the last 64, 11-9. But then in the last 32, hardly had a look in. He was beaten 11-1 by Duong Quoc Wang of Vietnam.
Yeah, Wang's got that kind of game, though. He's got a really high-powered, big stroke. Learning more about the game as well. Didn't have his best Whirlpool Championships here. He looked stressed out, though, playing. Just happened to be doing some comms when he was on a table near.
Rack 3.
He'll be back, though. We'll see him in
have chips to
Vietnam.
break.
Had a big event.
Scores are tied,
See him
one rack
before
each.
as well. You can tell he doesn't put as much pace. That's why the balls don't open. There are some kisses involved, but it seems like those kisses happen more often with the less pace. Did have the 2-ball escape up table, but snookered
Push
behind
out,
the
cool.
black. Should push out near the pink, maybe. I wouldn't push out to a shot here. He's looking to push out in this right corner. And I understand there's a lot of safeties, but man, you don't want to push out to a run out. Maybe tie something up. That wouldn't be bad. Not a whole lot of access to do that. He's a little worried about leaving an easy safety option. I'm about to say,
Victor,
he
it's your
snookered
choice.
himself here. That was a sweater.
Yeah, that's the thing with the push-outs. You want to make things awkward for your opponent, but you don't want to leave the possibility of him making an immediate choice to put you right back in, because you put yourself not just in an awkward position, but in a very tough one. And that was nearly as much of a misjudgment as the one that Shevchik made in the first rack, when his deliberate foul shot did not tie up the balls as he wanted to.
Yeah, this may find a gap from nowhere. No, good shot, and a shot. If you're going to practice, that's like one of the base shots of all safeties, that kind of chip the ball, go 2 rails towards the center diamond. The 9 and other balls always in that racking area. Plus, it kind of, like I said, it gives you a real good feel on how to hit the ball for
Extension
other shots.
Cool.
1-1 here. Same thing on the main table. Fedor Gorst has won the second rack.
Okay, I don't think he's going to attack here. Maybe. Figure he's going to chip this to the right side rail. Trying to figure out a good place to go with the cue ball. He's going the other way, it looks like. Chipping the 2 on that end. Yeah, that had quite a few balls to play the snooker. This is what I worried about, though. Jump shot bringing the cue ball back behind the pile. On his last match, it was a real grind against SVB. There were a lot of safety battles, a lot of difficult racks. That was really nice.
Cool 10.
Now Ben Taylor Fuente, our referee, who's extremely good at his job, I think he might have had a word there with one of the timekeepers, and I think it might have been, you must call time. Maybe the shot clock wasn't called. I don't think he exceeded the 30 seconds, definitely not. I think it was just the warning numbers.
Yeah, I hope they realize you got to let the cue ball settle before you start the clock, though. That's a huge one. Wow, didn't expect that miss. That was pretty easy overall.
Ball in hand.
It's going to be a messy little rack, though. That's going to take some tidy cue ball handling to get in position on the pink. The 2 and 3 shouldn't be a problem, but so he's going to take this on. Now, is he going to draw back and play for the angle on the 3 to maybe zigzag the cue ball? That's a little safer route than trying to draw into position. He kind of got in between. Didn't get a lot of angle, but got too much to draw into between the 5 and 8. I would have liked a little more angle to come back and forth and drop between the 4-5. This could end up a little short because he doesn't want to get snookered overhitting. I think he's okay. Still, though, the 5's tough. You know, the 5 didn't go by the 8. Awkwardly cueing near the 7, it appears.
Yes, at that pace, he needed some contact with the 6 ball in the tap on the 6. Safety's positional bacon. He does have shape, but needs to go all around the houses.
5.
didn't do anything of that sort. He's just left himself at mid-distance. All very well to be conservative, but that was really cautious, because it now brings in the miss, brings it into sharp focus.
Yeah, he's got the 8 to slow the cue ball down.
One thing led to another there. He was reliant on a little bit of fortune.
Yeah, he's got a sliver. I mean, I don't know if it cuts it in, but I think it does. Could go rail first. Yeah, want a little more speed. You're always playing the cue ball, that kind of shot, knowing the 6 will come out. How can he hold? Does he have to go 4 cushions with the cue ball? Can go up the side rail a bit off of 2 cushions before snookering himself on the 9, so he may drag this in.
Bye.
He was addressing the 6 ball in earnest when the call came out for 5 seconds, but it didn't affect the shot at all. That was rifled in with advanced position incorporated.
Yeah, and on the slicker tables, he's got to hit that really well, not to let the ball hook.
I'm not saying this is the tortoise and the hare. It's not that pronounced, the difference, but Shevchik is more methodical than Zielinski. And I can tell you it's working, because after Zielinski won the opening rack, he falls 2-1 behind. Been a good year for Zielinski already. He won the US Open 8-ball title and also a smaller ranking event on the World 9-ball Tour in Massachusetts, the McDermott Classic.
Yeah, I was there actually for that. Went up and did a little teaching and actually played in the one pocket event they had, and then did the commentary for the 9-ball. He played super solid. There was a lot of great play at that tournament. I think it was me and you when I told you about no, I think it was me and Michael. Did you hear about the 9-ball moving on Mario He?
No.
So he's playing Tyler Steyer, I think it is. It's Hill. He's down on the 9. I've never seen this before. So he's got, you know, the 9's near the spot, like it is often, a little below the spot. And when he pulls the trigger, he missed the 9 by like half a diamond. He's just like, you know, a little above it. You know, not a chip in or anything, a little cut shot, but he's making it like probably 99 out of 100, if not more. And he says the 9 moved on me right as I was hitting the cue ball.
Break, leading 2 racks to 1.
And sure enough, they had it on video, and the 9 rocked over about 1/4 of an inch. I've never seen that before in my life, ever. You know, I've seen the balls move before, like if you move the felt, you know, he was already in position and everything else, and I don't know if it was, you know how sometimes they get divots in the racking area from tapping the balls or whatever, right? It's the only thing I could imagine happened, but and And you'll see this, he's not hitting them real hard, so you're not going to see big spreads here. And sure enough, he missed it again. You can go see it on YouTube. It's the craziest looking, like a ghost, really.
Well, in snooker, obviously there are 6 colours which go on nominated spots, and sometimes, especially on the 3 heavily used spots, the blue, pink and black, little indentations appear on the slate, and it can cause a ball to wobble, but I've never seen it do that when a player's down on the shot.
I saw it in snooker not long ago, like 4 or 5 days ago. I saw this. I can't remember the player. I don't think it was a really big name player. He's got a pretty easy kick shot, by the way. He can kick at the edge of this 2 and just glide by the red 3. He's lined up pretty well to do so, but the player got up and said the red moved and kind of laughed about it. I think everyone thought he was kind of crazy, but then they showed the video again in slow motion. Sure enough, the red rocked over.
Yeah,
and it wasn't in the racking area or nothing. It was kind of like near the side pocket.
I've seen instances where the ball moves as a player is down, but never
As
he's never
they're
been deprived of
stroking.
a pot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you couldn't miss it this far. I mean, you might miss anything, but Mario, missed it by almost a diamond up the side rail. That's how much it moved over.
Foul stroke.
Yeah,
Ball in hand.
didn't that look difficult? Didn't it look like he was maybe hooked a little bit or rather thin?
Please start the clock.
With the option to not shoot it.
Well, it's a foul, ball in hand. And you were saying, Jeremy, Zielinski's been working on his patience. That work will be called into action right now, because he's already feeling a little hot under the collar the way the match is going.
Yeah, now this is awkward unless he gets all the way back over, and he's not going to do that. So he's going to get thin here. And that ball, it's just different with the slick table. You almost have to center ball that to get all the way back over. But is he even going to shoot at this? Doesn't appear so.
He's a lot more patient than his opponent. He is more circumspect, but he's not as dangerous or as instinctive.
Now, I wouldn't get fooled with the 2-rail kick soft here and try and lay on the 3. I'd go ahead and put some speed, try and get a little bit of fortune, yeah. No rail, so he's on 2 fouls.
Foul stroke, 2 fouls.
Which isn't going to matter or shouldn't matter in this position, but
please start the clock.
He happens to get out of line and has a good safety with the balls kind of spread open, but he's going to clear. Actually, Zielinski beat me in that one-pocket tournament. Should have beat him, Phil. Had him on the ropes. He played pretty well, though. Scott Frost, one of our pundits, won it. I don't think he has to use a rail. He could. He's close enough to it again, a little preference, but it looks like he can just pinch on the cue ball. May go ahead and use the rail, though. And I think just because of the humidity, and we saw with the lags, I think the bed has played a little slow this week, in my opinion. I don't know what your thoughts on that is, or are, rather.
Yeah, I don't think it's been slow per se, but I think it's been slower than normal major 9-ball World Tour ranking events.
Yeah, many times this week I saw a snooker as the cue ball was rolling around, looked like it was dead going behind a ball and ended up not only a little short sometimes, but quite a bit.
Yeah, the ability to maneuver the cue ball around the table, that's still there, unaffected, but Jeremy's right, the pace isn't quite what it normally is.
Yeah, and if you had to, the players most likely anyways, I would say, the top players, the players that are really here to win the event, this event, they're all here to win it, but most of our regular open events, I think they'd rather have it a hair slow than overly fast.
Yeah, especially considering how raw the nerves are. Wojciech Szewczyk is going okay though. 3 racks in succession to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, right? And that's what it was with Shane. It wasn't breaking runs, you know, so it can be a little worrisome if you're having to win games with, or the vast majority of your games with your opponent getting out of his chair. Szewczyk needs his, well, as he breaks the balls, but he's going to get some clusters, he's going to get some traffic.
Wojciech
I
Szewczyk
feel
to
like
break.
even to win this
Leaving
match,
3
and
racks to
certainly
1.
to win the tournament, he's got to put some racks together during these matches.
Szewczyk breaking off in rack 5, 3-1 ahead. Also in front now, Fedor Gorst, 2-1 over Anton Varga. One in the side, the 2 looks like it's in open play.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if the 3 goes. The 2, he's set up perfect, really. Can draw it, can come stun 2 rails. I think the 3 may squeeze by the 9. If it does, he should. Oh, yeah, definitely. Just don't end up short. That's the problem here. If you end up short going towards the 9 with the cue ball, it may be hard to get on the 4. He's going to like that a lot. Shoot somewhat the same shot, 2 rails, may be able to hold it. He's going to get a lead here early. Draw to the side rail, it appears. Thinner than maybe he wanted. Can he hold, or does he have to go to the top rail and back out? Looks like he can hold.
Polish pool is powerful. The runner-up in the recent UK Open, Mieszko Fortunski, hails from Poland. So many fine players in the national squad, and of course it was the home nation for the World Championship last year.
What's Szewczyk's biggest title, do you think?
Well, he won the World 10 ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
But this would eclipse that in terms of cash by a country mile.
Yeah. He's played for Poland a few times in the World Cup, though, I believe.
Yes, he has.
Wojciech Szewczyk
4-1
brings the
to the outsider before a ball was struck.
Yeah, first break and run.
He's always come across to me, Wojciech Szewczyk, as someone who invests an awful lot into pool. He thinks deeply about it. There's no doubt he's very dedicated. practices a lot and one of the finest players Poland's ever produced. Can't help thinking back to when I first went to Poland to cover a pool tournament, the old World Pool League for Matchroom in Warsaw. And back then, it was deemed just correct, I suppose, the right thing to do to put a home player in. And there was not the strength and depth there is now. It was the pioneer, actually, from Poland. Their first competitor to do anything on the international scene, Radoslav Babica.
Yeah. Well, he's starting to play, you know, in the last year and a half, 2 years, he's played quite a few of the World Nineball Tour events. He's had some good wins, not maybe as much finishes he had years before, but
Rack 6.
Super nice guy.
Wojciech Szewczyk to break, leading 4 racks to 1.
I think Gorst is up 3-1 now, I believe.
He is indeed.
Keeps making that other ball in the side pocket as well. Pretty interesting. Wing ball coming some 3 rails, splitting the gap between the 8 and 9, falling the 1 ball in, that being the 2. He's lined up on the 3. Everything does play.
And he knows what to do to win tournaments, as we talked about before with the PRP Nineball Open last year. He's won European titles, Polish Nineball champion 3 times. 3 times in the last 6 years, actually. And given the level of opposition in that tournament, that's a really good achievement. He's won the Bucharest Open as well. Lots of experience. And he has been a quarter-finalist before in the World Championship in 2015. So trying to go 1 step beyond.
Perfect position here, just didn't want to end up short. Can work with it, but that looks just to be perfect. He's just got to pinch the cue ball back a couple inches. Can handle a few more, just don't be short and involve the 9 in the next shot.
When we were in Kielce last year, I remember Carl Boyes went out and had a chat, a walk and talk, as they say, with Wojciech Szewczyk, and he came across very well. Considered, measured, intelligent, and deeply enthusiastic about pool.
Yeah, there's so many great poles. Must have been some walk through that blizzard, I tell you.
Well, it was freezing, I think all of them. Cameraman, Carl, and Wojciech had plenty of layers on. What a contrast to here, Jeremy.
Yeah, looking good. Looks like the stroke's kind of getting a bit more confident as well, more strike at the ball. You can kind of hear it as he goes through with the cue stick. Now for back-to-back breaking runs and a 4-game lead.
Viktor Zielinski in danger of not being the victor. He's being confined to his chair, that's why he's just taking a short break. Can't blame him, taking the old timeout, which is perfectly allowed. Wojciech Szewczyk, having lost the first rack, He's now in command. I'm going to do a Michael McMullen on you here.
Oh, Lord.
You know, he's very keen on these trivia questions, isn't
Right.
he? Well, this isn't a trivia question. It's just a point I've noted. Is this the first ever World Nineball Championship quarter-final when both players have a Z in their name? Or a Z?
So you know of another, maybe?
I don't. I've got no idea.
A Z, let's see. Trying to think of another player with a Z.
Well, Konrad Yuzhushin.
Yeah. Probably have to be another pole, 2 poles in it, really, but...
I think we can safely say this is the first.
I don't know, probably. Z's a different letter, that's for sure.
Steve Miserak.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's the scene here as the quarterfinals half over. If you're just joining us on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, thanks for your support this week. The numbers have been terrific and we've loved bringing the action to you. I'll give you the results from earlier this evening. Yuan Chua, very impressive, lots of inventive shots in beating Dang Junhu of China 11-3. So the Filipino World Cup hero, he goes forward to play Eken Kachi in the semi-finals tomorrow. Kachi beating Jeffrey Ignacio, Chua's friend actually, 11-7. Now it's Shevchik or Zielinski against Gorst or Raga. By the way, we don't know the order of the semi-finals yet. That will be determined later. So semi-finals tomorrow afternoon, back-to-back races to 11, and then the final tomorrow night. A total amount of money in that final, $350,000 US, $250,000 to the winner, $100,000 to the runner-up. And of course, plenty of other team and invitational event spin-offs to be considered also. If it goes tight, it will be a godsend. We've got the shot clock, because can you imagine? You wouldn't fancy pulling the cue back.
Yeah, I think the players, of course, whoever does advance will have played a semifinal, most likely a pretty good one, to advance. So I think that bodes well for a great final.
It will be the lengthiest match we've had on the World Nineball Tour so far. The normal distance for finals in major events is a race to 13. This is race to 15, so best of 29 racks. And I think that's entirely appropriate, don't you, with the money and the ranking points on offer, that you have that extended race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these players, again, they realize these matches can change. We want them to change. We want them all over the place. 5-6 lead changes, big momentum changes.
There's a degree of irony here, because Viktor Zielinski took his time out and he's the first back in. We have been blessed on the WNT of late with a whole succession of finals going very deep, often to a deciding rack. Could we wish for that tomorrow? We are due a runaway. I'm just saying that. Statistically, I don't think it will happen, but we're due one.
Yeah. We've had a few in the semifinals, and we finally had a break and run at a hill-hill match, which is rare. It seems like it's always a push-out situation, but Fedor Gorst in the Whirlpool Masters at hill-hill made a really nice break and run.
Rack 7.
Get that title.
Wojciech Szewczyk to break.
He's up
leading
4-1,
5 racks
by
to
the
1.
way. Raga made a bit of a mistake after making an incredible shot.
Okay, then, so can Wojciech Szewczyk maintain this momentum? After that, could it be 3 consecutive break and run outs? I think there is a passageway through to the 2. 2. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2
think he can definitely get at this blue too. I think so anyways. May have to gamble just drawing one rail. Can he go around the 7, fall for a long distance shot on the 3? The 4 is pretty covered up as well though. Might gamble here and go into this like the 6-5 with the cue ball, but he's overcooked it a little bit here. He's gonna have to show us one.
He's never struck me, Wojciech Szewczyk, as being top of the power league. But he cued that one so sweetly, it all seemed effortless. In fact, he overscrewed it.
Yeah. Really nice though. Kept control, never really a flirt of scratching or getting too far out of line. Could go for the bank here, but you gotta believe it's the safety.
There's no doubt he's bossing this match.
Extension call.
Yeah, do you tie the 8-7 up here? It's not terrible. You're a pretty low percentage to get much out of this kick if it hit it at all. Oh, he can swerve to get it. Oh, that makes a difference.
Late night intensity in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. 128 players came here with ambitions, with dreams. Now only 6 remain in the hunt for record prize money.
Yeah, Dang Jinhu. He was defeated by Johan Chua earlier, but so Chua and Kachi were our first 2 in to the semifinal. Does he go 1 rail at this? Does he come 2 rails behind trying to get a cue ball movement? That's a nice shot there. May have gotten in the gap, I don't know, but still very good play.
He is 5-1 down though. If the gap has been left, that's the kind of thing that in the past might get under Zielinski's skin. He seems a lot more calm, a lot more passive in his chair than in previous tournaments I've seen. And that's a good thing. But the gap clearly is there. Oh, but that's clumsy.
Yeah, he was trying to, I think, bump it maybe, just keep it there. Raga gets back on the board, cuts it to 4-2.
More patience from the older man by 6 years. And it seems very likely that Zielinski will be in a safety hole again after this.
Yeah, didn't want to leave the whole ball though. It could cause problems, like if he banks the 5 into the 8, leave some of the ball. Zielinski might use the 8 as a stopper for the 5 and run the cue ball. So
Extension call.
a little more going on here than it looks. Now does Zielinski, does he go after the 2-row kick to try and come at it, maybe making the black 8 after contacting the purple?
Foul straight. Ball in hand.
No contact.
Please start the clock.
I think maybe try to get a little too cute with that kick shot. That was not a hard hit at all. And, you know, with the 4-8 or 5-8 rather, excuse me, there, could have really tried to create making a ball versus something that looked tactical as a kick shot. It's going to draw back behind the 6 for the same corner as the 5.
Not the kind of player who would become overexcited. Wojciech Szewczyk, he keeps things pretty level.
And he seems, that was a little light, so he's going to have to work a little more on this than he wanted, but seems like he's getting more comfortable. I mean, he's up 6-1, or about to be up 6-1, excuse me, but let's say should be up 6-1 here shortly. All right, he's elevating. Guess he has a hint of an angle to get above the 9 for the same corner. Yeah, I was a little worried. First kind of power stroke he had to play, and he's going to get a roll. Everything else has been kind of in the medium-ish kind of swing, even on the lighter side of many of them.
Another test of Zielinski's temperament. Doesn't look frayed around the edges yet.
You know, difficult kick though. Easy to get too much under it. Yeah, like that. Oh, looky here. Almost straightened out off the point. I think it was going to be a little heavy and give up a bit of a cut shot, but would have been more difficult than this. That's for certain.
So from short range, Zielinski misses the brown 7 ball, but he receives the wages of sin. Fluke snooker on the 7, and now a second chance immediately.
Yeah. Szewczyk seems like the type that can learn from a mistake, especially once it doesn't really cost him. Going to be a late night here.
Wojciech Szewczyk wins the rack.
Szewczyk, gentleman that he is, acknowledges that he was fortunate there. But Zielinski's face is like thunder. 6-1 it is. And what's more, that's 6 racks in succession.
Well, that's one thing I found in Poland anyways when we were there for, I was there about 8 days, I guess. And of course, it was the middle of winter and there was a lot of snow. It seemed like every day there was somewhat of a blizzard. Just walking around with the people there didn't show a whole lot of emotion as a whole, as a group around that city.
The worst thing for myself and Michael McMullen, every day we'd walk from the hotel just across from the venue, and we'd walk right up around the railings of the venue and right back again. It was freezing cold. I was worried about slipping over and injuring myself. And then on the last day we discovered that directly across from the hotel there was a little gate. We could have just got into the venue straight and saved ourselves about a half a mile walk.
To break, leading 6 racks to 1.
We've had a few of those types of things. Where was it, Lugo, where we had that little hill we had to go up to get to the bus?
Well,
I'll never forget that one night.
If you had clasped my hand, Lord knows what would have happened. I might have fallen back down again.
this doesn't look like it's going to change much. So I think the 2. I don't know if he's going to jump at this or not, but you can definitely see the difference in the object ball movement. You know, just pretty light overall. And he's going to tie up to 5 here. Thought he might take a jump at this. Not saying it's
Push out call.
the right shot, but all the players these days so good with the jump cue, and it's definitely playable, it looks like. But if you are going to push out, you almost have to tie up to 5-7 somewhat, I believe anyways.
Victor, it's your choice.
He left a lot of the cue ball. More than I expected anyways. This is a really nice touch, and that touch you were talking about, Phil, what a nice shot that is, especially under the gun, trailing 6-1.
Yes, I think if he gets into some kind of groove, Zielinski well capable of turning this around even now. One thing is for sure, he can rattle off racks quicker than his opponent.
10. 5.
Foul stroke.
Well,
Ball in
going
hand.
at it that way, I never thought it was possible to make contact with the 2. He missed it by quite some way.
Please start the clock.
But what a messy, horrible table this is.
Yeah, you had to hit down on it, more of a center ball. Now, what's he doing here, I wonder? I guess he's going to open right here with the 3. Draw off the 3 here. Come across the 7, because he has to get out to get a little shape on the pink 4. He can't just kind of soft draw this. Doesn't want to anyways. Is he just, what's he doing? Oh, he's going forward. Oh, look at the cueing. Thought it was a little dangerous. I thought he would draw that ball, to be fair. Try and come back to the side rail for the pink in the other side pocket, but
Almost instantaneously, it's gone from messy to wide open, and that's why this shot
Extension call.
has so much jeopardy.
he wanted to attack, and I mean, as he should. He's going to need a big roll here. Is he going to get it? Yeah, somewhat.
Well, that's just justice, because remember in the previous rack when Shevchik missed the 7 and snookered Zielinski behind the 9. He can't complain.
Might have to play this rail first. I don't know. He's doing here, trying to bump the 5, get the snooker that way. Oh, nice play. It's going to leak out, so probably the cue ball behind the 8 here. Looks pretty natural, and really doesn't have to play the 4 back down. Really just concentrate on the cue ball. That's how good it sits.
Yeah, it's a natural hiding place
And it's a big one, right? You got a lot of room for error here. You can bump it a little bit. You can squeeze up on the side of it. Both sides of it, really. It doesn't have to be dead behind it. I would disregard the 4. He's got this too thick. He also had the 6 and the 9 to help as well, so.
Starting to walk around looking to the heavens. I've seen that before from Zielinski.
Yeah, I mean, desperately needs a little bit of a roll to get to the breaking end of this match. That's another thing that he does occasionally. I'll tell you, Federer Gorst is same.
Foul strike.
Just
Ball in hand.
loses accuracy with speed on kicks sometimes, especially the one railers.
Please start the clock.
I bring up Federer's name and respect, meaning how great they are. To every now and again, saw that to Mosconi a bit, but just missed some one rail kicks. I think trying to put too much speed on the ball.
Here now, after the failed escape. If anything is routine in the quarterfinals of the World Nineball Championship, this is routine. It would be a chance squandered if he didn't take it.
Yeah, the way Shevchenko comes across is he's playing really well, but it doesn't feel like anything spectacular. It's just steady, right?
Exactly the same as this afternoon against Shane van Boening. It was a great victory, a great result, but it wasn't an overwhelmingly impressive performance by any means.
Yeah. And I think that the reason why is because the speed he breaks at, the balls just don't really disperse around the table a whole lot. So, you know, if he gets control, it's just not going to be a whole lot of cue ball movement from one end to the next and so on. Oh my, he decelled big time there. So pay attention to this 7 ball. He's got to regroup.
The missed 7 in rack 7. That total misjudgment. It tells me, and it should tell Zielinski, that he's really feeling it, Shevchik.
Yeah, thinking about it a bit. Oh, he can go with a high ball. Okay, doesn't have to dig, so that helps. Watch out for the 9 ball coming 3 rails. Made a really nice shot similar in the Shane match. Oh, kind of squeezed it home. That cue ball's got to go, though. Yeah.
It had to go or stop. (5-2), by the way, Fedor Gorst over Anton Raga.
Okay. 5.
Foul strike.
Only himself to blame. You can't say that was bad luck from where he was placed.
Please start the clock.
He should have cleared up all day, every day. Poor position from 6 to 7, and then hooking himself. Manna from heaven for Zielinski, so badly required.
Oh, this shot. Got out no man's land here. Got to pay attention to this. These are tough side pockets. I think the sides can play tougher than the corners, really.
We were on the verge of seeing Wojciech Szewczyk take a 7-1 lead. It's 6-2. Is that going to be just a minor blip or the start of a sustained Viktor Zielinski comeback? I've got my theory. I think it will be. I think Szewczyk, as he's gone further ahead, has looked a little tight.
Yeah, Zielinski's got to break the balls better, though. Really wasn't his best break in his last. I do think he will break them better, but it's been a minute.
He got to the last 16 last year, did Zielinski. He overcame Mickey Krause and Moritz Neuhausen, both 11-9 before losing to Chang Junlin. So he's experienced roughly this kind of environment. Of course, the prize money last year was nowhere near
Zielinski to break.
resembling what it is
6
now.
racks to 2.
Yeah, much better. The 2's going to open as well. And I think he's straight enough to be able to draw the cue ball back simply and comfortably. But look at the spread difference, right, between the 2 players. And that's just one rack. We're probably going to see it happen again here in a moment. He should clear these. He's got work, but definitely there.
It's beyond dispute he's the most attractive player of the 2, the most natural. But that's no guarantee of success. When you're as skillful as Zielinski, when you play the game with such smoothness, verve, the one thing you need to complete the package is resolve. Is he getting better as he gets older in that department?
Yeah, I think absolutely is the answer there. I mean, without a doubt. He looked pretty good in the chair considering he was down some 5 games just a moment ago. And boy, what a big shot with the bridge to end up way short from the 6 to the 7 in the last for Shevchuk.
Zielinski wins the rack.
The match is taking on a whole new complexion. It might well have been, it should have been 7-1. Now after 9 racks, it's 6-3, and Zielinski is breaking off in the 10th. Fedor Gorst remains 5-2 up on Anton Raga. Just a reminder, Gorst is the only former winner of this World Nineball Championship. Still shooting. If he doesn't win, a new name will be engraved on the trophy.
Rack 10. With Zielinski to break, trailing 6 racks to 3.
This time the 1 short to the centre. No ball to save his bacon, nothing in. And so, given that the break was dry, Zielinski fortunate that the cue ball has stayed down one end of the table, and the 1 ball is pretty close to the other cushion. Unavailable. Yes, Shevchuk can get the tactical upper hand, but he would have preferred something on.
Looks like a pretty good shot here. Trying to go for the two-way, it looked like on the bank maybe. Now he can possibly pocket this ball. He's got a big pocket with the 7, but can he really work the rock? Wow, what a shot. Now, does he try and really go for the gusto behind the purple with the cue ball? Does he play out the right side of the 2, running the cue ball towards the 7? I like that more than the purple. He's got a piece of this.
10. Extension called.
Looks like he could go for the upper right here. Wants to go by the 5 and run the cue ball though as well, so maybe he ignores the pocketable ball in the corner. Tries to run the cue ball safe. That's a big shot there, I'll tell you. Especially if he gets out here to try and like stop the bleeding a bit. A lot of players would have put a lot of speed on that, trying to maybe make the cue ball escape a bit, just in case he misses, but big shots coming from Shevchuk here. Game number 10. Still, oh, I'm sorry, Phil, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Jeremy, you know, in England, there's a saying about soccer. Funny old game, they say. What a funny old game this is. Shevchuk spurns a very straightforward run out for 7-1. Here, the run out complex, the opening shot on that 2. Superb. And he might well make this.
Yeah, and I was really impressed that he settled himself and said, okay, I just got to try and be as accurate as I can on this 2 ball. Just kind of rolling it in, cueing near the rail. Kind of keeping half an eye on that matchup. Top as well, and Raga making a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes with the cue ball. Now a 6-2 lead, I think, for the Ghost, Gorst. Just kind of like right there, for instance. Seems like the cue ball just kind of settles a little quicker than I'm used to. Shouldn't be any problem, though.
This will be very gratifying. When he came to the table, it was a tough layout.
Yeah, I think the way things
Shevchuk
settled there after Zelensky's attempt at a safety, and it wasn't poor by any means, but he didn't think his countryman was going to get out from there.
7-3 for Wojciech Szewczyk, and of the 7 racks he's won in this particular match, I think that one will be the most satisfying, don't you? And I think perhaps the most important.
Yeah, absolutely. They say in America, when you're greased, you will slide, and he was sliding just a little bit after kind of had a few simple blunders, and really the one in rack number 8 to go up 7-1 and full command of this match. He's definitely got a ball game. Still at 7-3, but he's feeling better.
Yeah, and look at the body language of the two players. You saw there Szewczyk sitting in his chair upright, looking straight ahead, fully focused. As for Zielinski, the body language, well, he's trying to portray nonchalance.
Rack 11.
But
Wojciech
no one's
Szewczyk to
fooled.
break, leading 7 racks to 3.
Yeah, I think he's probably trying, probably consciously, having it out with himself a little bit. Let's keep it together, wait for our chance. Now the one's going to go in the corner. The 2's going to spin up a bit. He's going to get a shot here. I think he tried to put a little more speed into that one, actually.
He turned around as etiquette demands and apologised to Viktor Zielinski, who remained stony-faced, to say the least.
Yeah, look at this layout. The 2, the 3, you get straight. The 4 in the right middle leads you right to the 5. I'll tell you, maybe should have got to 8 a little earlier, but it's definitely supposed to get to 8 here. This is the toughest shot. And the 7's a little covered. No. And that's what it was against Shane, I saw. He had some opportunities to really punish Shane. Kept him in it for a bit. Behind a few similar kind of situations.
Well, there, perversely, he's been helped by the fact he missed it by so far. It was a terrible attempt. He got nowhere near the pocket, and look where the 2 has come to rest. Zielinski, certainly in past years, would be at boiling point now.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for the bank here, trying to bring the cue ball up the side rail. It's going to bounce out on him, I think. And he may have left the gap as well. So here, now frustration might really settle in, especially if he gets out. Of course, with his famous jump shot, knocked another one in after the break, looking to extend his lead as well. This sits perfect to come between the 8-9-1 rail. A little thin, a little light. Again, that's a somewhat of an error. He may get away with it, but that was not difficult. He had plenty of room. Just caught the 2 maybe a little thin, a little light with the tip position. Really no reason to end up short there coming across.
Extension cool.
Especially with the pink in such a handy position.
Yeah, he's sending out mixed messages to me, Szewczyk.
He's going to go back and forth, trying to rest somewhere near where the 3's at now. That's a better stroke, a little more confident in there.
There's lots of good stuff in there, but I think there's enough evidence to suggest that maybe he'll struggle to get over the line. But of course, if it gets to 8-3, he's not got that far to go.
Yeah, well, the one thing that's the weird thing about the break shot. You know, it's hard to have pressure as much on the break for some reason. And if he breaks the balls well enough, I mean, like the last one, he's not going to keep missing that kind of 2 ball. And if he gets the 2 down, it's really was going to be hard pressed to make a mistake from there. Now he needs to get a proper angle. The 7 only has 1 pocket. Doesn't want to get kind of straightish going towards the 9. I think he's straight-ish, but just enough. maybe a half inch. Doesn't seem too disturbed about it. Both players with the leads on these two matches at the table trying to extend leads. He's got to get down a little ways though. Yeah, how's the speed? Really good.
Rody's luck early in the rack. He had some good luck. Zielinski wasn't so fortunate. And when the chance arose, Ševčík embarked on this, which should be a frame winning effort.
Is he going to come out for the side here? I'd probably come up for the corner. I don't know. Them side pockets when the pressure's on, I'm not in love with them from those kind of angles.
Ševčík wins the round.
It's been a tournament where favourites have found life difficult. Another one could bite the dust here. Viktor Zielinski won the first rack. Since then, of the next 10, 8 have fallen to Wojciech Ševčík. It is 8-3. Fedor Gorst 6-2 over Anton Raga. Add one to that, the scoreboard just updating, it's 7-2 for Gorst. Is he finally going to have a relative walk in the park?
Well, he's playing a guy that looks a little out of sorts at the moment, but you know he can make that comeback, just like Federer's made a few this week.
Chin resting on hand. That is the pose in cue sports of someone who trails. Zielinski
Rack
in
12.
the pose of the thinker.
To break.
And he's got a lot to think about.
Yeah, and he missed the one in the side there, caught the point, went down a rail. We've seen that before. We hadn't seen him miss the one on the side very often. So I think it's almost got to be like for Zielinski for the cue ball to get lost. That's what I feel like. Yeah, the two's going to get kicked into position again. And I think again, just the speed he's playing the break. That's why it just looks like kind of steady pull. When he gets a shot, it doesn't really have to move the cue ball a whole lot. The first shot, like everyone and always, usually the most difficult because it is random. But you can see again the 3 near the 4. 5 is on the bottom. But nothing too much up and down the table, if you know what I mean, Phil.
Yeah, we got to this position because of multiple kisses. There's no doubt about it. Right now, the pool gods are smiling on Ševčík. He is playing the better pool, yes, undeniably. But the balls are running favourably. You cannot swerve that opinion.
No, not at all. And you know, he's getting a lot of shots after the break, plus very doable as far as getting to the next ball. And you know what that means with these players. When they get in control of the rack, your name doesn't have to be Josh Filler to do some real damage. It's better stroke. 2 ball was as well. You know, and we always talked about the greats. You know, Earl Strickland, Mike Siegel, Josh Filler. When they get to the finals, they just rarely lose. But there are players on down the road where it's the same kind of thing, where they don't get as deep as often, but when they do get there, they seem to get the title, and you never know what Wojciech Ševčík is the same. He just wants a little bounce off the rail here. That'll do. Nothing major here. The 7's very playable. Don't think you got to really pull the ball. Just a little past where the cue ball's at now. That's plenty. Even where the cue ball is at now, that's good. Tall man that can reach everything. And the right-hander, which sets up for this kind of little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, tall man, and you'll see here, he's got an extremely wide stance.
Dig on this a little bit, a little low outside spin.
Good.
And Rockets just get no chances over there. Dry break and the one over the corner, and snookered. Good luck rolling out here or pushing out against Feder Gorst. Best jumper in the world.
He's not been flawless. He has missed the odd pot, but I think everyone would be shocked if he missed this.
Wojciech Szewczyk wins the rack.
9-3. Szewczyk needs just 2 more racks to go deeper in the World 9-Ball Championship than he's ever done before. As for Victor Zielinski, he requires a rearguard action, the likes of which, yes, he's capable of producing, but right now it must seem a million miles off. Got to ask you this, Jeremy, as a tournament pool player, you played in scores of tournaments, high profile, all that kind of stuff. This must be one of the biggest fears, that you are really up for something, really up for a match, and you don't really get an awful lot of chance, and your opponent plays nicely and also gets every roll going. That must be the big fear, that sometimes it's out of your hands.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I will admit that I always felt like that was a rare occasion. You know, I was pretty real with myself, and you know, occasionally I'd said, well, the break just didn't let me allow to win, and that was very rare.
Rack 13.
I looked at a
Wojciech
couple
Szewczyk
chances
to break.
that
Leading 9 racks
maybe
to
I
3.
gave away to create more chances, right? But yeah, it did happen a few times, and it's always a fear, and you know, it's a fear more with certain types of players, right? But it could happen with any players, you know, with these types of tournaments with so many greats. But you know, I think it's almost like if you think about it more often, it might happen, I guess. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Phil. But look at how good the 1 ball has been. He's going to get a little bit of a look at the 2. Maybe the green 6 is in the way.
Yeah, that 1 keeps firing into the center. He did misjudge 1 break, and of course he fluked the 1.
Yeah. So I think he's got a little bit of the 2 ball. But you can see the majority of the object balls have stayed on the bottom end. Now, I don't know if he can hit right English on this, if he can hit right spin. He's got some options here, but sometimes when you're partially snookered, you can't hit that much spin because you'll kind of deflect into that object ball, that being the green 6. Maybe going for this in a somewhat of a sense.
Extension call.
I was talking about Szewczyk's very wide stance, and I think it's perfectly illustrated with this camera shot.
He's going to like the object ball, I think. nestled up on the 2 as well.
Hold the clock, please.
Better Gorst with another jump.
The 4 ball is frozen.
And shot the
Please start
gap
the
with the cue ball. Wow. Called the 4 ball frozen, so that makes things even more difficult. That means if you're new to pool, when the 2 ball is struck, you can't just kind of simply let the 4 rest on the rail.
Extension call.
Just got to get the 2, the cue ball, or another object ball to a rail, or pocket a ball. Well, that picture tells us all right there how this match has gone.
In cue sports, you do see players prematurely give out the vibe that everything's against me. But I think in this match, it really has been for Zielinski.
Is he just going to let it rip? I don't know what he's doing here. I was going to say, I don't know what the plan was. I think the plan was pretty hard to figure out, to be honest. I'll tell you, during some of those crazy matches we've seen from Fedor Gorst all week, he'll admit that he didn't play his best, but undoubtedly he probably didn't maybe get the best end of the rolls at times as well. But I'll tell you, he's taken full advantage of a few things tonight. Yeah, looks like he's in position to go up 8-2 on Anton Raga. Now Raga's played some loose safeties. There's been a few times where Raga had a chance to make things a little more difficult on Fedor Gorst, and that's not over, that's for sure. But he's got to first get an opportunity and maybe have somebody steal Fedor Gorst jump cue in the midst as well.
Well, maybe the worm's turning.
I'll tell you what I would look at. Is there a kiss shot on the 5 that's really easy here? That overhead told me maybe so. He's not going to really look at it. It may be a little tricky, but it looked like it laid all right. Maybe not. It's not terrible, though. Oh, he spread that cue ball nicely. I bet he didn't feel like he could spread it that far. He would have never flirted with the corner.
Ruthlessly keeping the handcuffs on. Yeah. That's what you've got to be, ruthless.
Oh, absolutely.
Because on another night, he could be the one having all the rolls against him. There's no room for guilt.
No, not at all. And he knows. That's what I was talking about to start this match, where I felt like Zielinski had really improved on the kicking, because before he would miss some kicks that you didn't expect. I'm not saying that was easy, but it's 2 in this match so far. 1 rail kicks, really. Does the 2 go here? I guess so. He's going to draw this. Is he going to follow 1 rail? I can't quite tell how he's cueing from the overhead. And with a high ball. And again, the 3 near the 4. It's going to be easy to get to the 5. Up the table kind of by itself and wide open. The 6 and 7 grouped together. Should get to double digits here, Phil.
Yeah, after midnight local time, so not prime time, but prime position.
Yeah, nice touch there, just holding that nice natural angle. Now a little draw stroke up, maybe till to the head string. That'd be a good position for the cue ball. Should control the speed nicely, doesn't have to hit it very hard, being close to the pink. And it may be just the way the match has gone, period, but he looks like he's got more pep in his step, like he's not really wanting to flounder.
Yeah, I think he realizes that mentally he's got Zielinski where he wants him. Eight to Gorst is confirmed.
Yeah, he made 2 incredible jump shots in that game there. And that's one thing I'll tell you. That's how good he is with the jump cue. And you got to think about certain shots anyways, no matter who you're playing. All the youngsters these days or the the guys that are playing full time are really good with the jump cue, but he's extra special with it to where you have to consider long distance, angles, position routes, safety routes. He can play with the jump cue. It's pretty sickening if you're his opponent at times anyways. All right, just 3 simple ones. He's going to fall underneath this nicely, so he's got tons of options for the 9. Kachi match, it could have been really close a few different ways, and it wasn't too far from very close anyways. But other than that, these 4 quarterfinals are looking like they're going to be pretty one-sided.
Indeed, and Wojciech Szewczyk is now on the hill. He could be following the example of Johan Chur, who much earlier this evening on this table completed an 11-3 victory over Dang Junhui. Szewczyk breaking off in the next. That's precisely what he will want to do. A study in contrasts on the right. Szewczyk together. Intense on the left. The player who looks as though he's had enough, who seems despondent, crestfallen, aggrieved, and I think with some justification, because he's not been dealt the best hand tonight.
No, not at all. I mean, there's a couple things he'd like to have back. Wasn't his best break when he did win that first game. He served up ball in hand.
Took the break on the hill, leading 10 racks to 3.
The 7 ball that Szewczyk missed and snookered him. And, but Szewczyk's played some pretty tidy safeties. That big 2 ball, right, when it was 6-3, that was a huge ball he pocketed from that left side rail and really made a nice out from there on a few other shots. So there's that 1 on the side. The 2's going to get hemmed up on the top rail.
Yeah, that's it. I think in any sport, the one unbeatable combination is skill and good fortune. But I agree with you. If Szewczyk does win this one comfortably, the pivotal rack will definitely be the one where the 2 ball went in and he cleared.
Push out call.
Because at that time in the match, he'd been 6-1 ahead. Suddenly Zielinski's back to 6-3, and you start to think it's game on.
Yeah, and it was back to 6-3 after a couple really easy mistakes, or easy positions to make a mistake from Szewczyk. So you got to tip your hat on that 2 ball that most likely is going to be super huge when looking back at this match.
Victor, it's your choice.
You, even when you're snookered, of course, you're trying to win every game, but you got a little more leeway when you have such a huge lead on the push out. Of course, you have to be aware of a guy that can run a bunch of racks, but not saying you're going to play loose by any means, but play a bit more 2-way kind of shots where the cue ball ain't necessarily totally snookered, but where Zielinski's got to be on point no matter what.
Play again.
Midway through the match, I was saying I thought that Szewczyk might have trouble getting over the line. There's still a chance that could happen, but my opinion on that has changed. I think the lead is so substantial that the nervousness has been diluted.
I'm really curious what he sees here as a good shot off the push out. I don't think Zielinski may have done the right thing. Oh, wow. Okay. I think that was the right shot, though. I liked it. 6-8 got a little funny. This shot's a little funny as well with angle. Like the stun by the 6-8, right? But then you're going to have some speed into the ball. Is the 9 going to, you know, prove a problem? So you're going to get stunned too much, come 2 rails into the 8 or 6 and get pinned. So like everything's a bit of jeopardy, it seems. Took a gamble, and I think he was supposed to. Not only that, it really heightened the chance on the 2 ball.
9-2, Fedor Gorst.
Did he get enough to be able to kill the cue ball? So he needs a pocket for the 6. Is he going to come 1 rail into 6, maybe sliding? He's going between them. Now, if he rests on the rail here, could be a little bit of an issue. He's a tall man and he can elevate pretty easily, but makes it a hair missable. Does he want to roll it in, take the thin cut? Is he going to elevate, just kind of hold the ball? Now he's over the 8 a little, or no, he's okay. A little left of it.
What do they say? A journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 small step. 1 rack at a time, 1 ball at a time. See where it gets him.
Zielinski wins the rack.
10-4. He's still feeling as though it's a losing cause. He might say otherwise, but inside he's probably unable to shake that thought. But win the next couple, and this is a match of such enormity that you never know.
Well, the thing is, if you somehow break and run 1 or win a couple games, show them you're breaking the balls, you may promote a mistake with a little pressure. With Shevchuk thinking, okay, he's trying to put some racks together, and that becomes very dangerous even with a big lead. So, if you kind of scrape it together a game or so, I mean, you could have some things unfold, I guess, but I don't think you're going to get help from Shevchuk that way. You need a couple break and runs.
Given the prize fund here, a total of $1 million. Given the first prize, the runner-up prize, even the semi-final prizes. We knew that history would be remolded, pool history. How about this? These two trying to become the first Polish player to reach the final of the World Nineball Championship. One of them is going to be a step away.
Well, there you go. You got a shot. It's thin. As a bank as well. You got to figure it's going to be the cut, though. Pretty thin, but I think he can check it with inside. He's good at all these kind of shots, especially when he's close to him. Has a great touch. Gotta believe he's staying offensive. Could bury him behind the pink pretty easily here. Doesn't have to go for this. I think he is, though. Is he over the 7? That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. I tell you.
The awkwardness of the queuing meant he couldn't do a great deal with the white.
Got a natural up and down the table, though, and again, this is all how you hit the pocket. The 7's not really a problem. If he hits the 7, he probably misses the 4. But probably could catch the 8 if he overcut it a little bit. And hit it thick, so. Kind of rushed it here when he was down on the ball, maybe, compared to what we've seen so for the most part of this match.
Yeah, I think his attitude has been better than I've seen in the past, but you can see that the disgust, if you like, is bubbling under the surface.
You think
extension call.
You think him playing and, you know, things not going. Did Gorst make a mistake? He missed a 7 ball to go up 10-2. Wow. But you think it's because he's playing his countrymen, maybe? A little different overall attitude going in?
Maybe. Also, of course, with the advancing years, more maturity. Well, another chance here to extend the contest. The safety shot called far too thick.
It wasn't easy, but I thought Shevchuk may take a chance at that long rail bank on the pink and hold his ball. Of course, the way it laid, you had to really know the bank, and not saying he doesn't know shots, but there's certain banks that, you know, 9-ball players, if you don't play other disciplines, you know, that one you had to kind of stiff it a little bit, little spin. Oof. That was a sweater.
Didn't give that one the care and attention it required, but it went in just about. And Victor Zielinski is not giving up the ghost. He was 10-3 down. Now the score reads 10-5. In all cue sports, there are so many stories of incredible collapses, heartbreaking defeats from positions of overwhelming strength, stories of great resolve, resilience, comebacks you can't quite believe. When Shane Van Boning won the 2022 World 9-Ball Championship, he was 10-3 down to Mika Immonen, and he won 11-10. That's just one instance in a whole catalogue. So they don't come along very often, but they do occur occasionally.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, something that was not quite as much, but down 7 games. Fedor Gorst 7-0 down yesterday. Josh Filler 9-4. Talked about that the other day with Michael McMullen. The one that hurts me is still
16.
It's when the Houston Oilers were up
Zielinski
35-3
10 racks to
against
5.
the Buffalo Bills. I think it was 1993. Going in the second half, and they lose the game 41-38 in the playoffs, and of course go on to lose in the Super Bowl to the Dallas Cowboys. It could have been an all-Texas Super Bowl. This is the problem. If he's got to push out at any moment, and if they lay really funny, now it's the 2-9 wired with the 8 hanging in the other pocket. This could be brutal here. You may have to go for this.
Cool.
Yeah, as sports fans, you remember those comebacks. What about 1966 US Open? Arnold Palmer 7 clear with 9 to play against Billy Casper. He went for the scoring record, lost.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that when I started playing golf, just kind of went into some history about it. Of course, I'd watched golf plenty. My older brother played a lot of golf, and we always watched the Masters and some other events, but yeah, I read all about that. But again, you know, You just got to kind of forget the situation you're in. You know, the cut break worries me
Extension call.
anytime you're coming back because the cue ball zigzagging all over the place, gets kissed sometimes and scratches, or you could just lose it yourself. Yeah, like he's going to certainly leave him on the rail here. That's super important. Oh, he left him really thin.
Boy, Jack, it's your choice.
He get this back. I don't know if he can check the cue ball or draw the cue ball with any control to play a safety. Maybe there's something there, but I don't really see it that much. In the greatest camera view, get a little more from the left side. We may see more of the 2 ball, but yeah. May help us out there a little bit. I'm surprised he's taking this, to be fair. Leveling out. I don't know what he's doing here. Is he trying to zigzag the cue ball here, banking the 2 up and down? A lot going on here. He hit it great, though. Hit it wonderfully. Really good stuff there. Perfect speed on the blue 2, knowing he had the 6 and the 7. Well, looky here, a 3-9 combination. Is he not looking at the 3-9 with the 8 ball there? I mean, this has got to be a decent sized pocket. Not saying it's as good as if the 8 wasn't there. Oh yeah, that's definitely playable. Because it's kind of tricky coming on one rail. You could get steep on the 3 in the side. Now he passed up a 4-9, or was it a 6-9 combination earlier? But I think he's got to play this one. Could have got a little better, though. I'll tell you, he's cutting it a bit. So again, the key here is don't let it come up the side rail too much and you double kiss the 8 and the 9 just sits.
Extension call.
Guess what? He's called his extension. This is the kind of situation where an extension is tailor-made.
Absolutely. No reason not to use it. Don't leave the timeout just in the bag. Again, not too soft, not too hard, just something right in the middle. Yeah, it's a $23,000 Nineball with a chance to make a bit more.
11 racks to 5.
Very good, very sporting from Victor Zielinski. He will come back. He's got time on his side. He's only 23 years of age. He didn't play his best match tonight. What's more, as I'm sure Wojciech Szewczyk is saying, he had a little bit of luck, didn't he? More than a little bit. But he's a good guy, Szewczyk. He's into the semi-finals of the World Championship now for the first time. He was in the quarterfinals 9 years ago. He's gone one step deeper. And who knows, he could win the whole shebang. That victory was achieved on finals day. It's post-midnight here in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and we have 3 quarterfinalists in place. Much earlier tonight, Johan Chua convincingly beat Dang Junhu 11-3. Not so convincing, but a victor nevertheless, was Eklund Kachi. He plays Chua in one semi-final tomorrow. The only question to be answered: will Fedor Gorst provide the opposition for Wojciech Szewczyk next? Well, he's well ahead against Anton Raga, 9-3 at the last count. That's on the main table. As for our streaming coverage tonight, well, it's over. And, of course, the streaming coverage for the week is because it's just one table tomorrow. So, once again, thank you, everyone who's tuned into the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. In their numbers, they've also tuned in for Table 2 coverage, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. A big thanks from all of us here. Tomorrow, well, today, It's finals day. The World Nineball champion will be crowned tomorrow, and they will receive a king's ransom of $250,000 US. I'm sure you'll be tuning in. It should be something special. For now, though, from Jeremy Jones and myself, Phil Yates, it's a very good night. Perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
Oh, my word.